Well, well, well. We've made it to day 12. Day 12 of streaming non-stop. Non-stop. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, guys. Hi from my first kitty, Nala. And we'll say hi to the second one when he pops up. But yeah, welcome, welcome. So, as I said, we have made it to our 12th day of streaming non-stop every day. I think we've been averaging about 7 hours maybe per day, so not bad. And yeah, so maybe before we fully get started, I'll give a quick introduction, as I am still very new at all of this. My name's Yobel. I am a travel photographer and videographer. I've been doing this full time for the past almost 2 years. Let's call it a year and a half. Prior to that, I was in corporate doing very corporate-y things and business stuff. Nothing to do with photography or videography or anything as I'm doing now. But it has been a passion of mine. I do love the creative process. I like being a part of it in any sense. And I'm very passionate about traveling and storytelling. So yes, for the past year and a half or so, I decided I wanted to start a YouTube. I wanted to spend more time, not less, on my passions, which meant I couldn't juggle both corporate and this at the same time. So a decision was made at some point, and I decided to go full into this. So for the past year and a half, I have been traveling every month, anywhere from 2 weeks to the full month. And as of about 2 months ago, I have completed all my travels. I've committed to not traveling for the rest of the year unless a crazy opportunity pops up. And I need to catch up on about 12 different trips that I've been on in the past year, including about I haven't really done the count. Actually, I do have it somewhere, but it's over 100 terabytes worth of video footages and all my photos that I have to edit. So since I'm in front of this computer plugging away, working on all my content, I figured I have all the gear so that I can live stream at the same time. Why not try? I've always been fascinated by that concept. I do think and I hope that the type of content that I work on could be of interest to some niche within the live streaming world. So I decided, let me go ahead and try multi-streaming. So I'm on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube, and we're just doing this. We're talking. It's been fun. So like I said, this is day 12. In the past 12 days, we've got a lot of work done. You're going to see that in a second in terms of our upcoming video. But then we've also met a lot of cool people who are in this kind of a creative space. So there's been a number of folks who have popped in at different times. Anyone from, let's say, photographers of different kinds, like wedding, family photographers, product photographers. We've met people from all over the world. We've also seen other videographers and editors who have been super supportive of me and just giving me a lot of tips on how to be a better streamer, as well as also how to edit better. So that's been great. We've met screenwriters as well as people who are trying to get into the film industry. So across the board, it's been really cool. It's been really inspiring to kind of hear from folks around the world, as well as you guys have given me lots of plenty of compliments to keep me motivated, as well as some criticism, including the types of font that I use, which apparently we're not going to go into it unless someone brings it up, but you can watch yesterday's stream to get a good sense of some of the criticism I also get, which is in all in good fun and jest. Okay, so anyways, I have my little agenda that pops up for what we're going to work on today, and if you look even higher up, there should be a countdown. Let me see if I can point it roughly where it should be. So here I think is the countdown. This is the pressure. We are in the pressure cooker as we speak, and this is the only way that I work effectively, is to apply some pressure, whether it's real or not, or imagined. So yeah, when I started my stream on day 1, I had set a goal. We're going to spend the next 2 weeks to complete my next video on YouTube. It will be my next travel vlog series. This one will be on Mongolia. It's from a trip from back in February, and that's what we've been editing for the past 11 days. And so I gave myself 2 weeks for a few different reasons, but one is that as I started getting more comfortable with editing videos on YouTube and trying to publish videos, I found that for these vlog kind of content, 2 weeks was roughly right around the fastest I've been able to work in terms of completing a project. So I said, let's go ahead and set that again and see if we can maintain it, because I do need to publish consistently on YouTube if I want to be successful at it. So 2 weeks it is, and we have less than 3 days left to complete our first video. We've made good progress. We got all the way from the intro trailer to chapter 5, and I think we've got about 2 chapters left. And maybe what I'll do, just as a fun little kind of, what would you call it? A nice little teaser for the work that we've accomplished thus far. Let me go ahead and find the footage of what we've completed. So this is the trailer portion. This is the one that we spent the most time. I think it took us about 8 to 9 days to get this one fairly completed. There's still a few steps, some sound effects I want to add into this video. But generally speaking, what you're about to see is roughly in line with what you'll see on my final video. I'm just going to turn down the audio a little bit. And again, this is now going to be the teaser for episode 1 of our Mongolia travel vlog series. Ignore the title sequence you'll see at the very end. We haven't settled on what the title of the video will be, but let me go ahead and play it. Like I said, we're ignoring the title there. We haven't figured that part out yet. But yes, that was the trailer for my next video that will be hopefully released in before next week, right? If we stick to our schedule. But yeah, it's something that I'm very proud of, and I do appreciate the folks who have been in the chat at different points, who've kind of provided some feedback and suggestions and support as we were trying to figure out how to make it. Now, if you do find this interesting, if you are an aspiring videographer, photographer, I do hope that this will give you some encouragement. I am not someone who studied this in any kind of formal manner. It's all been just as a hobby, turned into a passion on my side time, watching YouTube videos, going out there and actually just shooting, which is the best way to learn, combining it with my travels to keep seeing interesting things, and then yeah, just doing. So, and again, the reason I wanted to live stream, I'm hoping it will also show you guys what that process looks like. And I'm only going to show it my way. I'm not saying that the way I edit or how I tell a story is the right way. It's just my way. And so, you know, maybe some people will learn from it. Maybe other people will find ways to improve upon it and hopefully tell me. And so we can all kind of develop as a community would be my hope. But anyways, yeah, so that took 9 days to finish. And yeah, we put that aside for now. We started working through all the chapters, and like I said, we probably only have about 2 to 3 chapters left in our first episode, and then we'll still need to do the scripting and kind of like the voiceovers and all that fun stuff. And final step probably will be just doing our last audio mixer, kind of like check on the audio quality across the project. Now, before we go too deep into it, I wanted to do a little bit of a warm-up. So what I'd like to do is just work on just one quick video, like a YouTube short, let's say. So something I can publish to YouTube fairly quickly as a short. And this way we can, you know, let's say if it takes us 30 minutes, I don't think so. I already have an idea of which video I want to work with. But this will be our little warm-up before we get right into the meat of it, which is our big-ass Mongolia vlog. Now, let's kind of quickly see what we have to work with. The thought that I had was, we know we have a clip of the horse riding in a vertical format. So I figured, like, okay, we don't have to go too crazy. Let's just use one of those clips and just show it in slow motion, find some good music, slap it on this baby, and then technically we're done. So let's look at this clip and see if maybe this is usable. So I'm using DaVinci Resolve. That is my editing program of choice. I've been doing DaVinci for about a year and a half, somewhere in that same ballpark. A lot to learn still. There's a lot of things I'm probably doing incorrectly, as you will see throughout all of these past few days of streaming. But yeah, we've also gotten people in the chat who've also helped me out tremendously in terms of how to be a better editor. All right, so anyways, I'm going to look at this clip. We're just going to see if we can find the moment where it could be maybe interesting to include. So what does that look like? I'm thinking maybe we'll show some of this. Oh yeah, right here for sure. That part where you see the horse kind of flick its head. And let me increase the size of the video so you guys can see it better. I'm gonna drop this down. And I'm gonna do my best to be organized here. So what I mean by that is I'm gonna create another project, and I think we can also see which projects we can start removing. But yeah, we've got an Eagle Hunter Galloping project already. But let me create a new one. So I'm going to create a folder under my projects. And then let's see, I can move this one to completed projects. Let me go ahead and dump that over here. Same thing with this one. I think, did we do this one earlier? Let's see. Oh, no, we haven't worked on this video yet. So this will be a fun one when we get to it. There's a nice moment when this is in Zimbabwe. And then we can see here, I captured the horse as it was racing past me and did a nice little kick, you know, in my general direction. But yeah, I'm trying to stay consistent in terms of what I work on. So since we're on Mongolia, I figure we'll edit Mongolia stuff, right? So we will get to Zimbabwe. That's several trips later. So after Mongolia, we're going to have a trip to Sri Lanka that I need to edit, followed by a trip back to Uganda. This is a tour that I ran with 3 other like photography clients. I don't like to say the word tour because it's not really that formal, but it's like a workshop that I run internationally, and hopefully people can join. So we got a trip to Uganda, which will be focused on the chimpanzees, the lions, leopards, elephants, things like the shoebill stork that we saw on that trip. Then I have the trip to Zimbabwe. So yeah, we're 3 trips before we'll get to a lot of the Zimbabwe shots. And that'll be a mixture of, like, I think I spent about a week at a horse ranch, just filming all the horses. It was really fun. And then I spent the rest of the time doing African safaris for, you know, the typical safaris where we're focusing on lions, elephants, and everything in between. All right, anyways, so I'm going to go into these projects. Let me create another folder for Mongolia, Eagle Hunter Galloping 2. And then within this folder, I'm going to create the timeline. We'll call it 4K 24p. So I usually all my shots are in 4K. And then when it comes to like Instagram Reels or TikToks, YouTube and all that, any of my content that I publish, generally speaking, I like to reduce the frame rate all the way to 24p. 24p just stands for, like, essentially it's the same as saying 24 frames per second. So as you know, as far as my video quality goes, I'm trying to have 24 frames inside of a single second. That means 24 photos captured in a second. So that's the speed of the shot. A lot of the film that I will use tend to be either 60 frames per second or up to like 120 frames, or even on my more recent trips, I shoot at 240 frames per second. And that gives me the ability to slow down that footage tremendously, up to like 10% of its original speed, to still fit inside of 24 frames, but now stretching out that video to be like super buttery smooth slow motion. But yeah, so I like to make it the most, how would I say that? By doing 24 frames, I have the most ability to slow down my footage. So that's what you're seeing me do here. So I'm going to make this a 24 frames per second timeline and in vertical format. And let me just label this horse galloping, Eagle Hunter Galloping 2. I just have to make sure the timelines are all named differently. Then I'm just going to override the general project settings. We're going to leave this at the 4K setting, but I will switch it to vertical resolution. And then this is such a minor thing, but while I just said 24 frames per second, in reality, the way my camera captures footage, it tends to work in these weird decimal numbers. And I think that's just like a historical thing of like the actual frame rates back in the broadcasting days. So my actual footage of this one wasn't, for instance, 60 frames per second. It might have been 59.94, or instead of being 120 frames per second, it was actually 119.88. It's a weird thing. I don't understand why, but so really I'm just going to select this 23.976. So then when I reduce it, I can use like hopefully whole numbers in terms of the math. I don't know if any of that made sense or if I said it correctly, but whatever, you're watching me. It's worked for me so far. So 23.976, it will be the default frame rate of my timeline. And the timeline just refers to the actual video. It's like the canvas. So if you think from like an artist perspective, timeline is a canvas from which you will create what you will draw on. I don't know if you guys can hear my cat, but my second cat is behind me somewhere, so we will introduce him if he hops over to his little bed behind me. His name is Kimbap. He likes to chill right there, and Nala is currently on my lap. But they are the true stars of these live streams. I will say it now. I just live in their world. Okay, so we've created the timeline. Uh-oh, Nala is about to steal his seat. Wow, this little diva. Uh-oh, be careful. Sometimes I do feel that Nala does things out of spite. And so I think she just said, oh, you want to come up here, Kimbap? Well, right. How about no? Okay, so we have this empty canvas, aka timeline, in 24 frames per second. And so now what I'm going to do is I need to dump some clips in here. Clips, not in gun terms, but in photography, videography, is just the individual video files that I've shot, basically. So I tend to go through my like original raw imports to find the clips to drag in, but I believe we already have some in here, so I'm just going to look for them. And in particular, I'm just looking for the vertical shots of the galloping. So, and I think we've already determined which of these we want to use. We're going to use the one that had this kind of a softer background, like the non-snowy background. It had more of the brown on the foreground. So we're going to use that instead. Now, this was technically shot in landscape, but for the most part, it fits inside of the vertical frame. So I'm going to drag this in. Let's see what other shots we can use. So this is a little preview of my video files, aka clips. So I can just I can hover my mouse over the picture on the top here, and it'll let me just speed through the file and see if it's just get a preview. So right now I just want to find if I dragged in any files from that particular moment when the horse rider was racing. Not from this version, but let's see if we can keep searching. Dun, dun, dun. That might be the only one that we're going to use, because then these were future parts of the trip. Bum, bum, bum. Which we will edit at some point, but I just want to get one of these as a warm-up in. So I think that might have been the only clip. Now, these are not all the clips from this trip. It's just some of the ones that I dragged in initially. So it could be a little bit misleading. And this is from a different angle. But we'll save that one for later. That's like a version 2. Okay. So we got this one clip. I dragged it in over here. And you know what? One thing I'm going to check before we go too deep into it. I have a tendency of being very, very OCD. Yeah, I don't know what you would diagnose me as. I know everyone loves to self-diagnose. But I do get very nitpicky at times. I become very much a perfectionist. I can't let some thoughts go. So right now it's like, yeah, we can technically just work with this clip. But now like there's an itch. And my itch is I want to jump to the actual video file and see if there were other footages that I might want to potentially use. So what does that look like? I'm just going to go to Reveal in Finder. So this is my actual video file. Right, so the raw import, as I call it. Whoops. Let's jump back to that because I lost my place. So I'm just clicking on Reveal in Finder. So I have all of the original video files as I imported it from my camera memory card, are all in this kind of folder structure that I have. And so we can see the MP4 version of each clip, as well as the .nev. The .nev is the actual file I want to work with. That's the actual juicy file. That's the one that has all the data in it. You can even see it is 4.74 gigabytes versus the MP4 version of it is 110 megabytes. So the MP4 is very much like just a preview because, yeah, it's a preview file for the actual one. And the DaVinci Resolve can actually read this file, the .nev, whereas my computer natively, if I click on it, I can't actually see a preview because it can't consume it, but it can consume MP4. So all I'm doing is I'm just trying to look at some of the footages prior to the one we already have, like this one, in case I want to use this as part of the footage. So the thought process could be that maybe I want to show when the horse is riding away from me before it turns around and comes towards me. It could be a weird storyline, so I'm not sure. Espionage, thank you very much. You said, hope you are having a good day of editing. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I always have a good day, regardless of if I'm editing or doing anything. So yeah, but thank you very much for that. I will do my best to maintain it. I hope I can make it an entertaining stream for people who are tuning in. And I do see people are on here from YouTube, Twitch, and Kick, so I do appreciate it. If you're on that YouTube side, my only ask, I will ask every day shamelessly, but obviously I'm trying to grow my channel and make sure more eyeballs can see what I'm doing and test out if this is of interest. But if you're watching on YouTube, I do hope that you will go ahead and like the video. And yeah, please contribute in the chat. Feel free. I don't bite. I have lots of stories to tell, I'm sure. Whether they're interesting, that's another question. But yeah. Espionage, thank you very much for watching on Twitch. I do appreciate that. Alright, so like I said, we're going to work on some other stuff in a bit, the meteor stuff, which is the Mongolia vlog. But before I do that, I just want to see if we can do a bit of a warm-up and start with just a quick clip that we can edit. One thing you will also notice is that the video file looks super gray and drab and flat. I explained it before, but I like it re-explaining. I mean, every day is new. Every viewer who tunes in might not be the same one, and it also helps me to keep repeating myself at times when it comes to these things to hopefully be better at explaining different concepts. So yeah, anyways, you'll notice that the file looks very, very boring and flat. I mean, the action is cool, but the coloring looks very, very shitty. So do not fret. That is just how it is when you're shooting in this way. When you have certain camera gear where you can actually shoot in the RAW formats, or these kind of what they call log files, instead of like sRGB, or basically you can shoot in this very raw and in a flat type of color profile. And so when you film in that format, and every camera is different, every camera brand has their own kind of naming for it, but generally speaking, you'll see the term like log, which I'm sure is short for like logarithmic. Oh my god, what is that word? Logarithmic. Whatever, I'm just going to call it log, but there's a log profile. And essentially what that does... Oh, thank you very much for the follow. I do appreciate that, Espionage. I guess talking about it does work, so yeah, I will have to be more shameless to tell people, definitely follow me, definitely do all those actions, definitely give me all your money and all that kind of stuff, whatever it is. But anyways, okay, so the log file, it essentially will allow you to you're overriding the camera from making the decisions of what the color, the lighting, everything is in the shot. So the analogy I might give, or the comparison, is with your iPhone. Let's say if you have your smartphone, it's a little bit different nowadays because you can actually shoot in Apple log, but generally speaking, the average person, you turn on the video or even photo mode, but when you turn on the video and you shoot something, basically you're just telling the camera, the iPhone camera, to choose on your behalf the color, the lighting, the contrast of your shot. And when you hit that record, whatever those settings are that you see, what you see is what you get. When you hit record, those settings are basically burned into the shot. It's like etched in there. That is now the default baseline of what your footage is. And if you ever want to edit from that baseline, you can, but the farther you try to edit away from the original, the more it kind of stretches the image, the video, the more the video gets diluted or degraded, and you'll introduce all kinds of artifacts and weird things into your shot. Whereas when you shoot in this log format, you're saying don't apply any of the colors, don't apply any of the lighting and all that kind of stuff. Keep it this flat profile, and let me choose later on with the software program of my choice, where I will eventually choose how much light I want to insert into the footage, where I want it, the color, saturation, all of that. And the same principle applies for photography, where when you imagine you can shoot in JPEG versus RAW. So when you shoot in JPEG, same thing with using the iPhone as the example. When you take a photo, what you see is what you get, but then if you ever want to edit from whatever that color looks like, it becomes a bit tougher to do without making the photo degrade. Whereas if you shoot in that log format, in a RAW format, then when you put it through a program that can read the raw footage or files, that's when you see those photos that really pop. And so we'll do some photo editing session later on as well. But yeah, so anyways, that was my long description that I want to hopefully shorten over time the more I explain it. And the hope is that I can also think of good analogies or metaphors or whatever that helps me draw people to understand these concepts as well as myself. Okay, so long-winded way of saying this looks gray, but do not worry, we're about to add some color to it. So I'm jumping into DaVinci. So we were on this tab here called Edit, and then I'm jumping to one called Color. And so this tab essentially lets me start to work with all my footages and edit all the colors. So this is essentially the color space where I can make all the right adjustments to bring color back, and also lighting. So most of my kind of visual effects I do within here. So I already have something that I've created that's like a template, and it's a preset in, in DaVinci terms, they call it a power grade. So you'll see I'm on the section called power grade, and I've created essentially a workflow. So the way DaVinci works is that they have this node structure, N-O-D-E. So these are all nodes. You can add as many nodes as you want. And it essentially it's like in Photoshop, it's the equivalent of layers, I believe. I don't use Photoshop too often. I'm not good with that. I'm a Lightroom guy. But anyways, with these nodes, what it means is that I can do specific edits within one node, and it won't necessarily impact what edits I do in the other nodes. I do believe there's a little bit of impact when it comes to the sequence. So let's say if you do something as the first one, whatever you apply to number one could potentially affect the rest. I couldn't tell you exactly to what extent, but generally speaking, this allows you to have a little bit of separation of how you edit. What I like to do, I have my own node structure, so you'll see me apply it in a second. But this is a way for you to just do non-destructive editing. So let's say if you had one node here and you want to test something out, you want to really just play with the colors and just go crazy with it. Like let's say if I do something crazy now like this, and I was like, oh shoot, that was actually really terrible. But then if I delete this node because for whatever reason now it's like just you've gone too deep, right? The unfortunate thing is that if you delete it, any other edits you did in that same node will also be deleted. So this way you can separate it out. And actually you can see visually now the changes, right? So because I changed the second node, all the rest of the nodes are having the same kind of color applied to it. It's not like amplifying it. It's not like all of them are doing the same action, but it's now showing you the next kind of what does the canvas look like at stage 5 as at stage 4 and 3. Technically these 3 nodes I haven't done anything. They're neutral, but this shows you what is the new canvas you work with. So again, now in this case, if I delete this, I can literally just go ahead and delete it. Then we're back to normal. I didn't impact the other nodes. So that's just one example I wanted to show. But yeah, like I said, I have my own node structure. So what do I mean by that? So over here in my power grades, I have one specifically for my Nikon camera. So I shoot with my Nikon Z9 and my Nikon Z6 III. But here, I'm going to right click this node. I'm going to hit apply grade. And boom, you can see here my beautiful structure shows up. I am a little bit, I try my best to be organized. I don't always do a good job of it. I tend to kind of change up my organization all the time. But this is something, as I was starting to learn DaVinci, I did dedicate about a full 2 months maybe, just watching YouTube videos, trying to learn the basics of DaVinci. And I watched a ton of videos that were explaining this concept of nodes, and then also a bunch of different creators showing their version of like what they will do as their kind of basic workflow and the different setup. So I've essentially kind of combined from a bunch of different videos and different artists and videographers what they use as their style, and I essentially just kind of Frankenstein my own approach to it. So what you'll see is that the very first node is the most important one, and that's the one that will essentially bring the color back. So you just saw right there. Let's see if I can. Let's see if I remove all this. This was what we saw originally, and then when I apply my power grade structure or this kind of workflow, the color is in. Now we're playing with fire, essentially, right? Now we can actually see something that's kind of exciting, and all of it starts with that first node. I think I'll go into more detail later. I do feel that I need to just kind of get some work. I meant to do this very quickly. But if any time someone asks questions, just know that I like to explain as to the best of my ability, because it'll only make me better as an instructor and all that. Anyway, so I do this magic, all of this pops up, and now I can start doing edits based on the different types of editing buckets. So generally speaking, I do most of the buckets inside this one called curves, which is this box here. One that's more obvious to people is like the one called saturation. So like within this node, if I ever want to increase the saturation, then I could do it within that node. So then later on, if I look back and I'm like, wow, this is way too saturated, I can know which of these nodes I most likely did the edits on, so that I could revert back the changes or do whatever else I need to. Same thing, so I go into the curves, I look at this image, generally speaking 9 out of 10 times the only thing I'll do is I'll drop the curve from the bottom half of this line. I'll just kind of drop the curve down a bit, which then darkens the image, and it targets a lot of the darkening on the shadows and the dark portion of the image, and it just makes it slightly darker. Some people like doing the S curve, so then you'll do the exact same thing on the top half of the line, but instead I'll increase it, so I'll lift the line up, and then all it's doing is it's taking like the brightest pixels and the brightest portions of your image or your video, and then just lifting it up a little bit more in terms of the lighting. So that's generally what they refer to as an S curve, just because of the shape of an S. And then we just take a look and it's like, yeah, it's not bad. I don't mind this at all. And then we can see the effects as it goes all the way as it gets closer, and then we can see if we need to do any more selective editing. But generally speaking, this looks nice. I'm not trying to do too many crazy things with this shot. So next thing I'm going to do, I'm just deactivating a couple of the nodes that aren't as necessary for this, but it takes up a lot of bandwidth. This file, okay, this shot on its own, it's good. Nothing more to it. All I need to do now is figure out what section of the video I want to use. So as far as a quick storyline goes, maybe I just want to show before the ride started, so off in the distance. Maybe I'll even keep it shaky, I'm not sure yet. So maybe we'll start very shaky and normal speed like that, before we dedicate the rest of the time showing the charge in slow motion. So let's say like something like this, we're watching them charge straight towards us in slow motion, and then at some point I would boom hit the slow motion effect. And usually I like to time it with the music. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to stabilize both. Let's stabilize this one first, and let's see where is a good ending. Yeah, so roughly there when it goes off screen. So I'm jumping over to this little bucket in the inspector panel called stabilization. And then I can just kind of choose how much to stabilize. We probably don't need to do much because I wasn't moving too much. I think I was using a tripod. So yeah, we're good here. And then let's just drag it closer. Without doing anything, this is currently a 11-second clip in normal speed, and the first 3 seconds are dedicated to this shot. I think 3 seconds is a good enough time to kind of set the scene. Maybe longer is okay. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to choose a soundtrack. And in terms of soundtrack, we want something epic. We want something aggressive. And I already have a sense of a potential soundtrack to use because we were using it in the Mongolia vlog. That was like the Mongolian sounding music from our boy Suraj Nepal. Where art thou? Suraj Nepal, where are you? And I forget which one we downloaded from, so give me a... Oh, here we go. Okay. So I think we used one of these guys, and then there was also a soundtrack from someone named Hans. Yeah, Hans Johnson. Okay, let's quickly just listen to the soundtrack and see which one of these could work. So something like this could work, or maybe we just start it a little bit later. So this is the soundtrack we're using in our video. So we'll see it when we switch gears, but I believe there was a more epic moment. Let me see. And also, for those, anyone who ever asks, I don't know if anyone's ever curious, but yes, I am eating my snack using chopsticks. If you couldn't tell, I am of Asian descent, and as part of that, it's ingrained in my DNA to know how to pick up sticks and pick things up with those sticks. So yeah, I've had a tendency in the past, what are we on again? Day 12? All 12 days thus far, but definitely in the first 10 days, I have not actually eaten the whole day. So I'd wake up, I do my chores, errands, do some other work off stream. When the stream starts, in my time, I live in Dubai right now, starting around 2 p.m., 1 p.m., somewhere there, until, generally speaking, it was around 9 to 10 p.m. I end up not eating, so my first meal ends up being closer to midnight. I'm slowly, as I'm kind of working through the schedule and my routine, I am hoping that I can have breakfast again. So in lieu of breakfast, though, I'm eating some veggie straws, and my wonderful non-sponsored, but hopefully a sponsor at some point, Mason Perrier soda something, sparkling soda, sparkling water. This one is the Forever Strawberry. I discovered this as I started my streaming journey because I was like, oh man, I probably should hydrate beyond just my iced coffees that I have. So there we go. Anyways, let's get back into it. The soundtrack, I think there are a few epic moments that we can use. So that's a possibility. Let me just listen to the rest real quick. And what I'm doing is I'm looking at the little sound wave over here. And so that's a nice little cheat code to kind of tell when the music pops, right? So clearly we can see the music jumps up in the audio level here. So that might be one of those kind of climax moments, or the moments where I want to let the beat drop, if you will. So yeah. Too soft. All right, we're going to our boy Siraj Nepal, which we downloaded from Artlist. He's our boy. He's got a lot of good Mongolian soundtracks, using the throat singing like this one. Not bad, but I'm leaning towards the other one from before. Too soft. Too slow. Too soft. And last one to choose from. Okay, I think we have two potentials. I think we're going to use this one, because let's not overthink it too much, as I normally do. So we're going to drop this over into the soundtrack, audio 2. And I can probably actually go ahead and delete audio track 1, because we don't need to use any of the soundtrack from the original. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to unlink, essentially. There's this section to link and unlink the visual with the audio. So I'm just going to delete the audio portion of the actual video that I captured. So we only have video up top, and then we're going to use the soundtrack as the only audio. And then we just got to find the right portion of the song. And I'm thinking is when the vocal kicks in here, that's when we're going to start slowing down the footage. So I want to give it a little bit more time to breathe. Could be something like that. Let's see. That might be a little too long. We gotta make the excitement happen sooner, but not too soon. Okay. So how much time do we want to dedicate? That one is like 6 seconds. Let's aim for probably, yeah, maybe 4 seconds. I think no more than 4 seconds. Okay, so then we're gonna cut the first clip a bit shorter. We don't need all of that. I just want that. Yeah, I want the horse flick. I don't know what you would call it. So maybe we'll get rid of a little bit of the shake there. Is it that necessary to show that? I don't mind the shake because it makes this feel a bit more kind of active, adventurous almost. So, but too much of a good thing or too much of a bad thing, right? So let's see if this works. I think it should probably start a little bit sooner. And then I want to stabilize this footage. And the only thing you just saw me do there was I shifted the second clip a little bit earlier. And ideally, I wanted to line up with the beats of the soundtrack. So technically I can shift it a little bit more because based on this sound wave here, if I can increase the size of it, and we're actually gonna move this soundtrack up one track so it's closer. So if you look at this bottom here, you can see the soundtrack, technically the next beat starts slightly earlier. So I could technically shift this to either match properly, or sometimes I find that it might be better to do one frame ahead. I don't know why, but it seems like maybe my brain just doesn't process it as fast. So by having it slightly ahead, it seems to hit with the beat. So that could be a me thing. So that's one thing I'm doing just to get this to match at that transition point. Other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to stabilize the first footage. So sometimes I don't mind cropping more because it's very far away. Let's see how smooth it gets. Okay, so then we want to cut some of the beginning part or see if there's a better part. Because the moment we slow down this footage, obviously the length of this will become very, very long, because this original shot was at 60 frames. So I'm going to be able to slow this down to 40% of its original speed. So the shot could end up in the 15-20 second territory potentially. We'll just have to see. So how much of this do we actually want to use? And how much do we want to sync it with the soundtrack? Do we want to start the video? So here the good news is if we start from here, in the normal speed portion, we're watching him lift up his arm and seeing the eagle kind of start being raised up. And then when the slow motion kicks in, it's at that point the eagle is now kind of quote unquote in flight, all right? Or it's kind of hitting the air with the wings spread. So but I would also like to include this portion here when you see the horse in the close-up. So, okay, one thing I'm going to try is maybe just cutting this video even shorter. So the video starts when the hunter is closer to us. So it might be something like this. And then from here, we slow this bad boy down. So what does that look like? Let's say if I hit retime controls, I'm going to add a speed point. And just to make a crude example, let's say now the second, so basically I split this video based on where I put that speed point. So everything to the left of this is going at 100% speed. And as of now, the thing to the right of this is also 100% speed, but I will go ahead and change that now. So I'm going to go into the section called speed change, and where it says change speed, I'm actually going to shift that to 40%. because that is technically the time we have to reduce it by. Let me hit ripple timeline, so it should stretch the rest of this out accordingly, and let me hit smooth. Okay, so I hope this worked. Now the speed effect isn't as obvious here. Maybe if I, instead of doing smooth, let's go linear. Let's see if that does anything. Okay, it's not bad, but way too short. So we do have some more space to work with, which is not a bad thing. That means we can start the clip later. And then let's see, okay, next thing I want to do is I want to listen to the audio and see if there's a good ending point to the soundtrack without us having to fade it out. So let's listen from the beginning and then go from there. Okay, so I could see a kind of a closing point here, but that's like 18 seconds in. I said this before, but when it comes to making these YouTube shorts, I'm less concerned. I'm not as nitpicky in terms of what I share. On my Instagram, if you ever check out my Instagram, that's where I started my kind of content creation journey. You can see it at Yobel Prize. I'm Yobel Prize on all the socials. But if you go on my Instagram, you'll get a sense of the types of Instagram reels that I create. And a lot of them, I spend a lot of time just nitpicking every frame or figuring out the right music choice, not making the clips too long, things like that. YouTube Shorts, I just want to be able to publish consistently and often because I want to grow the channel and I want to make sure in terms of the algorithms, I'm doing everything necessary to please the algorithm gods. So 18 seconds, I don't mind. But that's one possibility. It doesn't have to be that long. It's just I'm trying to see where the music can fit. So we'll try to see if there's another nice ending point earlier than that. I kind of like it there though, so... Alright, so then the question is how much can we slow this down by? So this is kind of the point where we need to add a speed point, and we know we need to reduce this speed. They don't have the option there, that's fine. So then same thing, I'm just going to go here and select 40%. That's a little too much because then we run out of space. So that means we can crop, we can start a little bit later. We'll try the same exercise. There's probably a better way to do this, but until someone tells me, we're doing it this way. So what I'm doing is I'm just trying to shorten the length of the video from the end, like the left end of it. And then based on each time I shorten it, I'm seeing if I reduce the second half or the second section by 40%, are we almost on the money? Here we're almost on the money. And that's good enough, I think. So let's see how this kind of looks. Okay, not bad. And then what I like to normally do is I will excuse me. Okay, I'm gonna fade out the end, fade in the beginning. It's pretty easy to do because as you hover your mouse over each video clip, you'll see this little white marker on the front and the end, the front and the back. And if you click it and long press and just drag it, it essentially applies a bit of a fade. So it'll either fade to black at the end or it'll start black and fade into your shot. And the longer you stretch it, the more time it takes to do it, but it's a softer kind of a fade to black. I like to do that because then when I end up looping the video, which I do try to do when possible with the YouTube Shorts, Instagram, all that kind of stuff, It's not always possible with these longer clips. It's not always possible with whatever I'm sharing. But for shorter clips especially, if you can end up looping the very end to match the very beginning, that's a really cool effect, and that's what makes people maybe repeat watch your videos. We're not going to pay too much attention to that, but we are going to watch this on loop and see if the soundtrack feels natural, where it feels like if someone watched this 2 or 3 times in a row, does it feel like a single soundtrack because the beats were consistent? So let's test it. Kind of. It might be something at the very beginning that I might need to cut out. Yeah, so there's a little bit of a misalignment, and I just don't know where it's easier to correct it for. It could just be here. So what if I select both clips here and we shorten it? What you're watching me do is the thing I said I'm trying not to do, which is being nitpicky and spending too much time. But okay, I'm going to give myself 2 attempts. This is attempt 1. If I can't get it on the second attempt, we're done. As in, we're moving on. So... boom. I'm not going to say it's perfect, but it didn't feel like a glitch, or there wasn't a part of the soundtrack that jumped in the audio or whatever. So we were happy with that. The only thing left to do is maybe just see how we can improve each of these clips slightly. The ways I do that normally is I'll add a keyframe at the beginning and towards the end, or at the end. And I like to apply a little bit of zoom. If you've been watching my stuff, you'll notice I say this every single time. I don't do anything crazy with the visual effects, video, whatever. Honestly, generally speaking, I just like to zoom in, zoom out subtly with each of the frames, or with each of the clips. And that tends to be enough to add some nice cinematic effects to the shot. I couldn't explain the science to you, but maybe it's because as you see the zooming, it just makes it feel less, or maybe it feels more immersive, like you're getting closer to the image or to the subject. It makes it more obvious that there's motion going on. Sometimes it could be like more of a parallax effect, so maybe I'm zooming in at the same time the subject is moving in a different direction, and so that kind of somehow doesn't clash, but makes it feel more like this distorted but surreal feel to it. Who knows? Who knows? Okay, so then I added a keyframe at the beginning, but I need to add a keyframe at the end. So let me remove that fade out effect so I can actually see my shot, and then see how much I can zoom in without sacrificing the shot too much. In this case, I'm going to see if I can zoom in while actually moving it to the left at the same time. Sometimes this doesn't work. Oh, you know what? I forgot to add a keyframe at the beginning. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to reset these guys. Let's see how it looks. So if you could see, it might be a little bit tiny on the screen. Let me full screen it for a second. Over here, basically the way the keyframe works is on the starting position, you can see the settings that I have, which was nothing. This is default, so there's no zoom, which is the equivalent of when you see the number 1. And then for the position, I have 0 and 0 for the X and Y axis. So there's nothing happening here. This is as I shot it. But then at the very end, I had the ending keyframe where I had the zoom going 1.2x, and then the x-axis was shifted to 217, I don't know what you call it, points to the left, and then 222 points up or something, whatever it is. I don't know the actual ways to describe it, but you can see that is what I did. I changed these figures, so now it will try to smoothly get to that final point, and it'll just essentially average out the change, so it'll just do it evenly throughout. And then we just need to test it to see if there's anything wonky that shows up, as well as, let me stabilize the footage a bit better. Okay, let's full screen this. It's not bad, but I forgot the reason I was trying to show you guys was so you can see the numbers change. So again, let me do that again, full screen it here. So starting at 1 and 0, then as I hit play, you'll see the numbers start to just ticker on up to the end point. But it'll do it evenly. And I believe we've got our shot. We are happy with this. Is it my best work? No, not at all. Is it good enough? Absolutely. As a YouTube short where I can keep sharing little bits, bits and pieces of my travels in different ways, why not? So at this point, what I would do is I would export this video, and then we're done. So I'll do that later. For now, though, we can close off this chapter. We're going to now jump to our second agenda item, which, let me remind myself what it is as well. So you'll see that thing over here. So we just finished edit chapter 6 of Mongolia, and we're now going to jump to... Oh, no, sorry. We're going to do this first. So I didn't actually follow my own agenda. We cheated the agenda and added in a number in there. So really, agenda item number 0 was we're going to work on this quick little YouTube short, which now means we can work on agenda item, actual item number 1, which is chapter, what did I say? Chapter 6 of the, let's say pop up again. We're going to work on chapter 6 of Mongolia vlog. And before we do that, we see my cats come back up here. So again, Nala, Kimpap. Good boy. Kimpap is a bit agitated right now, and I think it's all stemming from the fact that this little diva has stolen his spot. And I'm not going to get in the middle of it for now. Let's see if they can settle things like adults, but yeah. Alright, so how am I going to get to it? So from DaVinci, I'm just going to go hit Project Manager. You'll see I have a section here, and I do have a folder for YouTube projects. We're going to go ahead and pop open Mongolia 1. And this is the file that we've been working with. And we made, like I said, we made good progress. Now before, I think what I'll do, and this is what we've been doing for the past, I think all the streams. It's kind of a nice way to motivate myself. It pumps me up every time we see the progress we've made. So we're gonna now watch the video from the very beginning. I'll try my best not to pause it, so let's just get a nice fresh pair of eyes and like a fresh viewing. What I will do is I'm probably going to add in my, I am going to speak into the mic a bit as we go through this, because I will talk through some things that we still need to do, as everything is not complete. And one thing I do know I want to do is I need to reduce the sound of some of these guys. Let's see how I can do that easily. I'm gonna shift, okay, I'm gonna unlink. I'm gonna shift all of these audio files, and I want to drop it down one level. The reasoning is the current track it's on, I have a different audio level where it's loud, and I really don't want it to play loud. And we'll fix all the audio stuff later, but this is just for our personal viewing as of now. Okay, I think we're in a good spot. So before I play this, the things I'll mention is trailer is 90% done. There will be some sound effects. There will be some other things to change. The title of this video will also still change. So ignore all the chapter titles and things you'll see along the way. What we have completed is the general timing of each clip as it appears. What we haven't done is the voiceover. You may hear me at times give my voiceover as I do need to work on the scripting. One thing we'll do as we edit is I have this little guy off to the side where we will start working on the script. And I'll explain more on how I do the scripting. It's not rocket science. It's in many ways just doing it my crude way. But this will be part of the process. Hey guys! Hey! No! Nala? No. Kimbap? No. Okay. Hopefully my cats don't destroy the house anytime soon. So, video clips are all done. Voiceover is not there. You'll hear me chime in at times. And especially as we go towards the end of the chapter, towards the latter chapters, a lot more work still needs to be done and to like fine-tune it. But I've spoken enough. Let's go ahead and play this. And let's start in full screen, and then I'll hop into the other screen in a second. Audio levels, check. I believe somewhere like here is good. And full screen, this bad boy, boom. Alright, so that's the trailer. Then we kick into our first episode, Chapter 1, Touchdown in Mongolia. I'll be adding the voiceover as I kind of do the whole, hey, welcome back guys, to a new episode. As we head off to our new destination, Mongolia. Why are we going to Mongolia? I've always wanted to go for XY reasons, and after speaking with this company, Beck Travels, we went on our way. So I'll probably talk here, just giving the context. After landing in Ulaanbaatar, the main capital, I had half a day to hang out. So I just explored the city, grabbed some good food before going to sleep to prepare for one more flight to get to our real destination deep in the heart of Mongolia, something like that. So then here I'll probably pause at times, so like I might pause when you see each member. I did this for one of my Instagram stories, but basically you'll hear my voice again and I'll be like, okay, let's meet the crew, starting with, and then like ding, you'll see her over there and I'll say her name's Bota. I'll be like, here's Bota, she was the chef of the trip. Then ding, stopping with him. This is Aibo, who is my translator and guide. And then the final pause would be here, so we'll do a freeze frame. This is Doggy, D-O-G-I, he was our driver. And then we'll continue on. So that is the crew, my travel crew. And then speaking of crew, here is my camera crew, starting with my two Nikon Z9s. One I'm lending, courtesy of Nikon Middle East Africa, so I appreciate that. as well as my Zhiyun Smooth 5S gimbal that I'm also borrowing for the iPhone, and the Insta360, as well as my GoPro to capture some of the more action moments. With all of that, we're ready to go on our adventure. So then I'll put a quick note. So we took one quick pit stop so I can enjoy my first witness of a Bactrian camel, or the two-humped camel. But otherwise, we eventually made it to our final destination. So here, let me just double check the audio levels. Let's just blast it a bit more. But basically, yeah, we should ideally be able to hear his audio at this point. But it's just like casual talk. But when the audio tunes down, then I will insert my voice, which I have the script for. So let me put that off to the side so I can read it. So here it dies down. We finally arrived at our destination and met Ardak, the host of the trip. Ardak is a Mongolian eagle hunter coming from a long line of traditional hunters. He and his wife live a nomadic lifestyle, as do many others in this part of the region, meaning they migrate between homes as the weather changes, pursuing greener pastures for them and their livestock. For the next 7 days, my game plan was to go on adventures with Ardak to explore the lifestyle of an eagle hunter, including eating delicious eagle hunter food, which tends to be my favorite, a lot of meat and carbs. So after a delicious, and then, yeah, we'll hear the audio from this part.
When you say five, as in you use our hands, or?
Five finger means like, with 5 fingers.
If you really hungry, you can accept your 10 fingers.
Yeah.
So after a delicious first meal, I turned in for the night and prepared for tomorrow's adventures. And then fade to black.
So it's Ardak,
Yeah, Ardak and
Ayalam.
Ayalam.
Is the eagle.
Yes.
What about the horse?
No, I think it's not to me.
Oh,
It's just a crazy horse.
Crazy horse?
Yeah. But we don't name horses.
Alright, so
Yeah.
crazy horse,
Yeah.
Ayalam, and Ardak the eagle hunter.
So I'll probably have voiceover in that section. So I think at that part, I might leave this quiet the whole time. And then when that part in the beginning, as we're preparing, I'll have some quick moments where I speak through, like, after doing a little bit of preparation, meeting the rest of Ardak's crew, we were off to go on our very first adventure, blah, 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 something to that effect. And then I think for now I'll leave the rest of this silent in terms of my voice. fade to black, and that's how far we got as of yesterday. So yesterday was a really fun stream for me in particular because we made big progress. There's a lot of kind of mental hurdles and kind of, I don't know what you would call it, but there were so many moments where I couldn't really get this to work in terms of the soundtrack, fitting in the right moments. We had like way too much footage to try to fit inside of a short amount of time because I am very wary and I'm very aware that I don't want to make this a very, very long video. Ideally, we can keep this to within 15 minutes because that's just a personal hypothesis that if it's much longer than that, then you might not have as much of an engaging audience. So if I can keep things within 15 minutes, that would be ideal for the length of like an episode. And so right now we are at 8 minutes and we're basically right at the 9-minute mark. So if I'm going to be able to fit the rest of our video into 15 minutes, I've got roughly 6 minutes to go. So it's still a big ambition to hit 15-minute mark. It's a self kind of, I'm putting this limitation on myself, but anyways, it's a good kind of ambition regardless. So I was struggling to figure out a way to fit all of these kind of epic moments in within a single soundtrack here. We did ultimately figure it out. We had some really cool aha moments where the video synchronized with the music really, really well, where you see with the beats, and then there's moments where the eagle turns its head at the right time. What were some of those moments? Definitely from here. So like in this section here, I really liked it where you'll see the head turn with the beat right there. So you got one head turn to the right, one more coming up, look to the left, and then ending with the head looking at the camera slightly offbeat, boom, this way, and then just ending with that. So there's like some nice moments like that we did figure out yesterday. So I was very, very happy with the progress. But yeah, hopefully if you're watching this, you find this entertaining, you find it good quality. So there's a lot, like I said, that we still need to do. You'll notice some of the clips here are still shaky. Some of the transitions may not be as good. Like really, I just slotted in clip after clip. So we might want to add some transition effects in between some of the shots to kind of soften when it jumps from one clip to the next. There's like all sorts of things that we still do need to do. But the toughest thing we've solved for, which is just figuring out what is the cadence of the story, how do we actually progress the story within the most optimal time. And I think this works. Storyline for that chapter, as you can tell, was well, let's see, from even the prior chapter, we met the rest of the home, essentially. So we met Ardak, we met Ayalam, his golden eagle. We met the horse, which unfortunately doesn't have a name, but we called him Crazy Horse. And then we met the doggos. We did a little bit of preparation. So as we went on our first adventure, then we actually see the journey. So we're actually heading up to the top of the mountain. And then transitioning to seeing the eagle being essentially freed, in a sense, not really freed, but being able to fly out free, explore, kind of get its own warm-up in. And then ultimately I got to see what the eagle hunters do, where they were training the eagle. So then from a distance, they'll call the eagle towards them using like bait and whatever they're shouting. And then, yeah, if all goes well, then you're able to see how the eagle will come to the hunter and get called. So then we have some of those. So we have the eagle in flight on its own. Then it transitions into eagle with the hunter. And then it transitions into eagle, hunter, and horse on like horseback. And we've also been able to transition in terms of the soundtrack when it picks up the pace, when there are different moments in the soundtrack in terms of the mood of it. Then we switch gears to show from the flying to the riding. And even with the riding, we were able to fit in all of the key kind of slow motion clips, but doing it in a way that continues to crescendo or like match with the music. There's a few things I do still want to adjust in terms of the audio levels, because it kind of softens during this transition point, which I don't want. I want it to feel like it keeps going in terms of more epic and loud before it does a drop off, but we'll work on that in a bit. But ultimately, ending with some cool close-up, and then we also got it timed to the end of the soundtrack. And then as it closes off, as we see this second horse kind of start to obstruct the view, we use that as our nice way to transition, essentially fading to black. And at which point, chapter, what are we on? Chapter 7, 6? So chapter, this is chapter 5. Okay, so now I'm going to copy this guy over, and we're going to create chapter 6. Let's figure out where it should start. Probably around here somewhere. So then chapter 6 pops in. Now actually, before I go too deep into that, I got laughed at. I was flamed yesterday at my choice of fonts and the typography. Never again. I cannot bear such humiliation for too long. Actually, the worst was when ChatGPT was flaming me. So, we are learning. We are improving. So these are all placeholders still, but at the very least I want to remove the one that we have before. But yeah, either way, this will be our new placeholder font and stuff. Let me just use this to kind of change it up. So chapter 6 is where we go. This is where it's going to get even more fun. So if you thought up until this point the video is cool, you get, you know, it's like, hey, how awesome to be able to see the kind of eagle in flight and this whole traditional eagle hunter and the charge. Do not worry, this video only gets more and more epic. So this chapter is focusing on a little bit of a pause in the sense that we had all this adrenaline, soundtrack goes crazy. Now I want to drop it down a notch. I want to take us back to normalcy in a bit, of like calmness and kind of recover, if you will. So I think that probably is important. This is my hypothesis when it comes to storytelling, but I imagine you don't want to just go, especially on a longer video, going like 0 to 100 and then from 100 to 200 to 200 300 all the way to the end of the video at 500 probably is too much. It might be mentally exhausting. It doesn't give people time to mentally breathe and process and really enjoy the next adrenaline rush. So my thought process is that, you know, we ended with this loud soundtrack, it builds up, we have this epic action moments in slow motion. So then the next chapter I want to start it off a bit slower. So what we're going to start with is some of the moments when we went out to do some ice fishing. And it's still interesting because it's like, it's cool to see the landscape and what they were doing. But then at some point there will be a turn in that chapter. It probably will be in the same chapter, but then all of a sudden we're going to be in the middle of a snowstorm and it's going to be epic. So that's where the adrenaline kicks back in. And I don't think it'll ever necessarily calm down again until the very end of the episode. But yeah, we'll be hit by a snowstorm. We're going to have some epic shots of that. And then from there, we're going to switch gears to going on the next ride. That'll probably be the next chapter, where we're now in the thick of the blizzard. And this snowstorm hit us for a number of days. We were at negative 40 degrees. You see both when we're out on the ride and seeing the horses, the horse riders, everyone, we're just stuck in this like pure white almost at points, as well as how did that affect the farmland, including the dead horse at the very end. So I think this works. Chapter 6. So then we've got, what should we name this one? So it could be Let's Go Ice Fishing. Placeholder, so don't worry if you think that's a really, really shitty naming. I kind of agree with you. It's just and apologize. I started to feel sick like a couple days ago, and so I feel a little bit congested still, and I can hear it in my voice and when I'm trying to talk for too long. I will do my best to speak eloquently and engagingly. All right. Let's see some of the clips that we're not going to use anymore. So in terms of my process, I'm a little bit paranoid of deleting even the clips that we end up not using in our first round, or like our draft. So what I do is I kind of put all the files that I'm still uncertain we may end up going back to and using it. I'll put it on the bottom layer. as well as I will shift it all the way to the end of the timeline so it's not in the way. So these are all the clips that we ended up not using. And there's a lot of good stuff in here, by the way. So that's what I said. As I play with becoming a YouTuber, not becoming, I guess I am technically now, but as I continue creating content for YouTube, I mentioned briefly one of the things I like doing, and you can actually see it on the TV behind me, but it's probably blown out in terms of exposure. I like creating longer form videos, like, you know, imagine like an hour long, where I'm just taking all of the wildlife clips that I took from a given moment or a part of a trip, and then I'll just play it in slow motion in its long form with very relaxing music to go with it, and I just blast it on my YouTube as a playlist. So it's for a different type of audience. It's for people who maybe want background video that shows some, you know, wildlife, National Geographic style thing with some relaxing background music. So yeah, what I'm saying is that all these clips that we end up not using, especially with the wildlife or like the eagle shots, I will be able to publish it in some form or fashion on my YouTube, and you guys will see that, right? You'll see that process as I make that video as well. So that is the point of all these live streams. You're literally just getting a I was gonna say a bird's eye view. I don't know if that really works, but you're getting a bird's eye view in terms of the behind the scenes. How do I make my videos? And yeah, how the sausage is made, the good and the bad. And my hope is that if the final results, if the final videos that we make end up being very epic, obviously that's the goal. I don't want to produce shitty content, but if the things at the end are very, very epic, my hope is that people can watch this at any point, whether it's just playing back the VODs or watching it live, and you'll find some value in the process of seeing an empty canvas, seeing, you know, it is hard work. Like, I'm not gonna downplay it. It is very hard work doing this, and it's, some parts are easier than it might look, and some parts are really tough. But to be able to see that every step of it, however many days or hours it took me to make it, there's a labor of love behind the scenes. And I do hope that could be something you guys find valuable to have been a part of that process. Okay, so what you're seeing me do, I'm just looking at some of the clips just to make sure they're probably not clips I will use. So the only thing I'm thinking about is like, okay, we ended with the eagle riding straight to us. Do I want to start the chapter fresh, where it's like, forget all the like clips where we're seeing us return back to headquarters? Like, so these are all the horse as we were riding, you know, we came down the mountain and then we were heading back to the settlement essentially. So is it worth showing some of that as I have some voiceover, and, you know, as things cool down and I'm like, well, that was quite the adventure, you know, so that was our first day of blah blah blah, and so then after that we headed back to our, you know, our camp, and then prepared for the next one, and then transitioned to going over to the ice fishing. That's one thought. So potentially I will want to keep some of these clips. So like any of the clips where we're either coming down the mountain or just showing us riding back to camp. So before I delete these or like say we're not going to use it, let's think about what clips to keep. Okay, so these ones maybe this one, and then all of these we won't need. Okay, so that means I can drag all of these guys together. I'm going to push all of these guys out of the way. Whoops. So these are all the old clips, or I say old, these are the non-usable clips, let's say, alongside these guys. All right. And then we're going to move all these guys forward because this is part of the next chapter. So as we shift these guys forward, and we're going to shift all the clips we won't use backwards. And this will help us figure out the storyline now. Alright. So, we end with this clip. Let's just play it again so I get a sense of what could work well. So as an example, what if it goes like this, fades to black? So it could be just like some random shots like this where we're returning home. That's kind of the segue, if you will. Because if I don't do this, then I might just jump into a different clip where we're heading off going ice fishing. But I think maybe this probably makes a bit more sense for two reasons currently. One, again, I want to calm things down. We just did this whole adventure. We were outdoors, seeing the riding and all that. And I don't want too much time to pass by. And I also had a lot of time where there wasn't voiceover, so I didn't have time to explain what's happening. So then I can use some of this where number two reason is now it's shifting to a video that shows me. And while I'm okay not ever showing myself, but I do realize the importance of it for like these videos. So I think after all of the actual shots I took, we jump back into like the behind the scenes moment, or like showing myself that I was on this event. I was there as well, guys. Yeah, so then bringing it back to me and the brand and all that fun stuff. So I'm thinking this makes sense. And then as we start clipping this up, it'll be like, okay, let's think about the scripting. So let me say if there's chapter 6, let's go ice fishing. So then here, the tone I'm going for is a bit of a recap. So like, recap the last adventure. I don't know the script yet, but basically the tone will be something like, This is where ChatGPT can help me out. So oftentimes in this process, what I'll do is I'm gonna speak to ChatGPT like casually. I'll be like, hey ChatGPT, here's all the episodes, and I'll show you guys the process. Like I'll be like, hey, so here's what I'm thinking. Here's the tone. It's helped me with my prior videos. So sometimes I'll be like, if you remember how you helped me before, this is the kind of tone of voice that I'm looking to maintain. Here are my thoughts, unscripted, blah, blah, blah. And so like in chapter 6, I'll be saying like, okay, so I want to say quickly how, just to recap the adventure we were just on, but then also setting the scene as we were returning back to our home, and, doing a bit of a change of pace. We decide we're going to go ice fishing. So, and then I'll dump it to ChatGPT, and it'll give me its suggestions of like, oh, you should say this phrase. Boom. It's not always perfect, but sometimes by seeing it written out with their suggestion, it can either give me a light bulb moment, or I can at least say like, that's garbage. Like, hey, what you said there, definitely don't do that. But then it can attempt again. It's nice. AI is crazy. It does help me more than hurts me as a content creator. So yeah, anyways, we'll show that process as well. But I do think it makes sense to show some clips here now as we've died down. We do this. Let me get a sense of the duration. Also, this is kind of a goofy scene. After seeing how epic these guys look in their glorious slow motion and in their outfits, then you see my dumbass bouncing around. And I was really bad as a horse rider, I will say. There's hope for me yet, but in the very, very few times I've ever been on a horse, It wasn't graceful, but in my defense, every time I've been on a horse as of late, I'm carrying around camera, selfie sticks, whatever else. So yeah, it's not like it's just me. Okay. All right. So anyways, I think a bit of this, and then also showing when I turn the camera so you can see the riders again. I think that'll be nice. So somewhere to that point, we might clip it up a little bit more. Let's see if that section's better. So potentially, I guess maybe somewhere around here. Same mood slash vibe, but I'm just seeing which one's better to kind of capture them. Unfortunately, there, obviously, I was way off with my panning over effect. This is an option. Let's see. A bit smoother. So this is a potential. It was a bit faster on the transition, so I don't need as much time to kind of talk about this. Another thing let me do real quick is let me just drop down these clips, the ones that we're kind of working with. So this is option 2 over there. And now we got an upside down option. I wonder how this looks actually when I okay, let's switch it over. I'm gonna flip this guy. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so these ones we don't need. So really, we've got 2 potential sections, I think, between this shot here and maybe cutting it a little bit sooner so we pan over a bit faster. Now, one issue I have with this version is that I kind of crop most of them, right? So they're very much at the kind of like bottom weighted. Whereas here, yeah, it's okay. So that might be all I need to make my decision. Let's try something real quick. Sometimes I like to not use a single clip. It just depends, but like if there are times when I can just dump in a few more clips, especially with the new generation, right, where it's like short attention span, as well as myself, but having multiple clips can help a little bit with just keeping things interesting. Potentially. Let's assume for now this is okay though. What about these other clips? I mean, I guess I'm showing off the fox coat, but not enough clean frames to warrant it. Eudora, what's happening? Everything's happening. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good morning, good afternoon. I apologize to forget where exactly in the world you are. I should know this by now, but yes. Good morrow, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and happy brunch, whatever. Oakland, yeah, okay, of course. Yeah, you shared your website, and yeah, I remember now. Oakland, yeah, go Raiders. Are they still out there? I don't know. I say that hesitantly because I seem to remember there's always some issue with Oakland Raiders, like, you know, trying to move them out from Oakland, or... Oh yeah, did that happen already? Okay. Oh, and there was like the whole LA Rams. Was that right? I don't know. Listen, I swear there was a time when I did follow every element of American football religiously. You wouldn't be able to tell now with my lack of knowledge, but the Raiders left. Sorry to hear that. I will say, man, some stereotypes. Okay, there's always a little bit of truth to a lot of stereotypes. I will say, okay, not to endorse stereotypes, but one of those stereotypes that I personally, as an anecdote, experienced was, I think, the 2 times maybe when I went to Oakland, to the stadium there to watch football. I'm from Arizona, so I think I went maybe once or twice at some point when the Cardinals came over. Because I support my boy Larry Fitzgerald. I'm assuming he's retired by now. But my God, the Oakland Raider fans, you guys were insane. Not in a good way. My God. And like that was always the stereotype, right? Like people would always talk about the Raiders. There was that you guys had a section in the. It was probably behind the goalpost or something. Yeah, the black hole. I don't think I was necessarily anywhere near there, but the effects of the black hole, I could feel it, and it was not good. You know, there's some really, really rude ass people that we had to deal with. Like, there's always people trying to like pick fights in every direction. My God. So yeah. Anyways, that was my little bit of an experience with Oakland fans. I know the same thing said about Philly, but yeah. Las Vegas Raiders. Damn. Okay. I mean, good for them, I guess. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I say that so like emphatically. R.I.P. I like Oakland. I think it's like more money should be going in there, not less, right? You should be trying to revitalize as much as possible some areas, and I think Oakland has a lot of potential. But unfortunately, I feel like there's some, the things that make it to the news that comes from, let's say, Oakland area, or in these days, like the entire Bay Area, but like San Francisco, it tends to be only the negative stuff that makes it out, which is unfortunate. Because like Oakland, you know, crossing the bridge to get to that side, it's really cool. There's like so much to do. It's beautiful. It's yeah. Anyways, where were we? Yeah. So Adora, if you're just tuning in, basically, we did a little bit of a video editing session in the beginning for one of my shorts that I can work with, just because I had a file that I knew I didn't work with in the past and I wanted to work on it. And then we reviewed our progress. I'm very happy with it. And then we saw so now we're just working on how to kick off chapter 6. And the current thought was that chapter 6 will focus on the ice fishing, and then when we first get hit with the blizzard, so we'll kind of taper things down after all this adrenaline rush. And then I was just thinking, what is the first clip that we'll see as we transition from the crazy eagles and the music? So the thought was bringing it back to showing my face, because you know what, like we need my face everywhere as much as possible. But yeah, like in all honesty, like it probably makes sense in terms of where I insert myself back into the story. It's a calm moment. It's a little bit goofy moment as you're seeing me trying to do my best to ride. And then we're heading back. So we're now heading back in the direction of the, you know, like the settlement. And then we're just going to go into the ice fishing after that. Eudora, you said, like the first ever In-N-Out what? The In-N-Out closed out there. Damn, that's a tough one. Your mayor was indicted by the feds? Oh my God. How far behind am I with all of this? Let me just turn to the full screen real quick, because we didn't get to have a good introduction to Kimbap today. Hey, Kimbap. Good boy. He was kicked out of his bed because Nala kind of stole it. But after a bit of fighting, it looks like he's won his throne back. So, as a reminder for anyone tuning in for the first time, we do have a cat camera dedicated for my cat. But right now, Kimbap is showing his ass. So what can you do? Kimbap, you want to look over this way? Yeah, over here? Over there? Whatever. And also, I do need to blow my nose, because while thankfully I have not gotten super sick, that was my concern a couple days back, I do feel congested, unfortunately. So I need to blow my nose in a second. But let me read what you said. Our mayor was indicted by the feds. I didn't know that. Who? She also got recalled. Damn, both? What's going on? She also got recalled. Like, I know the crazy stuff with New York City, right? With Eric Adams. Like, my God, you know, not to go too deep into politics necessarily, but like, dude, how is that guy still, you know, showing his face after everything that's happened? Bribery charges? Jeez. Okay, give me a moment. I gotta blow my nose. How should I do this? I'm gonna show you. Oh, because I haven't tested my second camera in a while. Yeah, my second camera keeps breaking. If I don't show it, maybe. What do I do here? Here, I'm gonna switch back to this, but I wanna fix my second camera. Studio display camera, yes. If I delete it, no. Okay, if I choose studio display camera, will you turn on for me? All right, I'm gonna try to add it again under video capture device, studio display cam. Okay. There we go. Okay. Just give me a second. I gotta blow my nose. I'll keep the video running and I'm gonna mute the mic. Yeah, no. I know, Adora. Don't worry. Thank you. I appreciate you looking out for me. I left the camera on. I mean, there's nothing. You know, it's not like I'm showing anything incriminating with that second camera. I don't think. Wait, am I? No, it's just you're just seeing my kitchen. You know, it's not the cleanest or the messiest. It's just a kitchen, right? But I figure at some point I want to test all the cameras and see just the cool effects. Like I said, we do eventually want to have an overhead camera here, so we can do a little product shot, which I'm laughing because, like, in terms of product, I was talking about like camera gear, travel gear, but right now, really, if I did activate a product shot, it would be on my veggie straws and my Mason Perrier sparkling soda, Forever Strawberry. But yeah, we'll keep improving the stream. So, but yeah, my God, Edora, that's crazy news about the whole bribery charge. I don't know how I missed that. Was that recent or was this like years back? In the meantime, let me also go back into editing as we learn more about the corruption spread across America. Idori said, do I have any strategy with video titles or thumbnails? Yes. My strategy is I ask ChatGPT. Yeah, it is a crucial part of my strategy. I just go like, hey man, what should I make the title for my video? And then I give it the context and then it'll pop out something. It's not always great, but again, it's all about just trying to funnel in and hone in on like potential good ideas. But my general understanding of like titles for my YouTube videos is it just has to have certain keywords that probably will trigger the algorithms. So like if this is a Mongolia vlog, let's say, obviously I want to have Mongolia somewhere in there. If I'm showing a lot of eagle stuff, then I probably should have eagle in there. The typical thing like that. Thumbnail, I don't really know. I just do, for thumbnails is mainly just whatever I'm happy with. So let's jump into the quick thumbnail that we have. At least the thumbnails that I've been doing for my YouTube. So like I said, this was the first thumbnail and it was using images from a different video I created, but then eventually I switched over to doing the Mongolia ones. And I kind of kept with this from an earlier concept. But this way, when you think of like the thumbnail size, you know, usually it's not going to be big, it's going to be more like this. So the key thing is I just got to make sure the title is visible, the images make sense, and whatever else. So for the YouTube, like my live stream, I figured show my face in my home studio, excuse me, but then also show some of the photos I'm working on. And then show enough of a change between image to image so it doesn't look like the exact same photo. So then here, that's when we started employing the whole like let's update the images with the images we edited from the prior day. I was testing out different ways to do the titles, and then once we hit day 7, the only change I made was like, okay, let's do the next week but in a different format. So then I just popped the photos on the top. I was doing these larger titles down there. We did this we're doing this strategy of doing the kind of the background, like mixing in between the titles, switching up the photos, introducing my other cat, and then this one, and then today's one. While we didn't end up editing photos yesterday, what I did is I took some of the still frames from the video portion that we edited, and then I just plopped some of those guys in here. But yeah, so you can see I'm still including a title, so live stream, day 12, and then Project Mongolia. But yeah, I don't know, sorry, let me look at if you said anything, but hopefully that answers what you're saying. You're asking like, okay, let me read it. Strategy, don't you think there's a science to it? Probably, yes. And don't you want something clickbaity? Probably. I won't give a yes exactly, because I think clickbait has a little bit of a negative connotation to it, and which I kind of agree with. I don't want to necessarily have a thumbnail that clickbaits people to watch my video. If you think of how I define clickbait is like, well, yeah, it's enticing someone to click on the video, but oftentimes the negative connotation being that what they see in the thumbnail isn't actually what they'll get, and it could be tricking the audience or the viewer into seeing something or enjoying something or watching something that is completely opposite. So I want to avoid anything that's clickbaity that will be false advertising. And yeah, so that's the only thing. Yeah, it's only clickbait if they're disappointed. Fair enough, but there's a part of it where it just feels like it makes me feel a bit slimy if I were to do something. I can't think of a good example with my videos, but if like I used some imagine it's like I took a stock image or some AI image or whatever image of an eagle diving down and attacking my head, or like, you know, attacking a goat or something, right? And if I use that, and then people click on the video thinking like, oh my god, what a crazy adventure, I can't wait to see that. And then that moment will never happen because, you know, that never happened. And so those kind of things would be an example where it's like, yeah, that's probably too far. But I can imagine if I had a shot like that, it would really draw the attention of people to click. There's a science to it, I'm sure. I just, it's like a science, but in air quotes. But yeah. If you have suggestions, I mean, I'll always take it. But yeah, let's see. What else do we have to look through? Okay, so I was saying this one I probably won't use. Let me just drop it down for now. But I do agree, it's only clickbait if they're disappointed. So the example I gave is pretty exaggerated. Of course they'll be disappointed because there won't be an eagle attacking me or killing a goat. Alright, I think I can safely delete all of this. So that one I will actually delete. Let's check out the final one of these. This one's nice in the sense that, wait, did we not see something like this before? Why does this one look so much better? Oh, because here we didn't spend as much time maybe on it? No. Yeah, we didn't spend as much time when the ground turned a little bit more bumpy. Here it just looked a lot cleaner. Like the visual looked much more texturized, and so I might prioritize this. Yeah, I might prioritize this. Idora, you said, I feel like when I read a title and it asks a question, it tends to get me pulled in. Ah. Like, oh, the title, sorry. Not in the thumbnail, though. You're saying, like, if the actual video title has a question in it? I'm just trying to think how it would apply to my upcoming video. Have you ever seen an eagle hunter? uh, does eagle... Yeah, let's see. It's a good one. We're gonna have fun with that too. We'll make a session out of it when it comes to figuring out the title and the thumbnail, and we'll also use ChatGPT. It could be fun to actually show some of the other AI tools as well. Like, I wonder if I can make ChatGPT compete against I don't know what else is out there, Grok or one of the others, and then see which one comes up with the best suggestion. You can't believe who I met. Yeah. Well, take a quick pause. In terms of what we said episode 1 will be on, I do want to focus the title of the video to be on that climax. So in this case, it's going to be the snowstorm, right? It's going to be the eagle hunters riding into the snowstorm, surviving the blizzard, basically, is what I'm going to say. So I do think the theme of episode 1 will be showing a lot of those moments as we see how this crazy historical snowstorm impacted me on my travel, as well as Mongolia overall. Like I said, I think it killed over 500,000 livestock, maybe upwards of 1 million. And we do have those epic, where is it? We got the snowstorm riding thing here at the beginning and at the end. So as we get more closer to that point in our editing process, we will start trying to think about what is the thumbnail, what should be the hero image, where do we insert titles. This probably will be the hero image, something from this, because it tells a cool dramatic story, and it's just about pulling the right portion of it where we can make out the details of everything. That's my main contender right now, something from the actual charge. Episode 2, it's most likely going to focus on, what do we say, like a little bit of the adventures, but then also when we were drinking and having fun with the hunters. So it might be like a shot where I think I might have a shot where we're all cheersing with the vodka. So it's a more casual shot as opposed to like the epic wildlife stuff. But maybe I'll look at the example you gave last time of that one YouTuber, and I already forgot his name, but the one who got drunk with, who was it? The one who got drunk with the locals. We can look at that. Okay, so maybe some portion of this we'll use just to show the... I think this backdrop looks cool. But I'm clipped up here a little bit, or I'm not perfectly lined up. Mic okay? Is there an issue with the mic? Testing. Let me know. How is my mic? Oh, that's hilarious. That's the streamer's name, Mike. Okay. Is there, yeah, what's the meaning behind his name? I'm curious now. Was it because he tricks people like it tricked me? Mike, okay. So this view, I'm not as big of a fan. There's not much going on in the background. So if we end up using some portion of this, it'll be either here when you see the kind of the snowy texture on the ground, or it'll be when it, yeah, like from here again. Yeah, Mongolia is beautiful, by the way. Like, you know, I do want to... I hope I can do it justice, but we'll see. We'll see. Oh, that's nice. Oh, actually, okay. This takes the win. That takes the cake, as they say. So, definitely at least up until the... somewhere here. All right, let's see. We'll draw these two forward, and I assume that means I can delete all this, unless there's another good spot. Let's see. Idori said last name is O'Kennedy or something. O'Kennedy. Okay, I gotcha. Mike, okay. By the way, Idori, remind me, did you say you also stream or what's up? Or are you like a veteran at Twitch? You stream once in a while? Okay, gotcha. Listen, we made some progress on Twitch. I think I finally hit 19. Oh, I might actually have 20 followers, alright? We're making strides. I might have hit 20. I could be wrong. I think Espionage today could have been number 20 for me. I believe I have to hit 50 to, as part of the qualifiers, to be like whatever the next thing is. A thought that I have is I might time it. I want to see how the first 30 days goes, maybe. There's not necessarily a rush. So I might do the first 30 days just doing what we're doing now. Like I won't necessarily be promoting my channel to anyone outside of just blasting this on YouTube and the platforms. At some point, maybe I'll make it more public to, let's say, my Instagram followers and to some of my friends. But yeah, we'll see how the first 30 days goes. But we are making progress. Kick is a slower progress. I think Kick, I might have like definitely less than 10, somewhere in that bucket. And the annoying thing right now with Kick is that it keeps changing my category. I just put it under just chatting, but then at some point, I'm assuming someone who works at Kick will keep pushing my video to a different category, the one that's called video production, which I'm not sure if it's a good or bad thing, but I assume just chatting has a bigger audience of people watching that might discover me as opposed to how many people are on video production. I don't know. Okay, so this could be a good ending shot because obviously now you can see we've made it back to civilization. And then there's some potential shots in here, but let's see. This is cool framing, you know, because obviously we got something going on in the front and the back. But we also don't want to spend too much time. This is just meant to be like a transition, you know, just a few moments so I can get some dialogue done. Essentially what would happen then is like I'd be like, so after a full day of enjoying being out in the open with the hunters, blah, 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 we headed back and kind of, you know, switched gears to another activity, going ice fishing. Something like that. And then we'd switch over. So probably only need from here to like roughly there. So which clips to use? That is the question. I think I want to show a little bit of the, as I'm bouncing a bit more, and then we'll taper down to more slow motion. But that means I won't use this one, because as we're shifting over, I want to show the shifting over where we see Aibo. So let's think about this. Oh, where'd it go? I thought this section had it, so it must be this sound. Okay. There he is, Aibo. And then we end with this shot. So maybe this. Yeah, I think this should do. So how many seconds are we looking at here? From roughly at the 9-minute mark, about 15 seconds. So giving me 15 seconds to have some dialogue to, what would be the word? Detox, I guess? Or, yeah. Something, something, something about the adventures we were on. Boy, wasn't that fun, yeah? Alright, well, to switch gears, we headed back to the home. We headed, okay, let's try again. Boy, oh boy, wasn't that fun, yeah, matey? Alright, crikey. We're heading back now after such fun times. We're, going back to Aibo's home before going on our next activity, which will be doing some ice fishing. So I think that's good enough. We could probably shorten it by 3 seconds or so. So it can either end, so I can either maybe pop this guy up here. And then taper it down. This is probably good enough. Wasn't that fun, guys? Something, something, something. Anyways, heading back now. Before we start our next adventure. I have to. I'm going to use adventure too often, so I have to keep an eye out for that. But basically, we're going to go ice fishing. So, we've made progress there. Let's drop all these guys out of the way. And that means I can delete all of this as well, probably. Yeah, maybe I'll keep this one. But these ones will drop down now. We'll drag all of these out of the way. We'll push these guys forward. I don't know where to fit this whole yurt. You know what? Let me look up what the right word is here. I'm going to stick to one. Yurt or gur? In Mongolia, a yurt is called a gur? What the heck? While yurt is the term more commonly used around the world, gur is the traditional Mongolian word for this type. Okay. Cool. So I'm going to just keep saying gur. So I don't know where I should show the gur shots. That could be another episode. I can see that fitting into episode 2 or 3 maybe. So let me deprioritize this. We're going to bring these guys forward now. And this one also, I need to figure out where to insert this clip. Because it is a fun one. But I might want to save this for episode 2 or 3. Possibly as episode 2. Because actually, we haven't decided yet if it's only going to be 2 episodes or 3. But I think I won't show this in episode 1. Because this one fits in nicely with the whole storyline of episode 2. Where we went out for adventures, but then it got so cold that we had to essentially go back into one of the village, or like not the village, we had to go into someone's home, and then we ended up drinking and all that stuff. So then here, obviously it conveys a bit of that, showing how cold it was. Or even inside the van, we had the eagle bundled up in the vest.
Girl, it's a girl. Congratulations, Yobo. You had a new baby.
Yeah, so I'm going to save that one for later. Same with this one. I think we'll save some of the dog shots we already had some good dog shots in the first episode. So what I'll do is I'm going to draw these guys back. Yeah, so we got some more dog shots there. So let me put all the dog shots together. And it's also dog shots combined with the gur, because it's all near the gur. So there could be some story to do with that. And then this eagle in the van shot will also save it. So while we will not use it in our current episode, it will be somewhere in our next one. So let me keep it there. And these are all the shots we said have been deprioritized. All right. See, we're almost done. Or like, you know, we see the finish line. You know, we finally see the end of all of this, which is, this will all be part of the current chapter about let's go ice fishing. Then we've got the stuff in pink, which will be chapter 7, where maybe we'll name chapter 7 something like Winter is Coming, right? Play on Game of Thrones and all that. And then the decision we'll have to make is, do we make the preparations and aftermath its own chapter? So like all of this could be chapter 8, or chapter 8 could be preparations for the storm. Chapter 9 could be the aftermath, or RIP to a good one, or whatever we want to say, but you know, RIP to the horse. And then photo montage. The light at the end of the tunnel. We're almost there. Okay, let's review some of these other clips before we start organizing. So it could be, you know, after we show these clips of like, okay, we headed back to the settlement. I keep saying settlement, I don't know what the right word would be. We head back to Ardok's home. Maybe we have a clip here where we hop in the van, because we did take the van to get to the ice fishing. So it could be that. Could be, I say. We don't know. Because the irony is that the video is me filming this, so how am I filming this if I'm supposed to be in that van? You know, life's great mysteries. Alright, so then let's look through some of these clips and start organizing them. Okay, so this will be part of the later chapter, because obviously we're seeing the snowstorm has hit. So in terms of ordering, this is what happens as part of the preparations chapter. So let's go find that real quick. What else? Same thing. This is all part of preparations. So I did a shot where you can see me exiting. And this is definitely still, yeah, so this is all part of when the storm essentially hit us. So let me add that as well. To the final chapter. Alright, here, this was part of the ice fishing. So let me bring these down so we can hear it a bit better.
Walking across the frozen river, going ice fishing for the first time. I don't know the first thing about it.
So I mentioned this before, but on this trip I didn't know the importance of the microphone. So you'll hear, you know, at times I'm just naively talking to my cameras, not knowing that really it's just picking up a lot of wind sound.
So I'm here to observe.
So we'll see how much we can reserve, or how much we can save. But in terms of the pacing of this anyways, I don't think we'll end up retaining any of it. It was just good practice for me in the moment to like speak into a camera more often.
To test the depth of ice, I think.
Okay.
Holds
So story-wise, this is probably somewhere in the beginning. This will come towards the end. So we'll show how the snowstorm picks up. And then we'll do the van stuck in the snow as the very end. So as far as the story goes, that kind of makes sense, right? So we'll be like, we went out for ice fishing. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, we get hit with the storm. And then we see how it affected even the van now being stuck. So like I said, this will be a much more like lighthearted, casual chapter. It'll still be fun, right? But yeah, it's like a fun chapter. Just showing a little bit of the craziness of traveling in the heart of Mongolia, but not necessarily overdoing it with the epic soundtracks. So this is our detox chapter. So what I'm thinking is these horse shots, I might have these pop up first before the storm hits, because you're seeing a little bit of the effects of the storm here, where it's like, oh, we're seeing the wind pick up. You know, let me get rid of this soundtrack. We see the wind pick up and everything, and then as the wind gets even stronger, so I'll even make a note here where it's like, oh, as we were out there with fishing, started to feel some noticeable changes in the weather, including the wind started to pick up pretty heavily. And as I'm saying all these things, we then can show some of these horse shots, and then I'll mention something like before the ultimate storm hit us, and that's where we'll switch over to those epic shots. I don't know where to put this. This might come up in the beginning, I'm not sure. Just to set the scene of where we are. So maybe I'll put this somewhere towards the beginning. This is when we were getting ready for the ice fishing, so this is probably a little bit ahead. So we're heading towards the fishing hole, or the river. Yep, there's another van fixing shot. Landscape shot. So we'll put that with the other landscape footage. Alright, here we go. We're preparing ice fishing shots. Okay. I'll have to see the selfie shots. Okay, then this one goes with the snowstorm, because now you can actually see how it was literally affecting me and my vision. So we'll do horse shots first. Shot of me. Something in that order. We got some time-lapse shots. And the selfies. Okay, so I don't have the exact answer yet, but it could be something like this. So I mentioned, hey, we're gonna go ice fishing. Then I can jump to a nature shot like this. Maybe. Show a little bit of us walking towards a spot. Then jump to some selfies. So you can kind of see them in the background. Followed by remove me in terms of the selfie shots. I think maybe based on the soundtrack we can use a little bit of this kind of a time-lapse moment. Followed by my camera shots again. So maybe I'll show these ones first. Yeah. So maybe I'll show some of these, because now this is a bit more like documentary style, so I can actually show in better quality how they were doing the ice fishing. So how they drilled a hole, what they were using, and watching him be patient. And then I can use the time-lapse shot for a passage of time, just being like, yeah, so then we spent, we had some time spent as we enjoyed the afternoon. I documented as much as I could, blah, blah, blah. And then we kick into the next part of the story where we say, oh, out of nowhere, the wind started picking up. So it'd be something like what I'm saying, like before we could actually catch some fish. So let's do that. When transitioning to the wind picking up and start of storm, I can say something like, before we could catch our first fish, before we could catch our first fish, something changed in the air. Whatever that is, something, we'll make it sound more dramatic, but it's like something changed. We noticed the wind started picking up quite dramatically out of nowhere, which I tried my best to capture with our friendly crazy horse. But before we knew it, the storm was upon us. Now, I'm not going to really say these kind of things, but we'll make it seem dramatic, but hopefully not too much. So then as I'm saying that, we show the horse shots, and then boom, show some of the shots. Probably in terms of ordering, I might show this one first. And of course, we'll have to spend some time thinking about the right soundtrack that goes with this. So the beginning portion of this chapter is going to be the more lighthearted soundtrack. It's got to fit with the time lapse and all that stuff. And then, boom, there's going to be a mood shift, right? So out of nowhere, we got to find a soundtrack that really kind of hits home with like a sudden change. So we'll use some of this moments because, obviously to capture what happened. And then maybe I'll insert this one in first to kind of give a sense of like, yeah, this is literally when the wind was hitting us. It just, actually, this might come at the end. We'll double check, because then I can use this as a point where I can add in some voiceover and be like, my God, what the heck just happened? But let's just play it in its entirety and then see how the next clip could be. Hello, Warda Nasser. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Perfect. I mean, I'm happy with all three. Wherever you are watching, I appreciate it. I see we have a bunch of people on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. Wow, this is great. But yeah, if you're watching on YouTube, all I ask is hopefully you enjoy. I will also ask, if it's not too greedy, to hit that like button. And then I'll keep asking while I'm at it. I'll test my luck here, but definitely make sure to watch my other videos at some point in the future. I hope you enjoy it. You'll get a good sense of who I am as a content creator, and what we're working on here is my next video for YouTube. And feel free to chat, communicate with me. I do enjoy having conversations, so I'm not just talking to a wall. So thank you, Adora, for that, very much so, for being here every day, keeping me company throughout this. But yeah, so we're just looking through these clips, and my current thought is maybe I do put this at the end. That way we can kind of show the more dramatic moments side by side. This is in slow motion, so I probably won't do that for the full part of the clip. Or I might, because you can kind of see here, it kind of looks nice when you see how the wind was pushing all the snow off the river. So this is all where we're standing on. This is all part of a river bank, and so we were literally at times just standing on top of the river, and then doing that pan over to our most epic of shots and watching everyone struggle. I probably might cut this part out and just try to jump into the next moment here like this. And then moving on. And we do have a good example to use. I'll play it in a second. But like I said, I need to be careful of copyright. By the way, Edora, I believe you were here for this last time. Yesterday? Yesterday was a fun stream. And like I said, part of the fun was when you guys were all making fun of my use of papyrus and all that. And then when we watched that SNL video, in all its humor and glory, and it was epic. And I remember, if Maple ever joins in later, I want to let him know. He was like, don't worry, you're not going to get copyright struck, whatever. Lo and behold, at the end of my stream, I get the notification that my YouTube video has been blocked because Saturday Night Live or whichever entity has deemed it so. So I had to quickly cut all the segments out of my video so that I could continue actually letting the video play. So I'm assuming Maple was talking more from a Twitch perspective maybe. But yeah, at least from like a YouTube VOD, it seems like they can be quite, I don't know, conservative about it. So yeah. Anyways, I just reminded myself of that. But I'll play a bit of a clip of a version that I have. And I posted it recently onto my YouTube. So you can see it on my YouTube as a short. But yeah, I think this ordering makes sense. So then we got to pick up the drama, boom, boom, boom. I'll cut some parts out, focus really on these kind of segments here. And then the aftermath. So then at this point, the soundtrack should end, goes back to reality, a little bit of voiceover. And then I'll also do a little bit of foreshadowing here with our script, where I'll say like, yeah, well, so, you know, something about boy, oh boy, how crazy was that? That came pretty quickly out of nowhere, blah, 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 how crazy is the weather? However, if you thought that was the last we saw of this, you're sorely mistaken. As you're about to see in our next chapter, it only got worse from there, but really cool in terms of the video capture, blah, blah, blah. Can't wait for you to see. Much better than whatever I just made up right now, whatever spewed out of my mouth. But yeah, this will be the foreshadowing section before we hit chapter... Oh wait, no, we have more to go. I totally forgot. This chapter's not done yet, because then we jump into showing just a little bit of lighthearted moments when our van got stuck. So we'll show a bit of that, and then I'll mention the whole thing about like, don't worry, it gets even crazier. So then we kick off into the next chapter with the snowstorm and the riding and all that. So I think in terms of ordering, we are good. The next thing I want to do is I did mention that video. So let me go ahead and bring it over. It's under Shorts, Mongolia. And I think what I'll do is under Edited Clips, let me just create a folder called IG Stories. I'm going to drag all these guys in there. And so that way I can make sure the audio doesn't play. Because unfortunately a lot of these stories, it uses audio tracks from copyrightable music. So I just have to be extra careful. But if I do this, now I can delete the soundtrack that's there, but I can show you guys the actual visuals. Let me switch this to 90 degrees. It might be negative 90. Oh no, we're good. Alright, so let me increase the size of this to full screen. And then I'll play it for you guys. Imagine some epic soundtrack in the background here. But this is what we had created as an Instagram reel, as a YouTube short, and so on. And this is what I posted as a story at one point during the trip. But we had this moment, cutting into this moment. And I kept it shorter because obviously it was for YouTube. Then this moment, where I did apply a bit of, I did a little bit of zoom effect to make it feel even more kind of surreal, if you will. And just very trippy. So then we had this as we jump into this. And then this scene here. So taking a look at that, I'm like thinking now, am I missing a clip? Because I feel like I didn't see some moments there. I could be wrong. Let me see. Yeah, because this one we have scene 1. Then we have scene 2. But I am technically missing one of my video clips that I need, which is this portion here, right? So when we jump into this mode, and this one. So we've identified there are 2 video clips that I don't have in my timeline right now, which I do need. Let's see if we can find it. This is from the 16th of Feb. So by the way, this is why I'm proving my own case here a little bit. So I'm patting my head. I'm gonna pat my back. Not that what I'm saying is, you know, profound, but it is a reason why I do my best to try to name all my files a certain way, try to be organized. So even by looking at this video clip here on the timeline, I organize all the exported video clips, and I start with usually the date. So here it says February 16th, iPhone clip. So then when I go into my actual raw clips, I'm going to go into my folder for February 16th, and I'm going to go to the iPhone section. And then let's go ahead and just kind of double check all the clips that I have from the 16th of Feb and see if I can identify the clip that's missing. So I believe we have this one already. So these are all the time-lapse ones I mentioned. Then we got the selfie ones. Alright, so we have this clip. Okay, it was this clip right here. It was just that I zoomed in a lot. So let me drag this guy in. Let's give it some space. All right. And is there anything else missing? Let's see. I believe that's it. Okay, so we found our missing file, and this might have everything we need in it. Let's see. So this clip right here, I did see it. And then the part at the end, this part here. Where is that from? Oh, it might be right there, actually. No. It's got to be from a moment where it was much clearer. It could have been this, and I just cropped in heavily. Yeah, it's from that. Cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep this video file here as reference for us to try to do our best to recreate parts of it. But I'm not going to actually use this, probably. It depends how much I can recreate this vibe. I do want this kind of vibe where it's just a little bit surreal, very distorted and trippy, like Alien almost, right? Like we're in a different planet. If I can't recreate it, then technically I guess I could use this instead. But ideally we don't have to. Alright, so this is another kind of a fun lesson. We did it in the beginning of the stream, but we can do it here now. So you can see here that the file looks very, very flat. It's because I shot this with the iPhone, but I shot it in Apple Log. So this was one of the first trips that I was actually testing out with the iPhone 15 Pro. You can see here this input color space is called Apple Log. And I was able to shoot this as an Apple ProRes 422 high quality HQ. So, you know, Apple is insane. Well, smartphones are insane, right? Like the quality is just constantly getting better and better. I still use my iPhone 15 Pro. I don't know what number we're on at this point. Is it like iPhone 17 or something? Or did they change the numbering? I forget. But the point is, each of these guys keep getting better and better. So the iPhone 15 Pro, I think, was the first one that started shooting in log, or you have the ability to. But keep in mind the file sizes are massive, so you need to have a good enough storage space. So what I mentioned at the beginning of the stream is when you shoot in log, you'll get this very, very grayed out look, but that's not something to be afraid of. It's just letting you later on adjust it to how you want. So it gives you a lot more control over the lighting and the colors. So I do have I have one of these power grades that I created. So the one we used before is for my Nikon. So if I try to apply it, it might not necessarily look as good because this was created keeping in mind the Nikon format. But I do have one down here for Apple Log. So if I apply it, it should now properly convert the log format into the proper color space and the conversion such that I can get the most out of this shot. So I'm going to go ahead and apply this. And now you see it's gone from that flat look and it's kind of normalized it, if you will. So this becomes the new baseline for me as I figure out how to edit it. And in terms of how I edit it, I probably want to keep with how we have in this shot here, where we went very, very crazy, right? We can see very golden look as we're facing towards the sun. So I think I want to maintain that as much as possible. We're going to look for the key sections, so like this section here. So I'm just hopping over to the node that I have here called balance, which I think is, for me, it's just short for white balance. And I believe, I could be wrong, but when you think of white balance, you're thinking of like, usually people try to balance their footage based on what is actually white. So they'll take this little eyedropper. I think this is the right eyedropper. Yeah, so I'll take this eyedropper here, and generally what people would do is they look for a section in the shot that represents white, right? So it could be the white of the snow, it could be some like actual white t-shirt that you know should be the actual color of white from that moment. And when you click on the eyedropper, it will try to then rebalance your colors using that to be the actual pure white, let's say, or the actual definition of white. So you can see I clicked in the snow randomly, and what it did is then it changed it to more mimic what probably was natural in the moment. So you can see the sky is a bit more of the correct blue. You can see the snow looks more like the correct color of snow and the white snow. So that would technically be a more properly balanced image or video. Hence why they call it white balance. I think I got there, but I think that is technically a general appropriate response to why it's called white balance. Anyways, I'm not going to try to balance it properly though. We are going to go a little bit more creative, and I want to actually maintain a bit more of the golden warm tones to match some of the other clips that we have. So some of the easiest way to do that is just go to this temperature section and just start increasing it. I'm going to shift it more to the right, which then gives me more of the warm tones, because we're increasing the temperature by 400. We're going to say degrees, even though I don't think that's necessarily the right term, but we are talking about temperatures. So if I up it by 400 degrees, we're seeing it's warming up the shot. Whereas if I reduce it by negative, 400 degrees, we're cooling down the shot. We're bringing in more of the blue tones. I don't actually know exactly what tone we want or how best to use it. Some people, they'll take like the lift, gamma, and gain, which you see in the bottom left section, and then you can do a little bit more fine tuning, where you can, within the gamma, which might be more of the middle bright shots or the pixels, or the gain, which is the brightest moment, the brightest portions of the shot. And then I might just change the red itself. So I might be able to just adjust a bit of the red, green, and blue, so like the RGB, red, green, blue. And going back to my elementary school days, I believe RGB, the reason they show that is because all colors come from these three primary colors, if I'm not mistaken. So by adjusting the R, G, and B, you can technically get to whatever colors you want. I should say these things either A, more confidently and pretend like I know what I'm talking about, or I need to fully embrace like, don't listen to me. I need to add a question mark to every statement I say. So anyways, these are just the different ways you can change the color balance, if you will. I'm just going to go with a more basic approach here, and let's just increase a bit of the warmth to the shot. Until it seems more in line with this shot here. And one of the other things we'll see is a big difference from the previous shot is that the previous shot, again, it was shot with like my iPhone in not so powerful of a format. So this was like this was not a log file that I shot in when I got this one. So you're a little bit more stuck with the effects that I had. But you can see I did make it feel a bit more poppy, like I made it more saturated. So we're going to try to do the same here. We're going to make it feel more contrasty between the lights and the darks. I'm going to go into the saturation mode here. Now, there is a section here where it's under my effects. There's something called DCTL, and this is something I had purchased from some creator, and I do apologize, I don't remember the name right now, But when I was first starting out learning DaVinci, I saw some YouTuber who talked about his own DCTL thing that he created that will allow for a little bit more of a fine-tuning of the saturation, desaturation, density, and the hue shift. And so this is like his preset, if you will. And so I still don't really understand DCTL very well, but I do know that if I apply it into this node for saturation, and if I go into one of the ones here labeled for saturation, then I can do a bit more of a fine-tuning of what colors do I want to be saturated. Do I want a global saturation across the board? And in this, when I increase the global saturation, it tends to feel much cleaner than if I had just gone into the saturation over here on the bottom. It doesn't feel as uniform or as strong, so it feels a bit more natural, even if I apply the whole global saturation. But here, if I just want to apply saturation to the yellows, I could. To the reds, maybe. Maybe to the blue. So yeah, it's a bit of a fine-tuning. And now we can get a nice, crazy looking shot that feels a little bit more in line with this one. This one has a bit more of a peachy, like a peachy tint to it. So we'll try to match that next. Whereas this one's a little bit more on the kind of the gold yellowish side of things. So again, the simplest way to do that would be for me to go back to my balance node and then just increase the tint here. So this is an extreme example, right? It makes it super pink. We obviously don't want that. But we do want it to not look super yellowish. So by increasing the tint a bit until I can get something that feels a little bit more on that peachy side, then I think this matches a bit better with the shot from here, where we had a little bit of peachiness to the color. Okay, so anyways, doesn't look half bad. So we will retain that for now. Same thing I would apply. Oh, there's a world that I'm just I'm an idiot. Let me see. Was this file here this whole time? Let me see here. Okay, so we're basically just discovering I'm blind. We did all this effort to bring in this file, and apparently this file was here this whole time. I just didn't notice it because these are the exact same clips. I do this to myself sometimes. Now, it's not a bad thing, because since we brought over the raw file, I probably want to keep this raw file and I'll delete this one, because this one was an exported version where I did the color correction and then I exported it to be a more digestible footage. But this one, it being from the actual raw file itself, that means any edits, color correction stuff I do, technically I have a little bit, I don't know if it's a little bit, but I should have a lot more control over getting the most appropriate colors as I can. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete the one on top, and we'll keep the one on bottom that we just edited. I don't always like to do that, because the problem is, especially with such a large project, if I were to do that, especially with, let's say, my Nikon video files, which are much larger and much more heavy than like an iPhone footage, if I bring in all the raw Nikon files into my actual project timeline, that's when it starts causing a lot of performance issues, let's say, because there's too much data in this timeline. It gets so heavy that's when you might see things are lagging or just taking time to buffer and like process. So ideally, I like to bring in all the files that I've already exported into a slightly reduced file structure, but still high quality, just less high quality than the raw files. But in this circumstance, we'll make an exception. It's from an iPhone, and generally speaking, everything else is from the exported clips. All right. So we have two of these sections to play with eventually when it comes to this epic moment in the snowstorm before we go on. All right. Hopefully all of what I said made sense. Hopefully it's a bit interesting. I'm going to take a pause to start from the very beginning again. Let's just kind of see the progress and see if we enjoy what we have so far. thank you guys for tuning in to YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. I am seeing that for whatever reason today we're getting more people watching, you know, in my relative world. So I do appreciate anyone who's finding this interesting. So as a quick reminder, I'm working on my next travel vlog video for my YouTube channel and my socials. It was a trip to Mongolia from February of 2024. I am a professional travel photographer, videographer. I mostly focus on wildlife and kind of adventurous types of experiences. I also focus on bringing people with me on these trips. So it's TBD. It's coming up in the next couple weeks, hopefully. But I'm working on organizing some workshops internationally for next year, including places like Uganda, Zimbabwe, Japan, Sri Lanka, possibly, India, possibly, and Colombia. All over the world, I like to bring people with me on these types of trips. I would then film you guys behind the scenes if you like that kind of stuff. But I'm also there as a photographer. If you are a photographer, I'm there to also teach. If you're there as a videographer, I'm also hopefully there to teach in whatever capacity. But mainly it's also that you can enjoy the adventures as I go on them. So that's what I do. And when I'm not traveling, as you're seeing me now in my current for the rest of the year, as I catch up on all my content, you get to watch me going live. This is day 12 of me as a live streamer. As I learn the ropes and get more comfortable with it and hopefully build up an audience, you can watch behind the scenes of how I create the content that I do. So let's go ahead and watch again what we've done so far. Let me pause the music. We'll increase the volume a little bit here. And let's hit play. Okay, I used that time to also chow down on some of my veggie straws, blow my nose, and recover. Alright, so then, as we said, this is chapter 1. I still need to work on the voiceover and the scripting, but we're getting there. And we chose a soundtrack that hopefully kind of eases us into the adventure. So I'll talk here about just spending a day exploring the capital before turning in, as we had one more flight to get into the heart of Mongolia. Chapter 3, we meet the crew. I introduce everyone in the van. And then I introduce my camera crew, which is my camera gear. So then here I'll kind of give a quick spiel about what am I using for this trip. So that whole section I'll have voiceover, and then here I probably will let just the music and the views take over. kick back in with some voiceover about the quick pit stop we made, and then talk about how we eventually, by the evening, made it to our destination. I gotta cut out one of those videos there.
Maximum
For
10.
like 6-7 years, so after that they released the eagle to the round for breeding.
오늘은 딱
from
발라토그라 그러면 보사가시는 거라 그러다
We finally arrived at our destination and met Ardak, the host of the trip. Ardak is a Mongolian eagle hunter coming from a long line of traditional hunters. He and his wife live a nomadic lifestyle, as do many others in this part of the region, meaning they migrate between homes as the weather changes, pursuing greener pastures for them and their livestock. For the next 7 days, my game plan was to go on adventures with Ardak to explore that lifestyle of an eagle hunter, including eating delicious eagle hunter food, which tends to be my favorite, a lot of meat and carbs.
5-finger Kazakh meal,
When you say 5, as in you use our hands, or
5-finger means like
Fingers.
these 5 fingers.
If you really hungry, you can attack your 10 finger.
yeah.
So after a delicious first meal, I turned in for the night and prepared for tomorrow's adventures. So something like that. This part we did spend a little time just working on the script. I'll still pump it through ChatGPT. Then this chapter we won't have any voiceover probably.
So it's Ardak,
Yeah, Ardak and
Ayalam.
Ayaw.
Ayalam is the eagle.
Yes.
What about the horse?
No, now I think it's enough for me.
Oh,
It's just a crazy horse.
Crazy horse?
Yeah. But we don't name horses.
Alright, so
Yeah.
Crazy Horse,
Yeah.
Ayalam, and Ardak the eagle hunter.
So some dialogue here maybe about with the proper greeting, we then prepared for our first outdoor adventures to see a day in the life of an eagle hunter. I hope you guys enjoy. Something like that, and then no more talk from me.
Karşıya çıktı camlar oysa kız
And then what we worked on today so far is just trying to figure out the ordering. So throughout this, probably add some voiceover and just kind of recapping and then talking about our upcoming adventure. So I'm thinking maybe we'll start with that clip here. We'll have some soundtrack kick in. Not this whole clip, but just kind of showing as we segue into arriving at our next destination here, which is where we're going to go ice fishing. So then here we show maybe a little bit, just not this long, but we'll show a few clips here of the mountain range, some nature moments. And actually, let's draw these clips down. So it might be a little loud, but I want to be able to hear the audio, and just to see if there is any like dialogue worth keeping. Like I said, audio is probably garbage the whole time because of that wind. So this is where we're standing on top of the river, which is frozen.
So right now we're walking across the frozen river. I'm going ice fishing for the first time. I don't know the first thing about it, so I'm here to observe. But it's really cool. They're just drilling holes in the ice right in front of me. Let me turn around. So they're drilling a number of holes to test the depth of the ice, I think, and to see where's the best place to do some fishing. So you can see right behind me. So yeah, I don't know. Let's see if we're lucky today. Another thing I noticed is I brought some sunscreen. Probably gonna end up 10 shades darker by the end of this trip.
Yeah, so most of that, if not all of it, I won't use. It might just be this kind of section here where you're seeing a little bit of the action.
That's what I'm best at. To add a fun wrinkle to things, I could hear the ice cracking near me, and Ivo earlier said he was scared we passed by some really thin ice, so you know, add a little bit of risk to things, makes things exciting. So far no luck with the fish, but it's really cool seeing how they do this.
Any more thoughts? Dumbass.
So the snow finally stopped, and it's getting a bit less windy. You can see how it's...
Yep, so like I said, probably most of this I'm not going to use, but there's a moment here, so I might use a bit of that just to show a little bit more action shots. So maybe like from here I could use this kind of stuff. Probably not. This, yeah, for sure. So let's see. Like I said, the audio is not so good, so we'll just have to sync it with like whatever soundtrack and my voiceover. Okay, so that clip.
Being more careful with my
Alright, I'm just going to bring up some of the clips that I think are more likely
Right on.
to be used.
Today's first time doing something episode. It's the first time. So I'm walking on a riverbed.
So these motion ones are not bad without my audio. Just to show, again, like, yeah, anything that shows motion that's smooth, I do
First time
appreciate.
doing something.
Maybe with the van as well somewhere. Shot like this, maybe. So maybe from here? Let's see.
So today we're going ice fishing. So we're actually standing on an actual river. It's frozen over, obviously, hence why I haven't fallen through. And so I'm watching how they do the ice fishing.
Audio's not the best, but it's slightly usable, so I might just keep all of this. Because the thing is, you can at least see start to finish of him drilling the ice. So that's potential. From a different angle.
So right now we're ice fishing. So Arnak is drilling a bunch of holes in the river to kind of test out the depth, see where's the best place to do some ice fishing. I don't know the first thing about ice fishing, so I'm just here to observe. It's pretty cool. We're actually standing on a frozen river right now.
Alright, so far that section is probably the cleanest in terms of the audio. I mean, it's not perfect, but the dialogue is okay because I'm giving the context. We can hear sounds, that we can hear like kind of like the sound effects of the ice fishing, so that's cool.
There's a few areas they say we need to avoid because it's a bit thin. So, but listen, I don't weigh that much. I should be fine. Famous last words. Get closer.
Yeah, so we might be able to use all of this. And if worst case, I might add some subtitle. And then even this part here, I can then transition to the shots that I took with my actual like professional camera. Because I think I have shots of Doggy doing this. Let me see. We're gonna have to observe. Let's see. Or at the very least, we have a bit more cinematic shots of it, so probably don't need that. So let's drop this one back down. Alright, making progress. Now we get some of the... We got some of the ice fishing shots here. I'm going to drag some of the unused shots out there. Let's bring it down so we can hear the audio a bit better. Now my hope is that the audio might be better now, because I was shooting with my Nikon cameras for these clips. So there is a potential that the audio should be a little bit cleaner, but again, I wasn't using the proper accessories, but let's see. So while we do hear at times the wind, there's a lot more moments here where I think it's like very clean. And you can hear really well the crisp, like even that sounded really nice. If I turn it up a bit, just the sound of the particles of ice, like glass. Yeah, that's nice. Clinking sound maybe. Not these parts, unfortunately, but obviously we do want to keep this. Nice. So like I said, you're kind of seeing here as I play it in normal speed. I probably won't slow motion any of this. We'll just let it play. But I hope that what I said makes sense. Where I said this chapter kind of starts out and acts as a bit of a detox and a resting point from all the prior chapters' adventures. This is still an adventure, but meant to be a lot more chill. And we're getting hopefully a little bit more of the actual sound effects and the sound from the moments. And we will include a soundtrack, but yeah, just to keep things a bit different, you know? So then we got the ice fishing moments. Yeah, so the easy answer for anyone who's kind of new to videography, the answer is fairly simple in terms of removing this that wind sound. Well, the cameras do have kind of like a wind noise reduction feature to it. I just don't know if I actually applied it correctly or not, as I just didn't realize how significant that was. But then you can buy these little shotgun mics with a, sometimes they call it a dead mouse, but essentially you put it over the shotgun mic. I do have some, but it's in my storage space. But yeah, this helps to remove the sound of that nasty wind that hits the microphone. So that is the clean answer, the easy answer to not have this ugly sound that you hear blasting into your ears. But there's always workarounds, as I said. So when this, if I show parts of this, it's meant to be with a soundtrack and maybe my voiceover. But we do want to keep this because we show different parts of the ice fishing, so we can actually see what they're doing here. Again, I kind of laugh. This looks like a children's toy, right? So it's not, you know, I'm just making fun of it a little bit, but obviously it would have been cool if they had something that looked much more like traditional, or I don't know, not something from Fisher-Price. Not to make fun of it, you know, but obviously from a filmmaking standpoint, it would have been cool. Some of these shots could be nice, just to show how they set up the bait and everything. So I haven't cut it yet, but we'll just put it, I just want to look in order and make sure everything makes sense. So maybe what I'll do, this might come after. So we'll show him setting up the bait, and then we jump to the shots of the fishing hole, watching him, how he fishes. And these shots are pretty cool, just to see him chilling, smoking in his casual pose. And like I said, before we actually catch anything, oh yeah, and then I'll show some of the time lapse here. And during this time lapse, for sure, we'll have music, and then the dramatic part kicks in. Okay. So ordering everything wise, it looks good. The only thing that remains is soundtrack. This one might be a little tough to stick with what we did before in terms of finding like a Mongolian sounding soundtrack throughout the video. I might have to break that rule at this point, because I know it would be much easier for me to just choose different types of soundtrack that fits this. but I don't know if the ones we have right now for the Mongolian one will work. Let's try first. We'll go... Where were the soundtracks? Oh, and let's also keep track of what we used. So for chapters 2 to 3, we used a soundtrack called Optical Illusion. And then for what did we use for chapter 4, we used no soundtracks, it looks like. Oh wait, no, we did eventually here. So we used the soundtrack called Purity by our boy Siraj, Nepal. So where is it? Purity, there it is. And then do we have another chapter here? Chapter 5. Okay, so we only used one soundtrack for chapter 4. Then for chapter 5, we used Hans Johnson Dreams Mongolia. Where are you? There you are. Let's drag that in. Okay, so now we're caught up. So we haven't used this one called Mongolian Voice. Let's listen to it. Alright, so at least for that portion, it feels a little bit too... It's a bit too much, I think, right? Or it's a... The energy level you feel from this may not fit the vibes of the more chill concept that we've got with the fishing. That's my current thoughts. Let's go a little bit ahead. It's still too fast, I think. The beat is way too fast. So let's just see what else we have from the Mongolian soundtracks we found earlier. Too soft, right? Very soft. Too dramatic. Let me just create this dramatic / epic. I'll just say dramatic. I'm going to drag that over there. Magnum Opus. Oh yeah, this is the soundtrack we haven't used yet for this one. We're going to use it in a future trailer or a future vlog. So epic. But yeah, we're not going to use it for this one. This could work. Let's hear. All right. I feel like this. I mean, it's subtle enough to probably. Oh, and then there's a little bit of melody here, so yeah. All right, you know what? We're gonna try this one. We will try. So I'm just going to drop this bad boy over. Now let's see where to put it, because probably not at the beginning. I guess we could actually put it at the beginning. 1 second, let's see what that sounds like. So we have our little transition here. Also, let me just mute these guys. Okay, let's take a look. So we end with the bang. Next chapter. Some voiceover. Yeah, it could work from the beginning, but that section of the song, there's a different section I think makes more sense. Let me just listen later. Yeah, like when the melody kicks in. And we can also splice it, so.
To add a fun wrinkle.
Alright, so these are all those shots we said we don't need to use, right? So let me just move this out of the way. Alright, I'm just shifting all the ones on the bottom layer out of the way. Let's bring these guys forward. And let's see if there's a good part of the soundtrack to use. So these are all like, you know, chill. They don't... It is a good detox because it was light on the melody. It's just some light drums or percussion sounds. It does pick up towards the end, so if it becomes more dramatic, maybe this could be the exact same soundtrack we use for when the snowstorm hits. So let's keep an eye out for that here, or an ear out. We're hearing it pick up, more dramatic. It's like dramatic-esque, but it's not like... Will it match the tone of what we are working with? Maybe not, but let's see. Let me just bring up some of those clips so it starts sooner, so we have a better sense. So, assuming this is the most dramatic part, let's see. The ideal hope, right, or the ideal, is I can just use one soundtrack for the entire chapter instead of having to use too many. So if we can find one soundtrack that starts out upbeat, casual, and then all of a sudden gets into a crazy drama. I mean, kind of. I think like, could we find a more dramatic soundtrack for that moment? Yes. Can we find one that will blend with the first soundtrack? Possibly. I mean, it's not the hardest thing to do necessarily, to like turn off the first soundtrack and then switch to the next. Alright, you know what? Let's listen to the next soundtrack and see. I want to make that one work because of the fact that it's nice to be able to have one soundtrack throughout the whole thing, and so it feels more seamless, but then still feeling like the drama still picks up. But I also have to keep in mind when the soundtrack ends, where it seems like it gets more dramatic towards the end. I'm not done with the episode. Or this chapter, right? Because then we have all these van shots. But I guess I could repurpose part of the soundtrack in the beginning, because it was very much just some drums and stuff. So we can just have that going a little bit on the back end. So it's not impossible. Let me just listen to this one called Unsolved Destinations by Still Our Boy, Suraj Nepal. Let's hear it. It's too dramatic. Too somber. Yeah, doesn't fit. All right. Let's stick with this one then. I mean, I make it sound like it's a bad. I don't mean to sound so dejected. I'm saying, all right, let's move on. But yeah, I think it's a good one. I think it'll work. Let's proceed. I'll probably end up extending the soundtrack here. Alright, so now I'm going to start cutting up the clips so that it fits a bit better with what we probably will show. So as a reminder, we're at about 9 minutes into the video. So ideally, this entire thing should be 2 minutes long. Can we aim for 2? Or actually, let's listen to how long the soundtrack is. No, that's way too long. We're going to be cutting up the soundtrack because now this soundtrack is freaking 10 minutes long almost. Yeah, so what we want to use is much less of that, obviously. The goal, our target's going to be, can we get all of this in 2.5 minutes? Would that be enough time? 2.5 minutes to convey a story of us going out to ice fish, seeing a little bit of that, what that looks like. Enough that it's enjoyable to watch. Switching over to when the snowstorm kicks in, followed by the van, getting the van out, unstuck from the van. Oh my god. Getting the van unstuck from the snow. 2.5 minutes. What would that leave us with? If we're at 9 minutes, so then we're at like 11.5 minutes, which then gives us roughly 3.5 minutes to tell the rest of the story, which I do want to give more than that. How much time do we give the first horse ride? We went from around 6 minutes and 10 seconds. We gave about 2 minutes. No. 6 and 10 to 9. Okay, so we gave about 3 minutes to the more epic part of our story thus far. So to do it justice, I feel like we need to be able to give something similar, like 3 minutes for the snowstorm ride, plus another maybe 2 minutes for the storm in the snow, and the storm at the farm. So that's 5 minutes, and then maybe 1 minute for the aftermath where we see the dead horse and how it gets taken away. So we're already looking at 6 minutes, and right now we are at the 9 minute mark. So that means ideally we can fit this into 1 minute. And I guess maybe, that might be too short. 9 minutes, bring it down. Alright, let's see. Okay. So let me, excuse me. Let me think about the dialogue. So this should be enough time to do the recap. cut this in half as well. We're in cutting mode. And I did the same thing. I made this mistake last time. I must have hit a button somewhere, and now I can't find the right mode here to trim this guy without affecting the next clip. Why? Why are you doing this to... What did I hit? Alright, let's keep shortening it up. We'll get rid of all the parts where it's shaky, so somewhere here. Maybe this part's better. Let's try to stabilize it. Not bad. We'll delete this one. Probably don't need most of that. Yeah, let's aim for not using this, because right now the back of my mind, the pressure is on that I need to cut this up. Can I really get this into, let's call it, a minute and a half? So that means starting around 9 minutes, we have to get all of this to 10 minutes and a half. Yikes. Because this is 10 minutes and a half right here. So this is our current trajectory. This is our current goal. We want to fit all of that story that we have all the way to here inside this section here. Challenge accepted. Alright, let's keep going. So then here, and I'm still using the soundtrack to kind of match everything, so it'd be like 1, 2, and then here we can cut, maybe jump ahead to somewhere else. That's a funny moment, so maybe something like this. One, two, to there. Jump ahead. Something like this. Oops. Yep. So far so good. Maybe we'll use this part, but Let's see. Otherwise, I think we're ready to move to the next clip. Draw these guys. Let's not use that, so we'll keep shaving a bit. Alright, let's take this out. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. Don't assume my silence is a bad thing. I think I got a good flow here. We are chopping a lot of unnecessaries out, so we are, as we say, we are trimming the fat. But it's the bad fat, so we're all good. Don't need this. Well, this is good progress. It's a good challenge to see. The only concern now I have is to tell this ice fishing story. To have a chapter that's only 1.5 minutes, is that too short? So realistic, even while I say 1.5 minutes, most likely we're going to end up with something, we'll compromise with like 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes. And at the end of the day, we'll probably end up conceding to having a video that ends up being maybe 18 minutes long, 20 minutes long. But it'll be an epic 20 minutes. So, yeah. So like I said, we're not going to keep the audio for most of this. Maybe this part here. Let's see which section's better. Maybe this one, just to have a better view of everything. Alright, so then in terms of ordering, we're showing the ice fishing, or we're showing that little tool in action, and then we show the actual tool. And the question is, do we have better shots? I know we do, of the actual drilling section. So let's bring these guys forward, see what we got. Alright.
First time doing something. So,
unnecessary.
ice fishing.
So I'm just prioritizing any shots. The selfies are great, but I need the shots where you can see action behind me. So when you see them drilling, that won't do. Maybe this would do. I think this is the one that we said has better audio, possibly. Hey, Nala. Good girl. Alright, obligatory break. Kimbap is chilling over there. He heard his voice, his name. And Nala has made her presence known. Hello, Nala. Good girl. Good girl. This is Nala. Over there is Kimbap. They hang out here often. They are the real stars, as I've said. But I created this little cat camera because I had an extra camera anyways. So I figured anytime there's a moment that I should show them, I will. Otherwise, we got this view. We have our second view. Let's see if we can actually make this work with this guy. This is Nala. Yep, yep. Ignore all my tissues over there. I'm trying to recover. Good girl. Good girl. Yeah. Okay. They are what keep me sane, my two cats. Otherwise, you're watching what you're seeing me stream, and I've been doing about like roughly 7 to 8 hours per day. I mean, I don't really have a life outside of this. So like I mentioned, I've been traveling quite consistently for the past year and a half. But now that I'm home, my goal is just to crunch away at all this, don't do anything, don't have a social life, just work on my videos, stream every day, and see where that takes me. So it's been fun. Alright, anyways, so thank you, cats. Let's listen to this part again. That part's not bad because the audio is decent there. So maybe if I cut it from like as I do the turn. So this is a possible shot. And like I said, when it comes to audio stuff, we will definitely spend a day just going through the entire video, listening to the audio, adjusting everything. So I should, for now, my priority is just finding the right shots, the right durations for them, and having the right story in mind.
We're going ice fishing. Today we're going ice fishing.
This is a cool shot. Off in the distance we see our biker over there. So it's kind of cool framing, I guess.
Today we're going ice fishing. So we're actually standing on an actual river. It's frozen over, obviously, hence why I haven't fallen through. And so I'm watching how they do ice fishing.
Okay, I'll put this as a maybe, but it's a little too long for our current goal. What is that? From 9:30 to Jesus. That's 20 seconds. That's way too long to spare. Oh yeah, we can't spare that. Let's see if we find some other moments.
Right now we're ice fishing. So right now we're ice fishing.
Alright, so we won't use any of this. Oh, thank you very much. Una Cubana. Una Cubana in Italia. Thank you very much for subscribing. I appreciate it. I'll take this moment to say I'm streaming on YouTube, Kick, and Twitch all at once. I am a travel photographer and videographer. I've been doing it for the past year and a half. What you see is my trip to Mongolia from last year, February. I have about 12 trips remaining that I need to work on, and so we set a goal for the next 2 weeks. We're on week 2 right now. You'll see a little countdown on the screen somewhere for how many days we have left. I believe we have 2 more days left to finish this video. So I'm in crunch time mode. We're towards one of the final chapters of the video. So we are in Mongolia spending time with the eagle hunters, and this is just a quick little detox from the past chapter where it was a bit more epic, where I wanted to show a bit of the ice fishing that we did. And I'm doing my best to try to cut up the clips that we have so that it's much tighter, because this video will end up becoming too long otherwise. And I want to dedicate more time to the shots that I took with my Epic camera, so with my professional camera gear. So like this one versus, I mean, these are fine. It's with my iPhone, but yeah, just the quality you can't match. So these kind of shots I want to start including. So let's see. I think we have all the potential shots right now for the ice fishing moment. So I'm just going to bring these guys forward now. But yes, thank you for subscribing. If you're watching on YouTube, I also appreciate if you give this video a like. Feel free to engage in the chat. I will be keeping an eye out, and I do enjoy talking to anyone who has questions, who has some suggestions, everything, all of the above. Alright, I'm going to rewind it a little bit. I want to see from here and see the transition again. There are two other moments I want to point out, which I'm really happy it worked out. Actually, three things I'll point out. One, I need to stabilize this footage. I figure I'm here anyways. Let me go ahead and stabilize to get rid of some of the shake, and then we'll see if we stabilize too much in a bit. But one thing I really like is when we start off this section, we time the wink of the horse with the beat, so that always feels good. And then we also synchronize the kind of the framing of this horse, where it's like looking off to the right but looking at the camera. And then when we hit the next scene, we're almost in that same kind of positioning. Not perfectly, but it's a decent amount. So here I would prefer, I'm okay with it not being fully positioned properly, because I do prefer the wink that happens with the beat. Alright, let's rewatch it though, because I did stabilize this shot. Let's see how it goes. So whatever the voiceover, which we haven't decided yet. Okay. It's not bad, but we probably don't need so many of these iPhone shots. So maybe this one's fine. It's a nice posing. I like the color grading on this one a bit better. We do want one of these kind of shots, but maybe we'll do that a little bit after. So maybe we don't need this one. I'll put this after. Let's see.
That's right, we're ice fishing. right now we're ice fishing.
Okay, if I'm going to be more conservative with my timing, we might just show one of those clips of this,
See how you shade the two.
as well as this one, and then jump to the proper clips, like the good quality clips. So it could be like this.
See how you shade the two.
Yeah, Nala, just don't bother your brother. Don't go that way. Alright, if you want to get down, go down this way. Huga shaka. Alright. Let's pop these guys down, move it out. It is shaping up, but we do see our marker over there. We gotta keep it still short and sweet.
Shade the two.
Maybe we'll show this one first, actually. Whoops. Yeah, we'll start with that one first. So show this. And then we'll find the right points. Maybe... I think we have another shot that we can use. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so we'll mix in these two. So it'll be like this. Find a good point to stop it. Probably we'll probably use the same duration. And then let's use the next clip. Maybe like a close-up like this. I think we'll cut this a bit earlier. Then we can show close up. That could be nice. Let's see. Yeah, maybe this one we'll just do a close-up of the hole. So something like that. Why not? That seems like okay. We'll fine tune later. But now we can start pushing some of these out of the way. Let's show how they set up the ice fishing. Just a quick moment. Let's just see. We're going to do quick clips here. Okay, these might be the potential ones. Let's see. Probably just 2 of these. Hello, Piyush. Good to see you again. How are you doing? If you're just tuning in, good to see you. We've been making some progress. We've been chugging along. Some things I'm happy about. Yesterday it was a very, very good stream. We made good progress. We were able to fit in the most epic parts into the prior chapter. So all of this that we were playing earlier. And we got some really good synchronized moments. So kind of like an 8.5 out of 10 on the Richter scale for me in terms of when we can synchronize the shot with the music, with the moment. So very, very good. Today we've been working on the next chapter where we go ice fishing. And so I'm trying to tame it down a bit. So this is very much where we went from adrenaline rush. Let's take a break. We're taking a breather, showing a little bit more on the ice fishing side of things. But I do need to try to keep this short and sweet because we're coming up on the 10-minute mark. This is the 10.5-minute mark here, and we still have 2 more epic stories to tell. So I'm doing my best to try to clip this up a bit more. Is this video done yet? So yeah, that's what I'm explaining right now. So I would say, Piyush, I'm about 75% done with the video. We've got 2 more major chapters where we're going to go out into the snowstorm, and you'll see the epic shots of the eagle hunters in the blizzard, as well as when the snowstorm hit the farmstead. So once I get those 2 chapters done, then we're essentially capiche. And so in terms of the timer that we have set, I have a timer here for, I believe it should say, what is it? Like we're on the 3rd day, right? Yeah, so we have 2 days and 3 hours left in terms of my initial kind of goal that I set. Will I make this timeline? I don't know. But we're coming up close to it, and I might end up just doing like one of those, not necessarily like a 24-hour stream, but I will do my best to try to complete the video in the timing that we have set aside. And yeah, so let's say 2 days, we got 2 chapters left. So if today I finish this chapter, if I can start creeping into one of the other remaining chapters, then we're a little bit ahead. And I want to be able to spend 1 more day to do all the fine tuning. So we're going to spend the final day kind of going through everything, color grade every section. What else? Obviously, I need to work on the scripting. I need to then create some thumbnails. I gotta, yeah, do all the other logistical things that comes with making a video like this. But yeah, we're almost there. But thanks for asking, Piyush. If you do, at any point, if you want to just hop open YouTube, you feel free to check out some of, you can even see yesterday's live stream. Just zoom in through and find some moments. But you'll see we made some good progress. We made some good-ass progress. So now I got to try to keep that trend going. somehow I have to clip all of this up into the appropriate timing. So here I'm just trying to show all the key kind of parts of the ice fishing itself. So the drilling part, and then seeing them put the bait together. So I'll see if I can fit both of these into here. Let's see if that's too much. Yeah, okay. Then we can jump to the next sequence of shots of the fishing. Oh, and we still need to show me holding up that drill. Piyush, said, noise. My college wants me to learn and shit. Yeah. You know, I forget when I said this, but I was saying, like, man, I don't think I remember. I didn't retain a single thing from my university courses. There's maybe like 1 or 2 courses that I actually probably enjoyed and like maybe retained a little bit of knowledge. Otherwise, the classes, the educational side of things, it just went right over my head. You know, and part of it was, I mean, I went to a good university, don't get me wrong, but a lot of it was just like, there's competition, people cheat on all the exams, they're all like in fraternities and different clubs that have all the former exams that they pass off to the next generation or whatever, freshmen and all that. So there's a little bit of like this jadedness because I didn't discover this until after graduation, but man, it was like all these people were just cheating on those exams. And meanwhile, I'm like busting my ass, kind of, because I was procrastinating and stuff, but you do late nights studying, and then you basically barely make the curve at times, or anyways, so most of my time was spent consuming knowledge just for exams, which is not the best way to learn. So university very much to me was more about the networking. It was the people you met, the socialization, and just like, yeah, just learning how to be an adult and be ambitious, right? Being surrounded by other people who are ambitious, who want to, yeah, just make something of themselves. So I think that's good. Your college wants you to learn blockchain. Damn. I mean, that's a good thing, I guess. I mean, it's probably good to spend time learning about newer technologies, the things that, you know, people my generation older, probably it's just we're too rusty at some point. So if you can get a leg up on AI and all the generative stuff and whatever, that's probably a good thing. Let me blow my nose real quick. I'm still recovering. Excuse me. Which uni did you go to? I went to a university. I mean, I have no reason not to say it, but I'm just always wondering, like, is there things that I shouldn't say on camera now that I am a streamer? I don't think so. At the very least, I'll say I went to university in Chicago, the Chicago area. Yeah, I'm not sure. Is there a reason I shouldn't say it? I don't think so. At some point, I'll figure it out. But yeah, I went to a good university. I learned a lot and all that fun stuff, but yeah. How old am I? I am in my early 30s. Haven't crossed the 35, mid-30s mark yet, but I'm too old to act hip and cool. But I'm still young where my bones don't ache or creak when I go on these trips. You know, listen, you can ask me offline. I'm happy to, you know, respond there. I'm just trying to be more mindful of like what it means to be a streamer, and I guess there probably are things I probably shouldn't say for I don't know what reason. There seems to be so many nefarious people out there. Not that I hope I'll attract them, but yeah, no, we'll figure out at some point how much I convey on that front. I am a youngster, sure. you're Philip. I don't know your age, but if you're calling me a youngster, and meanwhile I'm calling Piyush a youngster since he's in college, and then yesterday there was someone in chat who said he was, I think, 16, learning how to be a screenwriter. That might have been a couple days ago. So there's just like levels to all of this. Okay, we can all point down to the next person and be like, "Damn, you're young," and I'm very jealous. But there's nothing wrong with aging, you know, like except for when your body breaks down, sure. But in terms of the knowledge, experience, all that, man, I look back at when I was in high school, when I look back when I was in university, when I look back and when I think about the first like several years of being an adult, living on my own, and like, you know, all of that, I look back, I'm like, damn, I was so immature. I didn't know anything, you know. Philip, you said you're in your 40s. That's great. I feel like I will very much enjoy my 40s, and I'm hoping as I live out my 30s, the 30s, I'm just trying my best to see how far can I stretch myself. And I know by the 40s, I really want to feel like I've I can tone it down a bit. But yeah. Philip, you said, always found it interesting since in Sweden all our info is open knowledge. Yeah, my information is open knowledge as well. It's not like there's many people named Yobel out in the world, right? So, like, and like, there's nothing I'm necessarily trying to hide per se. Maybe I should hide like my exact address or, you know, social security, that kind of stuff for sure. Where I went to university, that's not really. Sorry, I'm just having a little bit of paranoia, but it's more just hesitation, making sure I don't do things I shouldn't. But yeah, where I went to university, it's like that's not something necessarily to hide. So let me give it some thought and try to figure out what are the things I shouldn't say. You said like people worrying about doxing, but I know of course women can. Yeah, exactly. Like, do I really have concerns about someone stalking me because you know, like for nefarious reasons? No, and I live in Dubai. It's very safe. Like the chances of anything crazy happening here are like so slim to none. So, yeah. But even ChatGPT can check my address. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, none of us can hide from AI. How is living in Sweden? I'm imagining the taxes are high. I imagine the quality of living might be better than most places. I imagine the weather's chilly. And is Sweden the language where it's like kind of bouncy? It's like dun 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 dun. Is that a good stereotype of Swedish? Hurdy curdy hurdy. Is it? Am I mixing with some other country? The Sing language. Yeah. Okay. Nothing wrong with that. High standard of living, yeah. Alright, so what was I doing? Oh yeah, I need to cut up some of these guys. So maybe to conserve on timing. Oh, this is probably a better clip to use because you can actually see the strings. Even though it's a really quick shot. So maybe I'll just clip from here to here. And we'll replace one of the other ones I had. Philip, you said used to be what is that word? Translated? Translated. Used to be translated with two buzz. Okay. I think I understand what you're saying. Season-based. Swedes are more open in the summer, but we have a long winter and very little sun time then. Sunrise at 11, sunset at 3 p.m. I'm always jealous of that, though. I did a wildlife trip to Finland a few years back with this really... he's like a very big, like a wildlife photographer. And we would spend time in these hides. And we would look out into an opening. They would set up bait. And then at some point, at the crack of dawn, wherever, at various points, you would have like wolves, you'd have these big brown bears, and like eagles and vultures coming by. And so you're there to photograph and, you know, film whatever you can. But it's so cool because over there, the sunset, it wasn't necessarily like the midnight sun concept, but it did feel like the sun wouldn't set until like past midnight. But then, yeah, like the sun would come up fairly early. So, but that means more time to photograph with good light. So yeah, I like that. Sunset at 3 p.m. Jesus. In summer, it's sunrise 4 a.m. Sunset 1 a.m. Damn. Okay, so yeah, the opposite doesn't sound so nice. If like the days were just, if you only had a few hours of sunlight, am I reading that correctly? So then by 1, oh, sorry. Wait, what? Unless there's a typo, you're telling me that in the summer, the sun rises at 4, and then it sets. Are you trying to say 1 p.m., right? Is that, am I reading that? So it'd be like 4 a.m. and then by 1 p.m. The sun sets. And so then 1 p.m. all the way back, it's all darkness. I think I might be misreading what you're saying, but either way, I get it. I understand, like, when you're way up there, sometimes you have like full days of sun and like a sliver of nighttime, and then maybe on the opposite side, it just becomes nighttime the whole time. Alright, what was I doing though? In the meantime, I'm gonna replace one of these clips. Maybe this one. Ooh, my tool returned. This little icon disappeared earlier. I didn't know why. It might just be a glitch. Okay, but it's back, so we can get back to editing properly. There's a little bit of a shift in my camera there at the end. So let's see if we can get rid of it. Fair enough. Piyush, you're saying, oh, you're asking, have you seen the Northern Lights? I have. Not in the proper way, in the sense that like with my camera gear and being able to capture it like as a landscape shot. I had done a trip to Iceland a number of years back before I was a photographer. I went with a friend, we did more of a road trip style, and we just caught the tail end of Northern Light season. So while we did see it with the naked eye, it was like very, very minor, not like a crazy effect. The best I received, or not received, but the best time I was able to see the Northern Lights was actually when I was moving to Dubai, which is a number of years back, and I was flying on Emirates. And at the time, I was moving to my same company, but I was moving to their Dubai office. And as part of their policy, they actually will fly you on business class if your flight is if you have an international flight more than like X number of hours. They switch you to business, and oh my god, is that the coolest experience. Emirates business is amazing. So anyways, it's like a 16-hour flight, and when I was on the flight, one of the flight attendants woke me up because she couldn't see I had all my camera gear, and she's like, you got to check out outside the window, and you could actually see the Northern Lights from outside the window, and that was really, really cool. I do have a photo of that. I wonder if I can show it quickly. Let's take a quick break from the video edits. I'm going to open up my Lightroom here. Sweden is like near the North Pole. Yeah. Alright, let's see if I can quickly find it. I'm assuming it's one of the shots that I had 5-starred back in the day. And let's zoom out. So this is one of the shots I think Maple had mentioned I should turn into an emote. So again, it is in the back burner. I want to figure out how to create my own emotes. But anyways, let's get to what we were trying to do. So this is kind of like a fast forward of a number of the travels I've been on, a bunch of photos that I had 5-starred. I'm just looking for the shot from outside the window. These are lion shots from my first trip to Kenya. And then Giraffe shots also from that trip to Kenya. This was Rwanda. Dubai. Zanzibar. Alright, I think we're coming up on it. Sri Lanka. South Africa, Cape Town. Oman. Lebanon. Turkey. Alright, what comes next? Portugal. Dubai. Nepal? I think this was Nepal. India. Dubai again. Turkey. Istanbul. The US. This is back in Arizona. Okay, so where are you? This was Myanmar. Philip, he said, first time I came back after a lot of years away, I was organizing a shoot for a yoga teacher in North Sweden. And I'm like, let's do sunrise shots. And she's like, you know it's at 3 a.m. Damn. She got you there. I like the consistency of India's 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Yeah, it's not bad. The only thing I know about India weather is that they call Dubai's weather, they say Dubai has like India summer. So we experience the Indian summer is what they say, which supposedly is like, I think August is the hottest month. Okay, so these are shots from Myanmar, Singapore. I forget. Oh yeah, this was Nepal, I think. The Monkey Temple. Where was this? This was Budapest to Ireland? No, Norway. So then this is Norway, Poland, Ireland. My God, we're getting close, I think. Jordan. Dubai again. Sri Lanka again. Dubai, Oman? No. I think this is... Oh yeah, this was Oman. Alright, here we go. Did I just pass it? Oh yeah, there it is, there it is. I don't think I can full screen it because this might not be the file. Yeah, I forget where I put the file. Alright, so it might not be the easiest way to see it, but basically from the plane window, she woke me up and she's like, you gotta check outside. And then the northern lights was just like basically at eye level with the plane. And so I did my best, with the camera, and you can see a lot of glare and it wasn't like ideal, but I made sure to get a snap of the northern lights from there. But it was super cool, as you can imagine. So it was a more unique way to be able to see the northern lights, to be able to see it from the sky in the plane ride. But I do want to eventually do like a proper trip where you're, for the northern lights. It's just that by the time I was becoming more serious as a photographer, I switched over to doing wildlife trips. So northern lights kind of took a step back for me in terms of what I prioritize. Now, if I can do a wildlife trip with the northern lights, like if there are reindeer and like polar bears in northern lights, now we're really talking, like that would be something, that'd be crazy. Wolves, polar bears, reindeer. I don't know what lives in this environment, but let's see. You were saying, yeah, the Monkey Temple. So even back then, when I wasn't a wildlife photographer, I definitely knew I love when I can travel and see animals. So the monkeys were always awesome. Cats, dogs, you name it. It's just action. I think I always liked action and unpredictability, which the monkeys definitely gave me. We all go there. I got a great shot of it from a tall building. Yeah, the Monkey Temple. Yeah, just to go back to that. I did end up with some really cool shots of the monkeys. Let's see. And again, I don't know. I think because I shifted all the photos to different folders, so I can't really zoom in on them. These are all just kind of the little preview shots. But this shot in particular, I did enjoy a lot, and I've cropped it in quite a bit. I don't know how much I can show you guys, but there's like a close-up shot of the monkey when it dove into the water and was just having a nice little swim, and their eyes look like they got makeup on. And then this is the most dramatic of the shots. But I have this one shot cropped in, and yeah, this is one where I did a bunch of edits to it, so I have a bunch of different presets that I was testing out and seeing if I can make it look very dramatic. But yeah. And this is the most dramatic, obviously, where I went a little bit overboard, but I was accentuating the eyes a bit more just to make it look very, very evil. Like a monkey god, let's say. And then popping in some color with the monkey temple. Let's see here. It's like monsoon right now in India. Damn. Philip, are you a photographer too? Yes, yes. Hello, Golden Book. I think I heard from you earlier. I apologize if I didn't. But Golden Book, thank you for being here. Philip, I'm going to add you. Oh, sorry. I thought you're at... I thought you were putting the at of your Instagram or whatever handle. Feel free to share those things unless it's some Twitch policy not to. But yeah, Golden, I'm also on YouTube and Kick. So thank you guys who are watching on those other platforms. I do see people are watching. That's really cool. We're taking a quick break from the video edit. Just from a casual story, we were talking about the Northern Lights. And the brief time that I was able to see it was from a plane ride way back when, years back. And I do want to eventually do like a dedicated trip for the Northern Lights. I imagine everyone would love to at some point. I mean, how epic is it, right? So anyways, these are all these photos from years and years back, and it is sometimes fun to kind of look back and see how my editing has changed. It has changed significantly. I've kind of gone more with a softer touch, a bit darker and softer touch, and I've done less poppy saturated colors, generally speaking. Just depends on the moment. So it might be more shots like this where it's a little bit softer. Yeah, softer. A bit more faded look at times, so maybe I'll add some bit of fade. But generally speaking, I won't add crazy saturation to the shots. It'll be more keeping it slightly more natural. And that's probably in line with as I did more wildlife photography. Most wildlife shots generally kind of rely on more natural feels to it, I would say. And the more dramatic you go, the more you might, miss out on the actual realism of the shot. Some of these, for instance, I did add a bit more poppy colors to it, but I thought it felt right with the mood, especially with this very, very distinct looking animal that is very prehistoric. But yes, oftentimes I might desaturate a bit, soften it up, and just focus more on the subject. And where I've been learning more and more in the past couple of years is more just like on framing. So trying to figure out what is a proper framing for whether it's for Instagram or for landscape mode. That's been a fun process, which I haven't like necessarily discovered properly yet, or like I wouldn't say I know all the best techniques, but yeah, you try your best. So we've been trying that with the photos from our Mongolia trip, and as of the past few days, one thing I've been doing that's quite different from how I normally edit is we've been applying some grain. So we've been applying artificial grain to the shots to make it intentionally noisy, and that's kind of been fun. I've been enjoying this kind of vintage look to the shots, where we can see now, instead of it being a clean, I don't know how best to describe it, like a clean glossy look, we're now doing more of a grainy look, right? But until it breaks, we're going to keep doing that for a number of our shots. Philip, you are... Oh, no, I thought you were sharing. Okay, yeah. Oh, sorry, yeah. You mentioned this before. That's something about it seemed familiar, and I couldn't... Never rely on my memory. Let's just say that. But yeah, good to see you, Piyush and Piyush. But yeah, if you guys are photographers, like feel free to share your handles in the sense of like if you have your portfolios on socials and things like that. Like I said, I don't know if there are some rules that don't allow you to like put links to other platforms. My understanding is Twitch can be a little bit OCD, or like I don't know what the right word is. I want to say anal, but yeah, I'm nervous about Twitch, but I have heard that Twitch can be a little bit more strict about letting people go off platform, which if true, that is kind of annoying. Let me stream everywhere, as you know, all at once. But yeah. All right, Philip, you got an Imager link. Ooh, that's cool. What is this? Is this where you live? I like going to places where you can see that kind of. I don't know if this is like from pollution. Some like most times it is pollution, but like occasionally you go to a country and then you see the morning fog kick in, and if you're able to photograph that, it's so cool. I saw that only in a few places. Uganda is like that. Uganda has crazy fog up in the mountains. Rwanda as well, similar terrain. Excuse me. And then Myanmar was really, really cool. Myanmar. Where was Myanmar? Myanmar was... I did a hot air balloon ride in Myanmar. And it was really cool to see. You're above the fog. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. So this was Myanmar. I wonder if I can actually zoom in more. I cannot for now. But Myanmar was really cool. I did this hot air balloon ride, and you can see all the fog that was, across the horizon. These are just as I was trying different editing styles. Let me exit this real quick. Yeah, the Monkey Temple in Kathmandu. That's the one I visited. Ah, I see. So that's where I went. Gotcha. Yeah, I literally just did a quick trip to Kathmandu, just for like a couple days, I think, if at all. It was like I had a long, maybe it was like a 2 to 3 day weekend, and so I just literally just said, okay, let's just spend a couple days, hang out with monkeys. But yeah, in Myanmar, you can see all the fog was kicking in, so it was fun for photos. It was fun just to be there and just see the moment. But this is like from years ago. I wondered, with hopefully the more knowledge that I have now in terms of photography, what would I do differently? But yeah, it's really cool to see. And my favorite thing to photograph is the Japanese word for it is komorebi. But I do love, let me type it in here. Komorebi. And Philip, you said you're in the studio, it's in a frame, and it's Monkey Temple. Yep. Got to know a girl who lived not far from the temple in a tall building. Nice. Oh man, the view. But yeah, so anyways, I love photographing komorebi, which is the concept of the kind of the scattered light, or the scattered sunlight. So anytime if I can see those moments, it's usually towards golden hours, when the sun peeks through, especially in dusty areas, and then you see the sunlight kind of creating that little faded look, or the sun rays. Those are some of the coolest things to see in life, but definitely some of the coolest things to photograph. So this is one of the photos where I was testing a bunch of presets, and I'm pretty sure the preset that I created for this one is called komorebi something. But yeah, I think this might actually be the one. But yeah, I love that effect. Anytime I can see that on my travels, I will probably stop and try to take photos. Same thing here, you can see in the background. Yeah. Anywho, let's get back to cracking through this video, shall we? Where in India to at Golden Book 80. Got it. Where in India? Oh, you're talking to, okay, to Piyush. Gotcha. Okay, that's fast enough because we need to move on. We gotta chug away. So even this, I might try to clip it shorter. So it might be. So maybe we'll cut this in half. This way, I can insert the one clip of me holding the deadly weapon. Now let's change it up a bit. Alright, let me go back a bit so I can get a better sense of this one. Golden Bucky said, YouTube is a bit delayed than Twitch. I don't know how to fix that. You lived in Bombay for some years. Your first dog was from Pune. Pune? Pune. So then Golden Book, Golden Book, you are Piyush. I'll remember that at some point. But you lived in Mumbai. Yeah, can you explain that to me? Why is it Mumbai / Bombay? But they're both referring to the same thing or no? Mumbai, Bombay. Lots of forts and treks near Pune. Punani is not good, right? That's, if I remember my Russell Peters days, I believe Punani was not meant to be something you can say. Philip, you said, nice, hectic city. I lived in Andheri and then in Bandra. Damn. India is so massive. Like, I could probably spend a whole year and not end up seeing all of it. Which is what makes it so exciting. I do want to go back there soon. Boom. Dun, dun, boom. Dun, dun. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe I can cut this even shorter, so it goes 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Piyush, you said British used to call Mumbai Bombay. Gotcha. Okay. You know, I'm gonna blame it on my American centrism. Is that the right term? I think most Americans, it's not just me, but a lot of us Americans, we are very we think we're the center of the world. We don't end up having to learn a lot about the world because we think we are the world. It's one of those, I only learn things if I was forced to learn it, and our K through 12 education is not also necessarily the best. So when I moved to Dubai, I, for instance, didn't even know there's a whole, I didn't know there was a thing, just a small thing between two countries nearby. I did not realize Pakistan and India don't necessarily see eye to eye. So yeah, eventually I discovered that there was this crazy, there was a crazy conflict that's brewing for a number of years. I still don't really know much of the history there, and Dubai is a little bit sheltered in that sense because even though there's a massive population of people from India and Pakistan, Dubai is not a place where people are allowed to fight. I don't think you're even allowed to curse. I'm pretty sure if you publicly utter some expletives, you can be fined or potentially jailed for that. So yeah, you don't see a lot of roughhousing, aggressive talk or anything in Dubai, nor do people want to, because Dubai has this air, it's got this aura of safety, right? It is very much a shielded bubble within a pretty conflict-ridden region. If you think about the Middle East or Africa or parts of like Southeast or Southwest Asia or wherever else. So there's a lot going on nearby, but Dubai ends up feeling like a safe haven, and nobody wants to rock the boat. Everyone wants to just chill. It's like, we got a good thing going here. Let's leave those things, put in the back of your mind. And so it does kind of work out in a sense of that it is a very safe city. It's a very safe society, I mean to say. But yeah, I eventually learned a little bit about world history. Let's see, Philip, you get either way how I say it. I used to say Mumbai for the longest time, but people in Bangalore. Oh yeah, even that I don't understand. Bengaluru, and then there's Bangalore. I think the airport's called Bengaluru, right? So people would say Bombay. British used to call Mumbai Bombay. Okay, so if I were to be more culturally appropriate, I would say Mumbai is my assumption. Philip, yeah, people drive like crazy here. Yeah, that I know. Man, chaos is the definition of India. We talked about it before, at least with the driving. Sometimes people still call it Bombay. Dubai seems very interesting / strange. So many people move there. And then you're asking, seems like you got to be rich to stay there. Thank you very much for the follow. I believe you're from, I think that language is either Japanese or Chinese. I apologize, I can't read your name, but thank you for following. That's cool that you're following me from a part of Asia. Thank you. Yeah, so Philip, I think yesterday we were talking about this. I don't know. I'm happy to go through it a bit more as well, but hello. Thank you. I apologize. I think that's Chinese. I do recognize some of the symbols are more like Mandarin Chinese. But it looks so nice. Maybe it's the typography or the font, as we say, that makes it look very uniform. But thanks for joining. We're taking a pause from... I'm editing my video. It is Japanese. Okay. Because I know there's some similarity, but the way it was spelled out looked more Japanese. But then some of the symbols I recognize as like from when I studied Chinese for like a couple years in university. But you're not Japanese. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, so we're just taking a quick pause from my video editing. This is my trip to Mongolia, and so we made good progress. We're at the 10-minute mark. I'll let it play a little bit as we have some side conversations here. So this is what we've got so far. I'm just muting the audio for now. Yeah, so Philip, we had a conversation yesterday about, I think someone had asked, like, you have to be rich to be in Dubai, and the answer is no. I think most people who live in Dubai are actually not rich, because the majority of people who are here are working blue-collar jobs. So it could be everything from construction to being like delivery drivers to housemaids, or yeah, everything in between in that kind of space. So yeah, I would say I think like probably upwards of like 80% of people kind of have those types of jobs. So it doesn't necessarily mean it's expensive to live here, but there is a very, very expensive way of living in Dubai. So obviously, if you like to spend money, you can. If you like to go to the fine dining and the best restaurants, if you like to drink alcohol, some of the venues and activities can be very expensive. But in terms of like groceries, like if you want to get healthy food for cheap, very, very cheap here. Everything is delivered quickly. The housing is much cheaper than it is in, I can only compare it to places like San Francisco, New York City, but compared to there, it's like half the cost of rent for more space, double the space. So we had a whole conversation about rent cost and quality and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, Dubai is actually cheaper than you would imagine to live, especially from how people portray it in the media. So yeah. Hey Maple, good to see you. I got a bone to pick with you though. So Maple, well, yeah, no, I'm only kidding, but good to see you, and thanks again. Yesterday was a really fun stream, especially with all the little side topics, especially around typography and not using papyrus as a font, but not a real beef. But if you recall, as we were watching, I think someone sent the link about the Saturday Night Live video, And I was like, oh man, I'm so nervous. Like, I don't know what I can show, especially when it comes to copyright strikes and stuff. And I believe it was you who was like, man, you know, don't worry so much. It'll be fine. Come on. So I did watch it in full. I thought everything was good. But then when I ended the stream, I got a notification that my video got blocked. And that was the first time I saw blocked as like an actual reasoning. And lo and behold, apparently Mr. Saturday Night Live himself had gone ahead and blocked my video. So then I had to go, you know, thankfully YouTube, yeah, oh yeah, yes. And that's what I assumed, Maple. I'm assuming you're coming from like a Twitch perspective. So in that sense, that's what I'm saying. I'm only jesting, not your fault by any means. But as a multi-streamer, I did get hit with the copyright. And yeah, there was an easy remedy. You say duh, but common sense. I am a papyrus font user, okay? So I want you to kind of give me that handicap that is appropriate for a papyrus lover, okay? But yeah, so apparently, I mean, the easy remedy was that I just needed to excise those sections from my VOD. So I think it's fine. Everything has been resolved. But yeah, that is something I do need to figure out. If I am multi-streaming, to what extent am I able to show things? And is this always going to happen? Like, anytime I want to watch a YouTube video, if it's like some kind of soundtrack, will people automatically ding me? I'm not sure. I assume it's much more lax on like Twitch and Kick. What did you say, Maple? YouTube will block everything and Twitch is more chill as long as you route your audio properly specifically. Yeah, and I do appreciate the video that you had sent. So I haven't played with it myself, but I did watch your video about how in OBS you can use like a separate track that won't get saved into the VOD, it sounds like. So yeah, I do want to play with that at some point in the future, but yeah, I just haven't had time to dabble with it. All right, and then I apologize. I don't know your name, but the person from Japan who is not Japanese. So you said Twitch doesn't want you to show YouTube chat on the stream, even if you multi-stream. Yeah, I think I read about that. That seems like such nonsense. It's so weird. Like, yeah, I'm very much, and this is like more of a broader philosophy, I guess, or principle. Generally speaking, I feel like the more you try to block things, when you try to ban things, when you try to like whatever restrict, you end up just, the market's not going away, and if in some ways you end up pushing the market towards your competitors. So I think the more they try to restrict or even like punish for, you know, people wanting to explore other innovations or other platforms, all you're going to do is cause more people to go. And that's part of the reason I decided, if I'm going to start streaming, let me try live streaming. Let me actually try out all these other platforms and see what's out there, right? Because it seems like Twitch had an iron grip in the streaming world for a number of years, and it sounds like every time I hear about Kick, they're increasing their market share. Last I heard, I think there was something about they have like 25% of the market share, and then obviously YouTube is YouTube, and like it probably, in terms of actual watch hours and views, not necessarily for live streaming, but people, it dwarfs the others, right? So, anyways. Ho like Jose or Hos, Nya like Pinata, and Su like Super. Okay. Ho Pinya, Nya. Honyasu. Okay, Honyasu. Nice to meet you. I love Japan, by the way. I know you're not Japanese, but one of the trips that I am trying to plan to go to next year, where I want to bring a group with me, is actually Hokkaido. I was there in February of this year. Was it March? Oh, maybe March of this year. And so I went there for the first time. I took 3 photographers with me. And so we're not here yet. So right now I'm editing my photos and videos from my trip to Mongolia from February last year. So we have about 10 to 12 more trips to go. But we will eventually, as part of my streaming journey, and for those of you who enjoy what I do and hopefully will be a part of this community, you're going to watch me actually edit all of the behind the scenes. You'll see how the photos I took, the stories behind it, and then eventually the final products that we'll be posting to my social media, to my YouTube videos and all that. But Hokkaido is beautiful. I'm in the works right now to actually organize a trip back there. So I'm aiming to put a trip together where I will take a small group, anywhere from 3 to 6 people, however many can fit in a single van, so that we can spend about 9 days in Hokkaido, where we will explore mostly for wildlife. So I have a good idea now since I've been there. What are the key locations for the crowned cranes, for the Izo Momonga, for the foxes, the ones that are used to humans in like the Sandspit Peninsula. Yeah, so I'm very excited to go back to Japan for this kind of winter wildlife. And at the end of the tour, if everything goes well, I do want to spend some time with those monkeys at the hot springs. So yeah, let me catch up on a few things I missed here. Maple, you were saying, and oh yeah, I forget, Maple, if you were here earlier, maybe it was yesterday, I was giving you some compliments because the videos that you had shared, or the little bit I was able to see, I was like, man, the quality of your stream, your videos are excellent. I like how you color graded your room, or the view from your room. Like it was more like a monochrome style, maybe. I don't know if that's the right way to say it. So I'm sure I can learn a lot from you in general of like how do you be a better content creator. So you said YouTube chat on stream is the no-no, but I mean, you're not big. Exactly. Thank you very much. Thanks for reminding me. I don't know who Nutty is, and he just recently got a hit for that because he was like advertising it. Okay, fair enough. So as long as none of you snitches on here, you know, call me out, rat me out. But yeah, yeah, I am not big enough yet to even worry about it. Honyasu, yes, Honyasu is in brackets besides the Japanese. Oh, I can't see it. I see. I don't see it from my restream. Maybe it's visible from like the Twitch chat, but I don't really have that. Oh yeah, I can see it in the Twitch chat, but I'm mainly looking at this restream chat since it combines. It's a very low bar to just not show YouTube chat on screen. You can also have, but the thing is like, because I'm using Restream, it's just a combined chat, and it seems weird, or maybe there is some kind of filter to not show YouTube chat. But then wait a second, wouldn't Twitch, are they applying that rule to Kick as well? So they're really saying any chat outside of Twitch, if you're showing it, they're gonna punish you for it. But either way, it's so ridiculous as a rule. It's so bizarre. You can also have it restream chat to Twitch as a bot. You can also have it restream chat. I'll make sense of what you said there. Pog, let's go. Okay, that must have been about Japan. Hokkaido. You should try MIEF. What are you saying there? Oh, is this like a... Honyasu, sorry, I'm just catching up on what you said. I don't know what those are. Let me Google this. Hokkaido MIE. Oh, it's like food. Wait, no, sorry, it's not. Or maybe it is. I love Japanese food. Oh my god. The best thing about Japan, and I can't wait to talk about it in my Japan vlog, the Hokkaido vlog, we'll get to eventually. The best part about Japan is 7-Eleven. And there's another one, I forget the name already, but your 7-Eleven is the best. I ate 7-Eleven every single day of my trip in Hokkaido. It was about 2 weeks I think I spent there. I had so much, what do you call it, nigiris? Onigiris? Oh my god, the food is amazing in the 7-Elevens. And the irony is that if you go to the US, 7-Eleven is the worst. You can actually die if you eat any of the hot food from the 7-Eleven there, because it probably has some kind of disease. Actually, there has been some stories in the past where someone died from eating some food like a hot dog from a 7-Eleven. So it's very, very different in the US versus Japan. In Japan, it's like a 5-star restaurant, to me, with my unrefined taste buds. But yeah, you were saying MIE is the city I need to visit. Fukui and Yamanashi probably are all. Yamanashi in autumn. Yeah, I want to start small. I need to organize one more trip in the winter time, and if that's a success, I do want to do more trips to Japan. Japan is like, it sells itself. Everyone in the world always wants to visit Japan, so I don't need to advertise as much. I need to just, you know, gain confidence and trust from people. Snitches get stitches. Yes, Piyush, I agree. Let's all keep that in mind. Everyone here. A city in Japan. Mie is like near Osaka. What is Google's AI saying? It's located on the main island of Honshu. Okay, so it's a different island. Okay, good to know. yeah, the seafood was just amazing. They have nice eel. I do love me some eel. And yeah, it's in Japan. Yamanashi has the best grapes in Japan. Damn. Okay. I feel like Japan, what is not to love about Japan, you know? Besides the work culture there. I hear it's very, very tough. But when it comes to food, when it comes to the wildlife, nature, yeah. So when I do go to Japan, it's gonna dedicate a lot of time to search for the Izo Momonga and the I forget the name. It's like Shima Inagi or something. The little puffer birds, the small little birds. So I am very excited when we get to this point of our story. Actually, let's see what we can jump to. Maybe, you know what? I'm going to tease a little bit of some of the footages from there. And actually, if you see the video that I start with at the beginning of the stream, you will see some of those moments from my trip to Japan as well as all over the world. So yeah, if you ever tune in at the very beginning of my streams in the starting soon portion, that is some clips from Japan as well. But I can also just show it from here. So, because I have edited some of them because I needed to as we were creating some of the trailer scenes. So for instance, this was from Hokkaido and I was filming in very, very slow motion. So you can see here, we have very, very slow motion footage. So I was waiting for it to get in focus. So now we get this nice, I shot this in 240 frames per second. So when I slowed it down to 24 frames, essentially the quick math is that if I originally shot a 240 frames per second video, I can slow it down to 10% of its original speed and still have a smooth video, which is what we're seeing here. So when we make our Hokkaido video, it's going to be really, really cool. And there is a world where I might actually work on this video earlier, even though this trip is, you know, if I don't go in order, I might still work on this video because I need to promote my trip to Japan. so if I am gonna, because I know that is something I need to do, and that trip will be in February of next year. So I need to advertise it very soon. So I might actually make Japan the next video we work on after Mongolia. Because yeah, I need every kind of content to advertise properly. So, Honyasu, am I saying it right? Honyasu, you said 60-year-old grandma sometimes annoying there, especially to foreigners. Yeah. Even in Hokkaido when I was there, there were some areas where there's at least one individual who would just, there is some kind of thing where if they see a lot of American or foreign photographers and tourists, the local photographers will feel defensive, territorial, because it's like, wow, you're you know, it's a turf thing. But I did recognize that there's a little bit of things like that I have to be aware of. Okay, let me show one of the coolest shots of the cranes that I captured in slow motion. Not this one. I mean, these are nice, but there are some other moments. Yeah, this one. I'm very excited to play with this a bit more. So I was able to capture the moment when they bowed to each other during the mating process. And then you see a little bit of action in the background, which can be cool or not. Obviously, it's nice to isolate your subjects, but I kind of like it because it's very chaotic. They're jumping around. And then as I kind of speed up a bit, there's a few cool moments here where the cranes would pick up a piece of leaf, toss it up in the air, then do a little bit of a Michael Jordan-esque, like, you know, dunking, and then catch it or try to catch it again. I don't know. It might be part of the mating ritual for all I know. But there was some kind of cool moments where you see them doing a little dance for us. Then again, hopping over, doing another little like a turn. They're mating. They do a bow again. So all of this is in 240 frames per second. And then there's a few more, yeah. So then these kind of moments are so cool. When you see a hop it in the air, toss it in the air, and then try to catch it. So yeah, this is when I was shooting with my Nikon Z6 III. So with the Z6 III, I have the ability to film in 240 frames per second in 1080p. And what I do is I film it in that mode, and then I have a software called Topaz AI, where I'm able to take my 1080 HD video and I can upscale it to 4K quality. And it does a really good job of retaining the resolution in terms of like the pixels and keeping things sharp. So this one is an example. I think I upscaled it to 4K. If you would ever like to use, you know what? I'm gonna pause here, go full cam mode. If you would like to purchase and try Topaz Video AI, I do have an affiliate link you should use, and I believe it's on my website. So definitely make sure to check it out. It is, I think, at yobelprize.com/mygear. I think you can find it there. Anyways, let's go back to this. Piyush, you mentioned, is photography like an expensive hobby to have, like buying camera lenses and stuff? Absolutely. I mean, are most hobbies expensive? Probably, yeah. Unless your hobby is like football and you just have a soccer ball lying around. It is a very, very expensive hobby. So I'll give you an example. The most expensive lens I have is, I think retail price right now is probably like $16,000, $15,000 to $16,000. My camera bodies can range from like a couple $1,000s to like $5,000 to $6,000. Some of the best lenses, yeah, are definitely in the few $1,000 range to higher. So it is a very, very expensive hobby. I was fortunate that I had a corporate job at the time when I was getting into this hobby. So I would use my well-earned salary and funnel it into this. So yeah, it is not. And then obviously when you imagine traveling, because once you have a camera, you want to be able to capture cool things. And so for me, it's mostly around traveling. So then travels are not cheap either. So there's a lot of hidden costs. And then, yeah, the software, you need the right computer, memory cards, everything that goes with it. Philip, you were saying, what's the bird doing? So this was like mating season. So when we were there, the birds were all kind of, and I did capture film of when they actually mated, not these two. But what you're seeing is essentially them doing their little mating ritual. Yeah. I can't really say more than that, but yeah, they're just doing some weird animalistic things. But it looks cool on camera. And this is all 240 frames per second, so it is insane. The original shot was probably like 1 minute long or something, and now I have like 12 minutes worth of footage. So not all of it will be usable, but so yeah, some of these things will be what we show when it comes to Japan. So, you know, this will be really fun to be able to show. We got very close to some of the foxes in one part of Hokkaido. So I've got a number of like wonderful shots of the fox. This is the video version of the same photo I showed earlier. So we had this one fox come down here. I was lying on the ground, so I was trying to go as low as possible and to get the framing. So that's the same thing as the shot here. Just photo version versus the video version. So yeah, we have a lot of cool kind of moments here that we'll get to eventually. So I'm showing this quickly as a teaser, but also because we have Honyasu here, who I think you're saying you live in Japan. So I figured I'll give a teaser for some of the other countries that we will be working through once we are done with Mongolia. But we do still have a lot more to do here with Mongolia. We've got probably 2 to 3 episodes that we will finalize. We're still on episode 1. All right, let's get back to it. Where were we? So we were trying to work through here. So there'll be some kind of voiceover. Then we hop into heading back into the house before we then move to our next adventure, which is the ice fishing. Okay, I'm just gonna edit this clip a bit better, and we're gonna turn off the background music for now. Okay, and we're gonna clip this to end a bit sooner. And then we'll jump this one slightly ahead. Okay, we're getting there. The pacing is a bit faster, so we're getting through a bit more of the story quicker so that we can get to the most exciting parts. So all of these I think we can remove, because now we want to get to the next part of the story where we can show what the ice fishing looked like. And in terms of which moment to show, I think I want to show the main star, Ardak. So I want to show some of the clips of him actually ice fishing. So between this shot and this shot probably, it's probably good enough. Let me move these guys out of the way. Let's move these guys forward. Let's see. Philip, you said it can be, and Honyasu, you said I'm not living in Japan at the moment. No worries, no worries. Do you speak Japanese then? But yeah, I need to learn Japanese because everyone in Hokkaido, nobody speaks English. So that is something I'm in the back end as I'm working on organizing this trip. I do have to factor in, most likely I need a translator. So I have to probably factor in the cost of hiring a driver who speaks English. So that way I can kill two birds, because also I need to have an international driver's permit. And I could do that, but even if I end up driving the van, I would need to have someone who can speak Japanese, because there's nothing in English. Nobody that lives there really speaks English. So yeah. Yobel, are you going to use Mongolian throat singing sounds in your cinematic shots? Absolutely, yeah. I think we've prioritized that as much as possible. Here, we're going to rewind and see some of those moments. And then, Honyasu, you do speak Japanese on N5 level, basically elementary. Hey, listen, that's way better than me. I always feel bad when, as an English speaker and from the States, I meet people from all over the world, and then they always apologize to me when they say, like, oh, sorry, my English is not so good. It's like, I'm always like, man, your English is not so good, but it's like, my, the equivalent of whatever you speak, so like my Japanese is way worse, or non-existent, or Russian, or whatever, Chinese, this and that. Okay, so Philip, to your question, oh no, sorry, Piyush, you're asking. Let me just hop back to the trailer. So in terms of the trailer, we start off with a little bit of like the throat singing soundtrack. So let's play it. So just a little bit of that kind of style, not like the craziest version of it, but it conveys a bit more of that Mongolian style. And then I think later, I am trying, so the goal was, if I can use all soundtracks that give more of a Mongolian cultural vibe, that would be great. So far we've been able to. And then here was the epic kind of the adventure we went on, and I think, yeah. Yeah, so between those two main songs, it's got more of like a Mongolian vibe to it. I mean, it's literally that soundtrack was called, it's called Dreams Mongolia, so straight up Mongolian, and then the first one as well. I will also, not in this episode, but in the future episode, there is a section where we'll also be able to play real throat singing, because we met one of these traditional throat singers. Where art thou? Well, these weren't throat singers, but we did play some music there. Right here. So this guy is an actual throat singer. Yeah, so he played a little bit for me. Let's see if we can just play it a bit louder. So anyways, we have some really cool moments where we have the locals performing for us. Like I said, we're going to have moments where we will drink with them, and then we start celebrating. Really good stuff. I'm excited to get to it. Change of pace from the typical like wildlife stuff we're doing. If you guys don't mind, I need to take a couple minutes break because I need to drink some water, I think. I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit from the congestion and all that fun stuff. So what I'm going to do, also I need to feed my cats and just do a little bit of air squats since I've been sitting this whole time. I'm going to go be right back, and like I've shown before, I have this little scene, so what you'll see next are some of my best clips from my YouTube videos, so hopefully you'll still find it entertaining as I be right back. All right, we're back. I was able to get 20 air squats in. I've swapped out some of the sparkling soda and my iced coffee with some room temperature water to hopefully soothe the throat a bit. Hey, Wild Photography Teen, thank you very much for following. Ooh, on Twitch. All right, we're getting there. If we're lucky. So, let me just kind of set the scene a bit. Right now, we're on day 12 of my streaming journey. You're watching me as a photographer and videographer. I do this full time. I travel all around the world. And I stopped traveling 2 months ago, and I'm spending the rest of the year not traveling, where I need to catch up on posting content, working on my videos. And so what you get to see as part of the stream is me working on those videos as we will live edit whatever content we need to fix or focus on. So anyways, sorry, I'm a little bit out of breath because I did do 20 air squats, okay? It's not the easiest. So anyways, thank you very much for following me on Twitch. This is day 12 and it's been fun. It's been quite fun actually. And thankfully I have had the endurance for it, except for feeling a little. And as part of that, I think we're fairly close to reaching the goal on Twitch. I believe I need to have 50 followers and a few other things to be able to qualify for the next level of Twitch, I guess. I think it's called affiliate, to access different features. So every time you follow me on Twitch, as well as Kick, as well as YouTube, I do very much appreciate it. Okay, so I am back. My voice is much better. My cats are chill. They've got their food in, and Kimbap has been replaced with Nala over here. Okay, she's kind of cleaning herself, and maybe I shouldn't do a close-up. Just wondering what is my favorite camera? Let me catch up on my voice first. My favorite camera is actually the one I'm using right now to do the stream. It is a Nikon Z6 III. So I do also own a Nikon Z9, and that is the more powerful of the cameras. It's the flagship for Nikon. It's the one you're seeing me film with for all of this the storytelling. So let me just jump over here as I talk through this. Let me mute it a bit or just drop it down. So this whole video that we've been working on, and you've been seeing me work on this for the past 11 days, now we're on day 12. Everything here, most of the cinematic shots were shot with my Nikon Z9, as well as some other camera gear, but everything that looks cool, for the most part, is from the Nikon Z9. I did get a Nikon Z6 III, let's call it like 6 months ago, maybe a little bit earlier than that. Maybe let's call it 6 to 9 months ago. And so some of my most recent trips, I have been able to use that as my second camera. And while it's not as powerful as the Z9, it has some really nifty features that works well for me, including the fact that it has an articulating screen. So then it helps me be able to do those selfie shots that are always so hard to do, generally speaking, for myself. It's a lighter camera body, but it can still film in the Nikon, like the NRAW, the high quality video format, which is what I do for this for my YouTube video. So really happy with the results. You're using a Fujifilm camera. It's an old camera. No worries. Fuji's like really good. I mean, in my opinion, if you have a Fuji, Canon, Nikon, Sony, Leica, but that's more on the high end, generally speaking. But if you have any of those brands, they're all reputable. They all produce really epic cameras. And I think starting with an old camera is probably best, or even not starting with, but it forces you to have to really understand the mechanics of photography as well as videography. So yeah. But thank you for the questions. You say wild photography teen. So does this mean you are a wildlife photographer? I do always like meeting fellow wildlife photographers, as that is the main focus of what I do. My voice is not fully there yet, but we're getting there. So I do mostly wildlife photography in terms of what I've been passionate about. So while I do wildlife, I just look for really fun adventures. I love exploring the world. And as I become more comfortable with my camera gear, I do enjoy trying to capture as many interesting moments from my travels and sharing it. One of the mantras, I don't know if mantra is the right word, one of the things that I oftentimes say is I love sharing the best of the world with the rest of the world, and that's a key reason why I got into YouTube, because I figured YouTube was one of the best ways to storytell without necessarily going into more professional, industry of that. So here we are. You're watching me trying my best to create my next quote-unquote film, where it's my journey to Mongolia, spending time understanding the day in the life of eagle hunters. And we're taking a break from a little bit of the more epic footages that we had of the eagles riding, the eagle hunters in the snow, to go into the ice fishing mode. So a little bit calmer. Let me take another sip of water. All right. Wild photography teen. I'm just going to call you the wild teen. No, I'm not. I'm saving for a camera right now, but I don't know which one to get yet. I'm going to get a cheap one because if I get an expensive one and it breaks, I would cry. Yeah, listen, you're still a teen, I'm assuming, hence your name. I'll call you Wild. All right, listen, Wild Child. You're still a child, all right? You're still a teen, and as such, I think it's best not to spend too much money on things. I think it teaches the wrong lessons to begin with if you focus on like materialistic things too much, as opposed to trying to like, especially when you're young. Oh my God, I'm so jealous. This is the right time for you to kind of like learn the fundamentals, right? Do more with less, essentially. And then it proves more, as well. So I'll talk about my first camera, but my journey started different from yours. And like I said, I think it's lucky that you're starting while you're young. I started my photography journey when I was in my mid to late 20s. And so I had a steady job at the time. I wasn't making like crazy money, but at that point you could invest in your hobbies. But still, I purchased a $500 body, the Sony a6000. I'll type it in the chat. Sony a6000. So this is what not a 600, Sony a6000. This is what I started out with. And then I put it in the chat earlier, I think, but let me just make sure I actually have the right URL. And I'll put it up on the screen here real quick. We're going to take a quick pause from video editing because I think this is also enjoyable for me. You can also check out, if at any point this is of interest, if you go to my website, yovelprize.com/my-gear, you'll be able to see all the gear that I use, both when it comes to how I travel, the subscriptions I use for my workstation, as well as my camera gear. And so this will give you a sense of what I use. So now I've upgraded in terms of what I use, but the Sony a6000 was great. It's what I started with, and I ended up getting a lot of photos that I still, to this day, are some of my favorites, as well as some of them that I was able to print onto like a big canvas. I don't know if I'll be able to actually access it. I did a number of house cleaning, and a lot of my photos are now in different hard drives, so I might not be able to see it. But even this photo here, for what you can see, this was from the Sony a6000. Yeah, I don't know if it will load or not, but a lot of my first photos were Sony a6000. You can actually see it on my Instagram page as well if you continue scrolling as far to the bottom as possible. It was $500 for the body, and then I purchased one really good lens, like a prime lens. I believe it was like a 35mm 1.8 aperture, which is, I think, the equivalent of like a 50mm on a full frame. But that range was a good one to start with. And using a fixed lens is kind of good. If you can invest in it, it's a good thing to have a fixed lens, I think, when you're learning photography, because it forced me to not rely on a handicap or like having cheats, where if I have a zoom lens, then obviously I can zoom in and zoom out to always have the subject in frame. But when you're stuck with a specific focal length where something will be cropped or there'll be too much of something, it forces you to have to move your body or be constrained by where you are and make the most out of what you're able to capture in that moment. So it helps teach you about framing, the importance of framing, more creative ways to frame as you're having to adapt to whatever the lens will allow you to see. But then the quality is also better at that length, usually. So then you'll be more happy with the shot you take because it hopefully will look a little bit more cinematic or artistic. Let's see what else he said. That's like 1,500 to 1,800 pounds where you're from. The Sony A6000. Really? That's insane. Okay, maybe you're talking about the another one of the lenses, but there's no shot the Sony A6000 is that much. That thing is so old at this point, right? Because I bought that Sony A6000. I think I bought this, what was it, like 8 years ago? In pounds. I didn't mean the weight. Okay, so what did we say? It's the 3300 AED to pounds. 664 pound sterling. Is that the right thing? I don't know. Anyways, you're from Northern Ireland, gotcha. You can find, and I'm not necessarily saying that's the right camera to use. So for instance, if you can afford to, I don't actually know what the current price is. So definitely much more expensive. So maybe, okay, maybe I wouldn't necessarily suggest it right off the bat. But one thing I would keep in mind when you do invest in a camera, try to invest in a hybrid camera like a Z6 III. What I mean, this is a camera that does both photos and videos. So as I mentioned, my Z6 III, which I'm using now, this is my video camera. And it's the one I rely on the most these days when I travel because it's very lightweight, so I'm able to capture more of the day-in-the-life footages, whether it's city life or people or selfie mode. So it's good to have something where you can learn video at the same time as photo, because I think video is essentially the trend. That's the way that social media, that's the way that we consume most of our media. And it's a bit tougher to get into video, like when it comes to video editing and like telling a good story. There's a lot more moving parts. So if you're able to learn at a young age, like you now, both the value and the skill sets of taking good photos, like having a single frame and representing a story in a single frame, and then simultaneously, if you're learning how to have multiple frames in motion and tell a story with that, plus audio, plus like everything else that comes with the video, you will set yourself up in terms of not just being a good, not just creating good art, but surviving in the kind of content creator space. So yeah. You said, I think I can tell you love your camera lenses. You have to at the certain price, at a certain moment when you're realizing how much you're spending. It's not just gear at that point, it is your baby, right? It is something you're taking care of, and you're like making sure you protect it at all cost, you know. Yeah, but yeah, I do very much love all of my artistic tools that allows me to capture the world in the proper manner. So yeah, it's a very, very fun hobby. It's a very fun passion, and it's something that you can turn into a full-time thing if you play your cards right, if you have the ambition for it. I said this maybe a couple days ago. Always think about things with these three things in mind. Actually, oh, you know what? Okay, since we're already kind of distracted, let me see if I can find. Okay, so for instance, this was a shot with the Z6 III, right? So I do a lot of the slow motion that I was mentioning. So just to jump back to some of those slow motion ones. So these were all done with the Z6 III. And you're able to get the very, very nice slow motion shots that we mentioned. Is there a Discord server? I do, yes. Thank you for asking. Okay. I do have a Discord, but I don't really know yet how to use it, so I do apologize. But I do have one, and let me go ahead and put the link for it. And I promise, especially you should join now, because I will love you more for it. And just know that I'm going to constantly improve this Discord. I would love to build a community there. We'll do everything from like photo and video stuff. Yeah, Edora's already making fun of me. He said, it's so quiet in here, can get this. Hey man, come on. We all gotta start somewhere. Okay, how do I'm so new to... Okay, I do know how to get to invite people. There it is. Discord link. And now if I pop this guy in. There you go. Please join. We're going to build a community everywhere. And you said I'm hiding my screen. Oh, no, yeah. I have it open on a separate place because I don't know what I can or can't show when it comes to what's on Discord. You're hiding your screen if you try to show something. I have my own. Yeah. Yep. I think we're good there. Yeah, I just put in the link in the chat. The thing I did want to show you was... Oh, I see. I couldn't show this earlier. Yeah, so this was something I shot with the Z6 III. I was showing it, like maybe 30 minutes ago. But this is with that Z6 III camera. So it punches way above its weight, almost to the exact level of how I want to shoot with the actual flagship camera, the Z9, which I normally use. So it's my 1-2 punch. But the thing I wanted to show as we were going down this line of thought around hobbies, especially since you're young, and if I can convey any wisdom, if I can provide any wisdom to the Gen Zs and the alphas of the world, why not, you know? So give me a moment. I'm going to open up a class workshop. We're about to enter class mode, students. Not really, but let's see if I can find one of these files from way back in the day. Oh shoot, I do need to then open up Dropbox, and I have to punch this offline. Bear with me. I can't guarantee it's worth what I'm about to show you. And we might have to show in a bit. I'm just I need to download some things offline. And it just depends on the speed of my program. In the meantime, let me go ahead and play this for you. Oh, sorry, I missed one of your other messages. So you said you have your own photography Discord server as well. By all means, please type it in the chat or let us know. I am very much new to all this space, but I am definitely trying to see if there's an existing community out there on Twitch, on Kick, as well as on YouTube when it comes to this type of thing that I'm doing. You sent one of your photos in the Discord server. Oh, cool. All right, so that means if I go to my Discord in that photo section. Hey, that's great. Hey, thanks for sharing that. At the very least, I know how I can react to it. So that, nice. This is you said you're. Did I see Northern Ireland? Did I read that correctly? No, that's fantastic, man. You're learning about framing there. Start with nature. I 100% agree. If you said you're from Ireland, what can I show you from Ireland? Ireland was one of my favorite places that I traveled to. I just did a road trip. This is before I got into like wildlife, but I was just there. I did like two weeks in Ireland. And I drove all of it on the wrong side of the road, obviously, since you guys drive on the on the left. But it was very, very fun. Where arts? Yeah, this is all Ireland. So it was just solo traveling, but exploring the sites. Everything's green. I saw more sheep than I saw people. I did the whole Killarney. Was it called Dingle Peninsula or something like that? Galway. Yeah, it was just all nature, greenery. The mountains were stunning all around. I don't know if these photos will load though. Yeah, we're just gonna have to look at it with. I'm gonna make sure I do put all the folders in the right place, because if I'm gonna stream this more often, then I want to be able to show you guys the best quality. Yeah, I took a lot of shots of the sheep everywhere. Whereabouts did I go? So yeah, I'm just reading my little keyword tags. I used to pay more attention to this. I was in County Mayo, so I was in Galway. Yeah, I went to that one, like the cliffside area. Cliffs of Moher, Connemara. Then I went to, Dingle Peninsula, so I did remember that correctly. Killarney. I went randomly hiking in different areas in the gap of Dunlow. That's where these photos were from. I literally just hiked up. There wasn't a trail. I got lost, and then I met a bunch of sheep at the top. It was very, very fond memories from that. Yeah, overlooking, like, in every direction was just all those farmland or pastures. Some of my favorite shots were from Ireland, so like the shot of the sheep. And then, yeah, Killarney National Park. So one of my favorite shots was from here as well. So like a shot of the deer when I was looking up. And then I spent a brief amount of time at Cobb, C-O-B-H. I searched forever. I was spending hours trying to find, because I saw a photo of this somewhere online, and I couldn't figure out where the photographer took this shot. So I was wandering street after street to try to figure out how they got that framing. And I eventually found it. It was this random little side spot, and then you had to climb up some like bushes and stuff, but yeah. And then Glendalough was a really cool spot. I broke one of my cameras trying to get to this spot, so hopefully it was worth it. You sent one more photo of your town? Oh, nice. Oh yeah, great. That looks like it's like a quaint town. It gives off such cool vibes. Like that'd be a place I wouldn't mind just if I need a detox from the world. I'm trying to see if I open up this. I can't believe I'm about to go down this very, very side tangent here. But I figure I'll show you guys. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay. This is like an older version of a presentation I had created way back when I was doing one of my workshops. It was a workshop where I was talking about how do you go from stills to reels. So how do you go from a photographer into this new age of like the importance of videography, short form content, being king and all that. So anyways, one of the first things I was talking about here is the three, and I mentioned on stream already, so I do apologize, but I mentioned there are three kind of key aspects that you need to keep in mind if you're going to go into any hobby: passion, money, and time. And so then I was giving some examples where it's like, okay, what if you have the passion for something and the money, but you don't have the time, then you won't get far with the hobby. What if you have the time and the money, but you have no passion? Then even though you can buy all the gear and, you know, work on it, you just will lose motivation. And then if you have all the passion for something, you have all the time, but unfortunately for a lot of people, this is where you fall into the bucket where it's like, I would love to be this, and I know I can have the time for it, but I don't have the money to actually go down this path. Unfortunately, that is another barrier. So really, ultimately, for me, it's like if I think about a hobby, you have to find that perfect spot in the Venn diagram, where if you have the sweet spot, only then would I want to invest in a new hobby. So that's my little, very, very fast talk, my TED talk, if you will, of something I was kind of using visually to help show the importance of getting into pursuing a hobby. Thank you very much. That was for free. That's an Antrim teen, wild teen, you're saying. I've never heard of it. I definitely never went. I didn't go to the parts of Ireland. Yeah, I don't think I went to Northern Ireland. That one spot that's known for the crazy textured rocks, I think. I didn't go there. But anywho, let's get back to business. I want to finish this chapter. Alright, so let me just take a quick look where we were. Let me turn up the volume again. Alright, so as this chapter ends, we then dip into chapter 6. We'll work on audio stuff later. Let's get back to OBS over here. Okay. Hopefully we can remove all that wind noise. But in terms of the pacing, I think this is much better. It's more tight. It's more succinct. Oh yeah, we don't need any of this. So then we want to figure out when to introduce our boy Ardok back into the picture and fishing. So we're now entering fishing mode. Probably somewhere here is good enough. We might even cut it a bit shorter, but we'll see what other shots we have first. Nice. Okay. So let's say if we ended somewhere here, I think that's a good pause in the music as well, where it seemed like that was a good resting point, let's say, or an ending point. I'm gonna cut this for now. There might be a better spot to use. Maybe there's a spot where he's smoking like this. Nah, he was littering. We won't show that. I think that's fine. Okay, so then imagine with me in terms of storyline. So a lot of this section there was no audio. Okay, so I wasn't doing any voiceover. We had some in the very beginning. Then let's have some peace and quiet reprieve from my voice for a little bit. And then I can see myself talking again when the time lapse, when we show a little bit of time lapse here. So how does that work? In the beginning here, we hear my voiceover as I talk about like, hey, so we're about to go on this nut, we're about to go ice fishing, blah, blah, blah. Then we transition over to that point. And actually, let's go ahead and shift this guy for now up here so the audio is a bit better. And like I said, actually we can test this now. This might be a good one to test. So let's look at, okay, this one's pretty noisy, but I don't think I'll need any sound from this anyways. But what we can do, I'm going to click on this clip. We're now going to enter into the, is it called Fairfield, I think is what they call it for some reason. What's the name of this tab? Basically it's the music tab though. And I'm going to go ahead and zoom in on our timeline here. So technically, this tab is supposed to be where you do everything to do with audio. So anytime you need to do some fine tuning, this is essentially where we switch views and interface to be into music mode, audio mode. So if I click on this guy, now we know we have all this crazy noise. We can see different effects over on the bottom left. And I want to see if they have, I don't think they have it, yeah, it's not called wind, but they should have noise reduction. So I'm going to try to apply that, but let me see what other options they have here. Okay, we're going to try using this noise reduction, so let me type that back in. And if I drag this over into that audio clip, it should try to apply a bit of noise reduction. Let's see. I'm not hearing much of a difference there. So yeah, I'm not really getting a distinct. Oh wait, maybe I have to apply it to both. Okay, yeah. So I'm in stereo mode, so I had to put it to both the left and the right portion of the soundtrack. And let's test it on this really egregious one here. I'm just using the default one, and we'll see if it's good. I mean, it does cut away a little bit of the edge, but it's not like it's going to magically make it disappear. But we might have to just settle for that for now, and then also just muting the audio a bit. But let's see. Yeah, but we'll take care of this when we get to the actual audio mixing phase, unless someone can explain a little bit better for me how I can correct for that. Wild Photo Teen, you said, sorry I'm back, my wife. I was like, no need to apologize, man. Listen, I'm just appreciative that anyone wants to apologize for missing out on my content. That's a win. That means I'm slowly moving on up in the world, yeah? But yeah, honestly, yeah, I'm happy you're here. Feel free to tune in at any points. Hopefully every time you tune in, you will see we're making progress. That is the main thing. But today's a good day of streaming. It seems like we've had a consistent number of viewers, which is quite nice. As a reminder, I'm on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. I am multi-streaming, and I'm not beholden to one platform necessarily when it comes to streaming, but I would love to be able to tap into all of the best of these communities. So right now, I'm just working through the timing of this story. And we're trying to make this as tight as possible. No wasted moments. So let's bring this closer. Okay, so then when the time lapse kicks in is when my voiceover will resume. So then I can provide a little bit more context as we say, you know, so we just, you know, I don't know what, we'll work on the dialogue later, but it'll be something to the effect of like, you know, so we went to a nearby frozen river where we searched for our fish, and I got to watch as Arduk and crew drilled into the frozen river and blah blah blah, something about fishing. So yeah, I'll give a little bit of just that kind of the very, very light context teaser, not teaser, just context. And then we need to quickly jump into the next section. So we can speed up all of these probably. So let me go ahead and change the clip speed to, I don't know, let's call it like 500%. That way, the passage of time, we can see the clouds moving. Everything just feels a little bit more, yeah, just adventurous and hopefully energetic. So I'm going to go ahead and change all of them to 500%. It might not be enough. We'll see. And we don't necessarily want to use all of them anyways, but I just want to see how they all look side by side. Wild Photo Teen, you're saying, I forgot to say I bought a lens for £3. Is that the symbol for pounds? Listen, I don't know anything. And it's a Olympus 135 f3.5. Okay. The 135 millimeter range, assuming it's for a full frame, 135 is a really cool lens for portrait. So a lot of people use 135. You'll see either a number like 85 millimeters as well as 135 millimeters. That tends to be a good range for if you want to do portraiture, so like model shoots, stuff like that. It lets you, I don't know the best way to describe it, so, but essentially there's this concept of like compression, where as you are farther away, and if you shoot with a more tele lens or something that makes far things look closer, essentially, it does this effect where it'll compress what's in the background and what's in the foreground. And it does it in a way where the subject stands out a bit more, and then the background looks a lot more soft or blurry, or it creates separation from the two. And sometimes it can skew with the sizing of things. So oftentimes if you see people taking a photo of someone near the horizon and the sun looks large, oftentimes the more tele lens you use, or the longer focal length, it makes that sun look even more massive. But I couldn't explain the science to you. I do want to do a bit more research on that front. But yeah, 135 tends to give a really clean portrait shot, where it's very much the subject is in focus, and you get that nice blurred separation. f3.5 is also a good range. f2.8 is the one I use as much as possible, and when it comes to like the day-to-day stuff when I'm traveling. But f4, anywhere up to f4 is great. If you do end up getting into portrait shoots, you're probably going to shoot at f4 anyways, because you need not just, you have to make sure the whole face is sharp. So you probably end up wanting to use somewhere in the f3.5 to f5.6, so you don't end up getting complaints from your model being like, hey, you got my eye sharp, but then everything from my nose to my cheeks, everything is super blurry. What the heck? So yeah. Olympus is good too. I don't hear much about it these days, but like, yeah, any of the big brands, when you're starting off, just start off with anything, right? Okay, I'm just looking at the different shots to see if there's a little bit of a story as we jump from scene to scene. It's kind of like comical almost, which is, it kind of fits the soundtrack. Alright, so I like these two. And we probably shouldn't spend too much time on this, so let's see. We don't want it to be too long. I'm just listening to the song if there's a nice moment of transition. Not necessarily. Because now we want to be able to jump into the next part of our story, which is where the snowstorm kicks in. So I think I saw one point where it dies off, which is good. So let's see here. I gotta think about what that dialogue is. Wild Photo Teen, you'll be back. You need to do something for a few minutes? For sure, man. You have my permission. How about that? But yeah, no. Enjoy. Take care of business. Okay, so when this happens, I just have to think, how much voiceover will I give? We spent the better part of the afternoon. Yeah, something like that. So let me put that in the script. When the time lapse part kicks in, we spent the better part of the afternoon searching for fish in the frozen river. We spent the better part of the afternoon searching for fish in the frozen river. But to no avail. Something to that effect. But to no avail. Let's see how that timing works. Sora, my boy. Sora, thank you for being here. Long time, I think. But appreciate you saying hi. It's been a while, I think, but I think you were actually the first one. Were you the first one that typed in the chat way back on day one? I don't remember, but good to have you here. Hopefully everything is well with you. Today's been a good day for me. We're making some progress. We've gone on some nice little side conversations and tangents. It's been fun in the chat as well as on the stream. So yeah, anyways, hello. Welcome. We are just on chapter 6, and this is a bit of a slower chapter. We're trying to cool down from the last epic chapter that we had, and so we're spending time on a frozen river ice fishing, and I'm just trying to work out how much time I have when it comes to the time-lapse section for the voiceover. So let me play it from like right here. You're here from day 3. Nice. Okay. Well, I do very much appreciate it. You know, all of this, even on day 30, if we do reach day 30, anyone who is watching from that 30th day, listen, I appreciate you. You said, by the way, I found your TikTok and Instagram. Awesome. TikTok and Instagram. So Instagram was my main, that was the primary platform as a content creator. So you can see that's what I started with. If you ever scroll all the way to the end, you'll notice hopefully a good progression, an evolution of how I take photos, and then as I got into video, and hopefully you like the final content. I don't post on Instagram as much these days, unfortunately, as I've been kind of spread thin in terms of all these different endeavors. So I did make a conscious decision about a year and a half ago that I needed to pause a bit in terms of consistently posting on Instagram. Part of the reason was I wanted to move towards YouTube, and also just from a practical standpoint, when I remember hearing this advice from a large content creator who's based in Dubai, and he was talking about how when he met a bunch of content creators, this guy has like over 1 million followers on different channels. He basically was saying like, there's a reason if you ask all these big content creators why they don't really post on Instagram, right? You'll notice a lot of them, they don't really, right? They just post every once in a while, but it's like casual stuff. And the main reason is like Instagram, that's not where you really make money as a content creator, influencer, whatever you name. You know, it's like, it's good for sponsors potentially, but there's no like native monetization strategy there that works effectively. TikTok, if you go live, I guess it's one of the angles. But the problem also is the followers that you get there may not necessarily be the most engaged or the most loyal. People are there for oftentimes like short form content and all that. So anyways, YouTube was a thought where I was like, if I'm getting more into video, it'd be great to become a storyteller. But also YouTube has a much more not standard, but it's more straightforward and understood monetization track, where once you meet all the categories or the qualifications, every time you make a video, it's really just based on the views, and you can get paid by the views. So if you do a good enough job, then hopefully this could be something you can actually be doing full time. So that was enough motivation for me to try that. You said you dropped a follow on both platforms. I definitely appreciate that. Thank you very much. TikTok was a kind of an accidental child. At some point I created a TikTok and I was like, oh, I guess I could do TikTok, because now that I was doing a lot more Instagram Reels, I was like, oh yeah, I can just apply that. I can copy the videos I made on Reels for Instagram and just do it as a TikTok. But I don't know how to use TikTok, and so I was just kind of dumping things in there. And then one of my videos on TikTok blew up. It was the video of the shoebill stork in the rain as it locked eyes with the camera. And then it was kind of fun to see how that one video went viral. And because like things going viral, it's like, again, these are all very superficial things for sure. But if there was something that was very meaningful from that, it was the fact that as I watched this video clip pick up steam, it literally was like 1 month later, all of a sudden, I just saw these notifications. And the cool thing about the notifications is that I actually got to see this video travel all around the world, because you can see it in the language. So all of a sudden it'd be like in English, and then boom, all of a sudden you're seeing people writing it in Chinese, or you know in Spanish, or like whatever it was. And there was I don't know how best to explain it, but there was something magical about that, or meaningful. It felt more like there is value in what we do as like this kind of something that's easy to make fun of as like a content creator or Instagram, social media. There's a lot of negatives that comes with that. But seeing that world of like, seeing the moment where like the entire world can connect in an instant over the same footage, the same moments, whatever it is, and it invokes a lot of emotion. So that was something that was a reminder that there's something positive to this kind of content creation space, if you do it well. So yeah, that one video garnered like 20 million plus views, and then it got me like 100,000 followers in a month, which was insane. And then I haven't done a good job of maintaining that audience. But one thing that also taught me is that the followers on TikTok and Instagram, they're not necessarily as sticky, right? People just hit a follow button because it's like, they see something viral and boom, they hit it. But it doesn't always translate to an audience that will be very loyal and engaged. Whereas YouTube, if you're willing to watch someone, an average YouTube video might be like 10 minutes long, 15, 30 minutes. It's like a long form. So if you're willing to watch someone for the long form, you're probably talking about a much more engaged follower, which is also from an advertising standpoint, from a sponsorship standpoint, they're probably more keen on working with you if you do have a good, loyal like YouTube following. So anyways, these are all just kind of side thoughts I was discovering. Sorry, you mentioned thank you very much. Thank you for saying it's inspiring. yeah, it's just like I said, sharing the best of the world with the rest of the world. I love that. I love if people have positive emotions from something I was able to capture. Shoebill stork, isn't that the bird that makes a 50 caliber machine gun noise? Yes, it is. And I've been to Uganda where they're located. They're located in swampy areas in parts of Africa. I've been there now, what is it, 4 or 5 times. I have yet to go in the season when they make that noise, because I believe that is during mating season. So I haven't seen it yet. But this is the shoebill stork. I know where it is on my Lightroom. These guys. Let's start from here. Why don't we? So this is the shoebill stork. It's a very wacky looking bird. I compare it to the dodo. It's very prehistoric looking, very, very dramatic. It makes all kinds of emotional poses and expressions. So anything from more of like a sly look as it looks upside down at you with a little glint in the eye, like almost like it's got an inside joke. So all of a sudden doing that evil glare, the evil stare. And then it's got a crazy, I don't even know how you talk about its physique, but yeah, it literally can contort its neck to the point where the body is looking straight at you, but then you can kind of see in the neck. It feels almost like it does a 360 and beyond to look behind. And then we had some, oh yeah, I'm going the wrong way. Smiling look, right? So it can just all of a sudden look like it's just having a blast, soaking in the sun. Like this one here. And then you get the, I don't even know, this is the chaos, right? The look of psycho. So then it can go psycho mode out of nowhere. And especially when you see the mouth open up. Now you're really talking. And then all it takes is when, so it has like a double, what do you call it? Like a double eyelid or something. It's got a protective lid. But yeah, then it looks goofy. So it goes from evil psycho to goofy. There's a close-up of that kind of nicer shot. So yeah, it is a cool animal. It might now become one of my it's definitely one of my favorites now that I've captured. But yeah, I think my favorite animal right now is probably either panda bear or elephant. But as far as what I've shot, this thing. Sorry, you said, isn't that bird... Does this bird kill crocodiles? I don't think it can. And normally, I did see it successfully hunt like a catfish, but I don't think it has the ability to actually take down a crocodile. Yeah, I don't believe so, but I've never asked. Next time I see it, I'll ask what's its diet. But yeah, like how could it even fit a crocodile? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's got no teeth either, but... So yes, that is the shoebill. Anywho, yeah, so anyways, the shoebill got me famous on TikTok, quote unquote famous. It got me a crazy number of following in a matter of a month. But like I said, that also told me in the same vein, in the same breath, I was like, that must mean that everyone can reach that level of virality on TikTok quite easily. Not easily, but it's very possible. So then having 100,000 followers on TikTok is nowhere as valuable as if you have 10,000 loyal YouTube followers, right? So I would rather have 10,000 YouTube subscribers versus 100,000 TikTok followers. And then the same principle, or I guess the same logic applies to streaming, right? If you have 100 people watching your live streams, where we're talking like you might be streaming for hours on end, imagine like how much more loyal that must mean and much more engaged that person is versus someone, if you have a 500,000 followers on TikTok and these people only want to watch 5 seconds of your content at a time. So yeah, food for thought. But this was definitely part of why I said I wanted to get into live streaming as well. I do want to see, do I have the ability to create content long form and have people willing to watch in every, whatever that final form is. So Sora, you said your first bird picture is a chestnut munia, a small bird native in Asia. I'm not very, I'll be the first to admit, I am not very much of a bird photographer. I have friends and I know people who are, I do know bird photography is like, listen, as far as like different niches or like genres of photography, the bird photographers and the bird watchers are some of the most intense. Like these are the people who know everything. They do research. They have like applications that they use where they communicate with other bird photographers and they'll tell each other where was the last spotting or sighting of this and that. There's a whole like infrastructure involved when it comes to being in the bird photography community. Let me look up what you're saying. The chestnut munia. Oh, that's cool. Have I seen? I feel like I've seen something familiar, similar to this, but you tried it since you have a 70 to 300? Perfect, yeah. The 300 to 400 range is great for birding, but you know, once you get super into it, like you're talking people sometimes have like an 800 to get some of the bird shots. Yeah. Birding it's very intense. Oh shoot, I forget what I was going to say something here. We spent the better part of the afternoon searching for fish in the frozen river, but to no avail. Let me take my headphone off as I'm feeling my ear pressure build up. And I'll turn up the audio here. I think I just woke up Nala. What a good girl. What a good girl. Yes, you are. Basically, she's just like, yeah, I know. She's taking over Kimpop's spot. So you can actually, you probably can't see, but Kimpop is actually in that little igloo cave thing over there. Yeah, they're just chilling. No, Nala is not a chubby fella. The chubby fella is actually Kimpop. Although he has, to his credit, he has lost a lot of weight. This one will never become chubby. She is too picky of an eater. She might look chubby in that moment, but I guarantee you she's a thin little gal. You said I see cat 2, number 2, or a cat 2, like a tattoo. I do have cat tattoos, so I have both of my cats on my arms. So I'm not sure which one you're referring to, but yes to both. All right. Anyways. Okay, let's look at this again. Whoops. I'm trying to time this with the script. You said it, you guess that's fur? Yeah, it's all fur. It's all fur show. Okay, so at this point I'll speak. We spent the better part of the afternoon searching for fish in the frozen river, but to no avail. I'm sure we would have caught one at some point, but then something happened. So basically the transition here will be something like, okay, so we spent the better part of the afternoon searching for fish. I'm sure we would have caught our fish, but then something ominous happened, right? So we'll talk about like, before we can find our first fish, something started changing in the weather. So that's where we'll pop over to showing a little bit of these kind of shots as we see the wind was picking up. And with very little warning, out of nowhere, we were in the middle of a crazy snowstorm. And so that's when we need to figure out the sequence of shots. Probably we'll start with this one here to this one. And we also need to pick up the soundtrack to where it gets a bit more dramatic. So here I'll talk about, yep, something started changing in terms of the weather. It went from brisk to almost what? I don't know. So there's like a semi-dramatic part of the soundtrack that will pair with this. But yeah. There's a world where I switch gears here in terms of soundtrack, and we do try to choose something that's more like dramatic, but that's going to be a lot of work, and I'm already behind. But before we go into that, you mentioned that's fur, so let me prove my case. I'm going to Let me disturb my cat for a second and show you. Here's Nala. She's a skinny gal. A lot of fur. A lot of fur. Good girl. We'll bring her close to the camera here. Nala is a big girl? No. She's a tiny one. I'm just a smaller guy, I guess. But Kimbap is the bigger one. I think Kimbap is maybe like 1.5 times her weight. I think she is like, she might be like 3 to 4 kgs or something. Whereas Kimbap might be, well, at his most, I think he was like 6 to 8 kgs or something like that. So, yeah. But the camera adds weight, as they say, right? So, but yeah, she's my little diva. She's adorable. She's surprisingly very tolerant right now. She's not complaining with me picking her up. I think it's because I disturbed her while she was sleeping. So she's kind of still in sleep mode. Alright, we'll put you back. Good girl. And now I just kicked up a lot of fur onto my desk. Well, anyways. Yeah, Piyush, kitty with a bunch of hearts, yes, always. Cats are always the best. My god, except for the fur now. I'm like swimming in it. Sora, you said she's just looking and judging. Yeah, I mean, but that's, I'm used to it at this point. That's all they do, you know? They just look, they judge, they demand. Good girl. Alright. Let's get back into this real quick. As I eat some fur. So here we go. As it comes up, we spent the better part of the afternoon searching for fish. Here we go. So then, boom. We spent the better part of the afternoon searching for fish in the frozen river. I'm sure we would have eventually caught our first fish. However, something. Sora, you said, I joined the Discord server and sent some of my work. Hells yeah! Alright, we're moving on up in the world, okay? Thank you for doing that. Let me see if I can pop open that Discord. Nice. We're getting there. Unfortunately, I don't know how to react besides these little emotes that I have. I'm putting the same sparkle on everything. I apologize. Oh, these are really great shots. I like your, it's like a very vintage. I like this kind of desaturated style. I think if there's one thing I learned as like a, you know, not universal, but I imagine a lot of photographers when they're starting out, they tend to go in the direction that I did as well, where you like overly saturate everything. Everything has to be like rich in color and vibrant. And then I think the ones who have a better eye for things are the ones who see the opposite, where they're like, let me desaturate, let me kind of make things a little bit more like duotone or even less. And so, yeah, I don't know where you are in that journey necessarily, but I mean, these shots are great. And then, yeah, like the macro kind of shots of the flowers and such. Wonderful. I don't know where were these photos taken, the street shots. Like in some ways it looks familiar, and then other ways I'm like, I can't tell at all. Paris, is that right? Or am I reading that wrong? Paris. But yeah, these are very excellent. Thank you for sharing. Thanks for being in the Discord. I'm trying my best not to overpromise. It was a plaza in your hometown in the Philippines. Awesome. Excellent. I still haven't been to the Philippines. That is on my list. I have many Filipino... I say many. I had a lot of Filipino friends here and there, especially in Dubai. And they've always said go to the Philippines, and I have yet to do it. It will happen. yeah, I was saying I'm trying my best not to overpromise on things, but it is a goal of mine, and I do appreciate even just one person joining the Discord gives me that motivation that like, okay, clearly now I need to spend a bit better time to figure out what are the different elements of this. So as of now, I do have those two communities, photo and video. I figure that's easy enough to set aside. But then like, what are the rules, these kind of concept of moderators, or I have no idea. And then eventually, I believe then I should be able to turn the Discord as a way for people in my community to join in on like a voice call or a video call, and then being a part of the stream. And then now we've really leveled up, so we're gonna get there. So we're going with the goofy vibes. Spent the better part of the afternoon searching for fish in the frozen river. Ooh, maybe I'll say something about, because it's giving me, do you guys know that movie Holes, or the book Holes? It's giving me Holes vibes, or like, it looks like we're just digging a bunch of holes everywhere. You said you want to travel to USA, walk around the city and do street photography, and then stay in Oregon. Oh, okay. Wait, what, why Oregon? I am curious. Let me mute so I can blow my nose real. No, oh wait, no, Oregon. Yeah, Portland, Oregon, I guess. And then there you'll be in the Pacific Northwest, where obviously you have some of the coolest nature. You can do road trips. It's beautiful. I've done it once, I think. But doing the kind of coastal drives are always really, really nice. Yeah, the mountains, forest, lakes. And then you're close to Canada. You can go to like Banff National Park, which is beautiful. But honestly, the best street photography is parts of Asia. Like the time I was in Vietnam, that was really fantastic. I would be a street photographer if I lived there. What was I going to look up? Oh yeah, Holes book or movie, I guess. But yeah, it's giving me Holes vibes, where you're watching in the time lapse. You know, as they're like, we got these holes, we're digging in, searching. So I wonder if something I can add in there in the voiceover, just as a reference to Holes. Like, you know, it reminded me of one of my favorite childhood books, Holes. But it's so random to put in there. Maybe not. Just a thought. Sorry, you mentioned, yeah, the mountains, forests, and lakes, the clean air, far from light pollution, and Oregon gives dreamy vintage vibes. Yeah. Listen, the U.S. has so many amazing national parks. It is definitely one of the highlights. If I were to think, like, what is one of the national treasures of, like, American culture or, like, American living or whatever you want to call it, I do think one of the best elements of the U.S. is the concept of road tripping and all of its national parks. Like there's, what is it called? Route 66, I think, or something. Like there's like a dedicated route, and the concept of being on the highway and just easily being able to go from state to state, and then, you know, stopping through all of these different national parks. It's a very, in my mind anyways, it feels like a very American thing, and like a very positive American thing, you know? So and Sora, are you originally from the Philippines? Well, let's try that again. We spent the better part of the afternoon searching for fish in the frozen river. But hole after hole after hole, we were unsuccessful. We'll come up with something better catchy wise, but I guess more important is just trying to figure out the duration of how much I should speak to get the message across, and then we'll work on the actual language later. So I just know when I can cut off the time lapse. So let me just try one more time from here. We spent the better part of the afternoon searching for fish in the frozen river. But this and this and this weren't so lucky. I'm sure we would eventually caught our first fish. However, so maybe roughly around here, I'll put a marker. I think this is all we want to dedicate to the time-lapse shots. So we need to cut it all up and stuff. Because now we need to jump into the change of pace, which are these guys. Whoops. Alright. Sora, you said you're born and raised and not proud. Not proud of Philippines? Why is that? I feel like Filipino culture or like Filipino people, there's not you can really say negatively, right? You guys, everyone. Okay, so I've learned more about how because now I have a lot of Filipino people that I know, and like in Dubai, there's a large population of Filipino people, and there are different stereotypes as well. But I think in terms of the positive stereotypes that come to mind is like, Filipinos work really hard. You guys are always like super. Okay, I shouldn't say you guys, but generally speaking, it's like you convey or you think of like positive attitude, comedian style, but then also karaoke, right? Like having amazing singers. Filipino food I'm a big fan of. I love the is it like the salted fish? Oh my god, I might order some Filipino food tonight for my first real meal. But yeah, anyways, I love the Philippines. I can't say that. Forget I said that because I've never been there. I love Filipino people so far. I'm sure I'll meet someone that's going to make me change my mind in the future, but as of now, we're good. Okay, so another thing I need to do now is we need to figure out a good place to splice the music because we're about to hit uncharted territories. We're about to hit some crazy, intense snowstorm territory. So let me see if, oops. Let's go ahead and drop all these. So all of this we can move aside, as we won't use it most likely. Okay. Let me listen to a more dramatic part of the soundtrack. Let's find it. Sora, you said, we work hard, but some Filipinos love to pull down fellow Filipinos to gain their riches and fame. And other things I can't talk about on stream because it's political. Fair enough. I think the first thing you mentioned, I'm sure that's true for all cultures. Like I've never heard ever something specifically about Filipinos acting a certain way like that. I think that's just more of I think that's just like a humanity thing. Most people, you'll find there's always people out there, right? No matter what part of the world you live in, they'll claw their way out of whatever hole they're in, and they don't care who they take down in the process. So I don't think that's a Filipino thing. If anything, I feel like it seems like I'm more aware of like there being really cool Filipino communities. Like in Dubai, for instance, I know like everyone's close knit. People know each other. You know your neighbors, for instance. Whereas like I don't even know who lives next to me. So the political stuff, I do know a little bit about that. Is the guy's name Madara? Am I mixing up? Oh my god, I might be mixing up with other places. Who am I thinking of? I know that you guys had some president. Is it a president that you guys have? You guys had this one dude. Was he like executing any drug dealers or something like that? Oh, congrats. It's 12 a.m. 12 a.m. now. You are officially 22. Congratulations. I am so jealous for you. 22, what a beautiful age to be. If I could be any age forever, if I could live at a certain age, I would probably say 26 or 26 to 28. Part of it being I think I was the most mature, roughly around 26 to 28. Like personally, in terms of some life stuff, I felt like I was much more confident by then. Could I have achieved that at a younger age? Probably. But for me personally, 26, 28 was when I was most confident about myself, but still in a young body and fresh perspective. So to be at 22, oof, I would love to be there. Congrats, you should celebrate. I'm very grateful that you are celebrating your birthday by watching my stream. That's a first for me. So if there's a bit of like milestones I can check off, I can say someone watched my stream on their birthday. They actually celebrated their birthday by watching my stream. So I'm making strides here. But it's not about me, it's about you. Congratulations, 22. I'm assuming drinking age in the Philippines is like, I don't know what. I don't know how strict it is. But, oh, Duterte. Yeah, so Madeira, that's like something in South America, it must be, right? Duterte. Yeah, I remember that guy. Is he still out there? Is he still being prez? I don't know. You're celebrating alone and watching streams. Hells yeah. You're not alone here. You got me to say happy birthday. Enjoy being 22. You are at the ripe age of FAFO, right? So you can do what you want, make all the worst mistakes, and your body will forgive you, or at least it'll hold a grudge, but it won't, it won't ask for repayment until years and years down the line. Really, drinking age is actually 18 in the Philippines. Yeah, maybe it's just the US that's so weird about putting the drinking age so late. Duterte is not our president anymore. That's good to know. He seemed... Well, actually, sorry, I shouldn't say that, because I have my perceptions from what I hear in the news from a far, far distance. But I remember at the time, it always felt like we were hearing that the dude was like very, very bullyish and just kind of like taking a hammer to everything. But my understanding is a lot of people in the Philippines did appreciate that. Maybe because, yeah, I don't know for what reason. So I won't cast strong judgment. My thought was that it seemed like he was a little bit authoritarian and maybe a little bit like brutal in his tactics. Alright, we're listening to see if there's the dramatic part of the soundtrack here and where I should start it. Gambling age is 21. That seems more reasonable. I think you shouldn't be able to gamble when you're still in university. Also, like when you're gambling at such a young age, when you're like immature, your brain's still developing, and to be so fast and loose with money, which can completely destroy you. And I think gambling addiction is probably one of the worst ones out there in terms of the potential ramification with your life, and it can lead to other things. Like if you lose all your money, then you fall into other bad habits and all that. So I think, yeah, you probably shouldn't be able to gamble, or there should be regulations on it until you're able to say like you're out of university, you have a day job, you have responsibilities, you know how to be an adult. You say, we appreciate, but on my own thing, they need to prioritize weather control, like anti-flood systems and all that. Yeah, was it the Philippines that, was it recent? I know it's happened across the world, but like in parts of Asia as well. Every once in a while you hear something in the news about some crazy flood that completely devastates entire like towns and communities. I know it happened in Vietnam after I went. Yeah, there was a crazy flood that like just wiped out like whole districts essentially. Okay, so I do want to prioritize some area towards the end of the soundtrack. Let's see. Let's bring it up one. And let's see the duration that we need to play with. You're having 2 typhoons right now? Damn. Well, stay safe. I don't know what else to say. That sounds really rough. Unfortunately, we don't live in a world where I guess having 2 typhoons, they don't like cancel each other out, right? But yeah, stay indoors, I guess. But I don't know. Are you like in harm's way, essentially, of it? So, like, I'm not the happiest with this soundtrack for this moment. I do feel like this moment deserves something a little bit more dramatic. But, I don't know how easy it will be to find that soundtrack and make it fit in. But I do think it's worth just spending some time to listen to different soundtracks just in case. Because we do have a moment here where when we do switch over to the time-lapse mode, so as we go from this kind of like bouncy music, I could fade out the music right here, right? And then we can technically start off another soundtrack here, one that allows us to really milk the epicness that comes up shortly after. So I think it is worth maybe just spending some time to find the dramatic soundtracks. Because come on, like this moment here is so epic. And this one feels just a little too like upbeat, and like when we kick into this, where is that moment? Like this kind of moment here, right? Let's keep listening just in case. Sorry, you said you're all good. Your house is a bungalow. Is a bungalow the ones that are they the ones that kind of like they're stilted almost, where you got they're like on a raised platform? Yeah, it's not going to work for us, okay? So now what we're going to do, I'm just going to use this bin that we've got. I'm going to go to my soundtracks. We'll still try to use with what we've got, so we don't have to like spend time researching. Let's start with lens distortions, because I do appreciate me some lens distortion soundtracks. You said, yes sir. Nice. Sometimes knowledge, you know? Sometimes I know things, but not fully. I'm very ignorant about a lot of things in life. And other things, I would like to say, I just randomly know. Okay, anyways, that was a random comment. What I wanted to do is I want to take all of these clips, or sorry, all these soundtracks. We're just going to drag it into a folder here. It's a lot of soundtracks, so I could have a whole 8-hour stream just trying to listen to all this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause the background music we got. And we're just going to pick a few of these and see if anything kind of fits the mood of this kind of very, very dramatic look and feel. We just need to strike gold. The positive of doing this exercise is if we get lucky and we do find a soundtrack that really seems to fit the dramatic mood that we're looking for, boom. You know, it makes the moment hit harder, which means the whole video, start to finish, we feel very proud of it. This one's a little too, I'm gonna put this into my mood for melancholy. So one of the exercises I like to do, because I'm not gonna remember this later, so I'm gonna drag this into the mood here called melancholy. I think we already looked at this song, but I thought I had this one already. I don't. Okay, so this one is a bit more dramatic for sure. So let's move this to dramatic. Let's listen to Parlor. I think Parlor is more of like a classy, jazzy style, so I don't think it'll work, yeah. I will create a folder just for this though, like in terms of jazzy, chill vibes. Definitely dramatic. This has potential. It's like very abrupt, right? So there's no build up to the first kind of drop there, but that is technically the kind of tone that I was setting, right? Where I was saying, hey, look, we were just having fun, we were just ice fishing, and then out of nowhere, the wind picks up, and then boom, we're in the middle of a storm. So I am gonna drag this into a potential. What chapter are we on? This is chapter, as if I know. I think we're on chapter 7? Chapter 6. Whoops. So let me create a chapter for this. Whoops, not 7, 6. Chapter 6. And let's put in the soundtrack we already selected. And now we're going to add this one we just listened to, called Bold Entrance. So this has potential. And I might even drag it down here. Let's see how it feels. Bold Entrance. Let's cut this one out of the way. Let's drop this guy. Hey, good to see you again, Maple. Have you played with the extend and shorten features in DaVinci yet? Oh, and Sora, yeah, okay, so this is good for intro, you think? If it's this song. Oh, wait, no, you might be referring to another one. Apologies, I wasn't looking at the chat. Have I played with the extend and shorten features in DaVinci? I have not. Extend, I'm trying to see if I can intuitively understand what you're talking about. Extend and shorten. We were talking music, so extending the music. So is it like using AI to... I have no idea. Should I Google this? As I Google it, let's play a different soundtrack just in case. This one's nice, but So there's a whole music editor is what you're talking about, maybe? Okay, let's see. AI music remixer. Maple, I think this is what you're talking about. I have not learned about it. I haven't played with it. We'll see if we can make use of it. So in the meantime, this is clearly very dramatic, so I'm going to put this into the dramatic bucket. But I don't think it will work for our shot. So I want something more like this, right? Like this kind of cello, deep stringed instruments. I feel like can fit better with that visual. Not to say this soundtrack will work, but let's just... Ooh, and it's even got this wind sound to it. Damn, that was good. I think I want to use this one. I want to see if I can make this work. It was so good, and I agree with you, Sora, dramatic as hell. So dramatic that I was like, I want to listen to it start to finish in its entirety and see if I can make it fit. And it sounds like it's a music from an intense cowboy traveling through Mojave Desert. Exactly. And what did I say in one of my earlier streams? This is the Wild Wild East, right? So in many ways, I think this mirrors the Wild Wild West. You've got these, you know, cowboys, if you will, on horseback with their eagles, just out in the wild, right? No one else around them. And to me, I would love to mimic those kind of vibes. Now, obviously, the Mongolian music makes sense because it also fits that vibe. But that one definitely hit. That one hit really hard. It was hella dramatic as AF on God. No skibbity, all toilet. So, yes. And I did just say that, yeah. I think I was missing something else. There's something else someone said. Obviously, I know about On God. No, yeah, I forgot to say no cap. I should have, yeah. If I had said, oh, you know what? If I had said no cap as well, then you would have known I was aura farming. But this soundtrack is very aura farming. I just don't like that word, aura. Aura. But we will use this. You forgot that I was 45. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good to see you there. Thank you. It's good to know everyone thinks I'm 45. I may not be 45, okay? Don't call me that. You can call me Papyrus Lover because there is some truth to that. But I haven't hit that precious age yet. Okay, let me drag the soundtrack in. Good to see you, Housewife. I'm just going to call you Housewife. I mean, it's in your name until you change your name. that is what we call you. You sound like my students. You have students. Wait, you said you're... Well, congrats again for being 22. Nice. I didn't know you were a teacher, but that's very, very good. I respect the hell out of you. I don't know what it's like to... Oh, yeah, I think you did mention this. My bad. I think we were talking something about trying to raise kids these days, like students, and teach them. And best of luck, that's all I'll say. Hella dramatic AF on God no cap no skibbity all toilet. There we go. Now I want to make the soundtrack work. Not this one, so we'll get rid of that one. I need to bring this down. How can we make this soundtrack work? There's so many moments in this track that could fit, and it's just a question of how much material do I have to let it play out. And part of me really wants to play it out at... Man, those last 4 notes really hit. So I don't know if I can make that work. Obviously, I can quickly switch between clips each time. And then, like, have some kind of dramatic ending. But, yeah, let's just let it play from wherever I'm at. And I guess I can start it off with the horses here. So when the horses, when I talk about, you know, like, hey, you know, I'm sure we could have caught the fish eventually, but then something happened. What happened? Well, let's find the music to switch gears. And then don't forget, we do have the other soundtrack. So now I need to also find a way to blend soundtracks. So let's drag this away. So time-lapse portion kicks in. So peaceful, so goofy, so upbeat, but then abruptly we want to swap to dramatic. So we said roughly here is where we're going to stop. Okay, I'll put some background music for now, because now we got to do the boring stuff. I got to clip this up a bit better. So of the time-lapse scenes, let's figure out the right length. And we'll match it to the beat of the music, as always. So this. So in the most basic form, we just keep it uniform in length, but we might not do that. And I can speed and slow this up as much as I need to. These are time lapses after all. Boom. So these are like 4 beats each. 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Can we make that work? Let's see. Well, this clip is too similar to that clip, so it's just a different moment. Let me drop this one down for now. Okay, we'll try to extend this guy. Can we do like what? Let me not ripple this. Can we do maybe 75% speed? Almost. Change clip speed, we'll do 70%. Okay. Okay, so then at this point, we gotta figure out how do we blend in the rest. This is a fun challenge. I don't have a good answer. I have no idea how we're gonna make this work, but I think it was the right decision to say let's try a different soundtrack here. We've landed on one of the coolest, epic, very, very, very dramatic. What do we say? Intense cowboy traveling through Mojave Desert level of soundtrack. Now we just gotta figure out how to make it really shine Okay, so let me do some house cleaning here. Let's just drag this over. We've got our potential clips. Okay. Now, most likely, we're not going to use all of these. So this one is too shaky of a clip. And then we will also apply some slow motion. So all of these clips are 120 frames. So let's try that first. We're going to try seeing what it looks like at 120 frames. And then we got to find a good way to blend. Alright. So maybe we can start. I don't have a good answer yet, so let's see. So either I can have it start building up even in the time lapse, but again, the problem is it's like a clash of two soundtracks and two moods, because the one underlying all this was very upbeat and kind of like whimsical, whereas this one really starts off dramatic. So I do think we either have to use a different. Okay, let's try from here. Let's just see. Maybe I'll fade this to black a bit. Man, but I love this beginning part of the soundtrack because you can, it has actual wind sound in it, right? Which definitely fits what I'm trying to say, which is like, oh, something happened, starting with how windy it got and showing it on the horse. And that sounds like a horse, kind of, like that stringed instrument. Obviously, we'll clip this up, so we're not necessarily using everything, but... Okay, so there's a decent ending there, but obviously I don't think we'll have to figure out what portions of the clips to use and what not to use. But it kind of works there, and we can maybe even splice if we're very creative. to jump to the next section. How epic. So for instance, like what if we use this whole beginning part here, the soundtrack? But then at this part, can we cut out the whole middle section here? So this part here. Let's see. So maybe from there. Not saying I would do this, but just to shorten it up slightly in case we can't use it all. And we do need to be mindful of time. So almost there, actually. Might just be one frame over. Let's see. We might have made it work. Let's see. That's not bad. And then that would mean it would allow us to jump into the more epic section a little bit earlier. How cool. What a cool soundtrack. So that is our goal now, is like, how do we do whatever adjustments necessary to make this soundtrack work for this vibe. I'm liking it. I'm really liking it. Okay, so just to take a quick eyes off of that section, I'm going to play the trailer again, and then we're going to play a little bit of what we did in the last chapter as some good motivation and just a reminder of the different moods and the modes of our video. So let me go ahead and play this part again. Let's make sure the audio is okay. All right. Then as we jump into this chapter, something dialogue explaining we're about to go on a fun adventure, blah blah blah. Okay, so there's one thought I just had there. I'm wondering if I can somehow, when the female vocals kick in here, I feel like mood-wise, visual-wise, it might make sense to have this one be what I see. So can I shorten this clip to still insert the other eagle shot? So instead of that being the first thing, what can we do? So what if it's like this? And then, so it goes. So I got a beat of 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this can be 2 beats, 1, 2, followed by this portion. So it goes like 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's see what portion of this to use. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yeah. So what if, and then this means we can extend this clip a little bit longer. Okay, let's rewind a bit, see if I made it better or if I just completely butchered this. So voiceover, whatever we ultimately land with is going to go in this section. there's a few things that I don't know if I'll remember them all, but right now I do feel really happy. I think we have landed on a few really epic moments. We made the right decisions. So far we're course correcting some areas. We're discovering new ways to make something magical. And then I'm noticing, yeah, so we made a quick change. And this is why I like doing this every once in a while when I need to take a break from working on the same section. Either it'd be fun when I'm talking to chat, as we've done throughout today, or just going to different parts of the video or doing a different exercise like photo editing. So for instance, today when we kind of took a step away, went back to kind of watching through these sections, I do think the section that I changed, it feels much better. So the section here, I've shortened this part, and then I made this part happen before the next transition in the soundtrack where the female vocals kicked in. Because I thought it seems like that's a good, there's like a chapter ending and a chapter opening with the female vocals kicking in. And this section here belongs more in the transition period anyways, because it fits more with these shots of the preparation as we're like heading up the mountain, getting off the horses, and just kind of preparing ourselves for whatever's happening. And this is a shot of the eagle still with the hood on and still just kind of chilling near all of us. So it didn't really feel like this is where the action starts. So when the female vocals kick in, I want the action to be part of it. So now we were able to start with this scene. And not only that, it meant I could extend this scene even longer. And it is a really cool, you know, there's some cool motion going on. And when we get to this part later, we're going to add some subtle zoom. So we'll make this look even more cinematic as we zoom in on the eagle. Yep, and then this part was okay, nothing to change there. These parts will definitely make sure to kind of soften the transition a bit, but we'll do that as a more final stage, let's say. There's something else I noticed. Same thing, we'll zoom in on these shots. Here's fine. We'll zoom in. Very, very small, like subtle things, but we mentioned a few already where like the way the black horse is looking, it's in like similar direction as the prior shot, so it does nice little transition. But even like there are times where when you look at the rider on the right, his feet are hitting the horse like almost in time with the beat of the music. Right here, boom, boom. So even just like, not to say it always happens, but just to have that for a few moments can add, again, a little bit of like, feels like this shot was made for this music. And anytime we can hit that level of full synergy, that's great. I've talked about this one enough, but there's something, there's like a few other thoughts that I had that I don't want to lose just in case, but this one we'll still fix later, because I feel like the audio kind of calms down here, like it gets quieter, and I do need it to stay loud longer. But we'll work on that later. Even the soundtrack here, this kind of like, I don't know if it's a violin, but this like triple cadence type thing. Again, it fits back to like a horse riding feeling, like a galloping horse. So that's nice. There's something else, and I'm hoping I don't want to miss the other potential things that are potentially valuable or things that I appreciated about this. Oh yeah, it was in this soundtrack. So again, to me, these are all very tiny things that no one will ever pick out except for me talking about it now. And even me bringing it up won't necessarily mean it's true. But I would like to believe that all of this is what leads to someone watching this and being like, I love this. I love, this feels really cool. And yeah, so anyways, the thought is that with the soundtrack, obviously we got a very like whimsical feel, and this is meant to be very whimsical. But there's also like, there's a few moments in the soundtrack where it sounds like a tinkling glass or something, but it can almost feel like we're on ice. Like let me see, like there, like it sounds like almost like tiny ass ice being shattered or something, and it's like nice because it fits. Obviously, we're on ice right now, and yeah, like there as well. And in that particular shot, you can hear that ice clinking sound twice, and it's like synchronized with when he's dropping and then raising the wire. So anyways, it's like these little things that I do hope that it all plays a part in making the shot feel more immersive. And then we'll just need to play with this part a little bit more. So yeah, for instance, we'll kind of cut up some of the horse shots a bit more cleanly with the music. A lot of this we'll throw away because we do want it so right when that part kicks in, we will have the more epic part kick in. So let's see, it'll have to be something like this. We'll have to figure out which part, but yeah. And I think I want this towards the end. So let's see. Yeah, so anyways, I think we'll leave this for tomorrow to figure out this section. So unfortunately, that means we're still on the same chapter here. So we may not make our deadline. But I'm not complaining really, because I think we have evolved. We've definitely upgraded this section with the soundtrack choice. And now we just gotta really make it fit, so... Okay, that fits better there. And then I want to maybe show this part. I want to end with the most dramatic part. So something from that section maybe can be the end. So then we'll stabilize this section. Ooh, and we just kind of stumbled upon this, but this clip, if we end up using some portion of this, as the clip ends going from left to right, if we end up putting this clip at the end, it kept the transition the same, so we keep moving left to right. So that was unintentional, but could work. So then we can cut up some parts of this to go with those brief, those like exaggerated instruments. How cool, how cool. All right. And not to forget, we have the example from the one I created from a long time ago, the Instagram story. But we can also make sure to keep in mind some of the decisions we made here, where I'm doing a lot of zooming in. We zoom in a little bit more as we go. And then in this section, I zoomed in a lot to make it feel very, very surreal as we focus in on these guys. And then completely just jump to another section. So this is in the back pocket as we are editing to see if some of this we want to replicate. And to me, though, it does give off the right vibes. It's very, very eerie, surreal, other planetary feel to it. So, yeah. So let's see about this section here. Okay, first thing I'll do is let me just go ahead and stabilize these guys. We may not use all of it, but let's see. And let me get the audio to turn down a little bit earlier in terms of that whimsical one. Oh, technically, we have a lot more film. So before we before we decide on the actual section to use, I have all of this to use from just that one clip. So let me just see how much. I mean, the beginning part is not bad, so we may end up just keeping it anyways. This kind of downward, when the horse turns its head down, that's not bad. So you can see it's a bit like fighting the wind a bit more. Alright, so clearly none of this we need to worry about. So really we have up until around here. Okay, so all of this is usable. Let's just drop it down. Let's look at the next clip. Okay, so this one's facing the other way. And that's a super long clip. Alright, let's check it out. Blurry, blurry, blurry. Sharp. It's a lot more wind, which is good. Okay, the scene where it's looking towards the camera, it's always nice. That could be a nice way to end it. Alright, let me start clipping up parts. So we can probably cut out a little bit of the beginning when it's too blurry for too long. But maybe with that head shake here is fine. So this is a good starter. Goes to this. then maybe something from here. And then when it turns its head towards the camera is nice. And then there's one more head turn, yeah, the other direction. So from here, turning to look back towards the camera with all the wind. Okay. And we don't need this. Okay, so these are other potential sections. But we still got one more shot to look through. Let's look at it now. And this is also a super long one, but I don't think we'll use this one because I think here the wind died down, so it's not as dramatic. Well, let's see. Yeah, most of it's unusable compared to the others, so let me go ahead and delete this one. So then this is our playing grounds. This is what we have to work with, and we need it to fit until the dramatic part there. Alright. So we can probably start the next clip a little bit sooner, so from here. And we can even do a little bit of dissolve. And we'll keep zooming in on the face. It's a little too similar to the other one, so let me see if I can... It's pretty good. Like we said, we're obviously going to edit them more. I want to make the transitions between the clips more smooth or softer. But as far as like the potential area, the potential clips to use, I think we're in a good spot. Let me go ahead and stabilize this again. Okay, let's take a quick look. All right, we're getting there. We have the makings of. So my thought is tomorrow, as we kind of look at this with some fresh pair of eyes, I think I have a good sense already what we can do. We'll definitely apply a lot of zoom, focus in on these two to kind of mimic what we saw from this shot, like this. Right, so we can show him in the distance because he's sharp, but then we're massively zooming in towards our buddy over here as he walks towards us. And then this part here, we can even apply that kind of a speed ramp. So where was it? So this part here, where you can see him in the front, and then we're going to massively zoom in towards these two in the background. And then it'll help. I might try to do that and clip it up this way so that it makes each scene feel like its own. So then we can jump to something more wide angle, but it'll feel like a different shot maybe. This is the least usable because you know, we can see him. It's kind of cooler when you don't really get to see the details of the people in the shot, and just having the silhouette, it's nicer, more dramatic, eerie, mysterious, and all that. Also, he's like looking at me with his camera, so it takes a little bit away from the nature. I'm okay with it here because like it was a nice pose when he was doing this. Like this was a nice pose. And then once we go here, so if there's a way I can cut this part out and somehow extend the rest, then that'd be great. But I have to keep in mind these are all in slow motion, so I don't really have much more. I don't have. Actually, no. I guess I have. Is this the full clip? Yeah. So I don't have much more room to play with that shot. What about this one? Okay, so this one I do have a little bit more room. I have a lot more room to play. So maybe there's some clips from before or after for this one that we could use to replace the section here that I don't like. This I don't mind, or this part I don't mind. It's very dramatic still. It's just that part. Oh, you know what? And maybe what we can do is do the opposite. So over here, we zoomed in on our buddy in the van, and then we can jump over to a zoom of our horse in the distance. Now the quality is going to be shite, but it can still look dramatic, is the hope. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy with this. And this is why sometimes it's good to second guess yourself. It's also a good reason not to rush. So I have to remind myself, yes, I put a little bit of pressure on me to get this vlog done in, what does that say? Like basically 2 days from now or something. But the issue with that is that we may end up rushing something that shouldn't be, or we may end up missing out on a hidden gem in terms of the editing flow. So in a world where I said I'm going to stick to my deadline, I might have just said, whatever, we're just going to use the same soundtrack throughout just to get it over with. But because we listened to our inner voice, we did end up finding this really epic soundtrack that I think does more justice to this part of this of the video. So yeah. Alright, I think I'm going to watch it from the beginning again. Let's get one final playthrough. This time I am going to play it all the way, start to finish, but then I'm going to insert my voiceover to keep practicing potential script. But yeah, let's see how this is coming together. All in all, we're looking at about 11.5 minutes. Ideally, we can make this a 15-minute video. Most likely, it's going to end up being 18 to 20 minutes. Edora, welcome, welcome. Yes, the dog is still in me. I feel like I should be saying the cat, but yeah, the cat is not in me. Dog in me, cats are outside. All right, good to see you though. I don't know how much you were able to tune in, but we made some really epic progress. You're gonna watch some of it towards the end again. The ending is definitely not done. We're gonna work on it tomorrow, and yeah, we're going a little bit slower, so you're catching me as I'm talking about how most likely I'm not gonna make my deadline. We may extend the deadline by 1 to 2 days, but I think it's all in the name of a better video. So it is not, yeah, not for bad reasons. let's go ahead and play this from the beginning, and I'll include my voiceover at times. Alright, so I'll say something to the effect of welcome back, guys, on another adventure as part of my travel vlog series. For this series, we will actually be hitting up a new area called Mongolia, something, a place I've always wanted to go, and with a company called Beck Travels, we were able to get there with an epic itinerary. I had about half a day to chill and relax as we had an early flight the next day, so I decided to walk around, catch some of the views around the capital, and eat some good Mongolian food. Meet the crew, starting with Bota, blah blah blah, Aibo, blah blah blah, and Dogi over there. So this one we'll have to pause up a bit with the freeze frames. Then I'll talk about the rest of the crew, being my camera crew, with my Nikon Z9, including a second Z9, courtesy of Nikon Middle East and Africa, as well as a Zhiyun Smooth 5S gimbal for my iPhone, and the Insta360, as well as a GoPro for some action shots. And again, and then I'll also give a shout out to Grand Stores for lending me, and Zhiyun for lending me that Smooth 5S for the trip. We made a quick stop to hang out with the double-humped camels. So we'll figure out something better to say there. Blah 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 before we eventually reached our destination in the evening.
Maximum
10.
Like 6-7 years ago. So after that, they released the eagle to the wild for breeding.
오늘은 딱
We finally arrived at our destination and met Ardak, the host of the trip. Ardak is a Mongolian eagle hunter coming from a long line of traditional hunters. He and his wife live a nomadic lifestyle, as do many others in this part of the region, meaning they migrate between homes as the weather changes, pursuing greener pastures for them and their livestock. For the next 7 days, my game plan was to go on adventures with Ardak to explore the lifestyle of an eagle hunter, including eating delicious eagle hunter food, which tends to be my favorite, a lot of meat and carbs.
5-finger Kazakh meal, you know.
When you say five, as in you use our hands, or
5-finger means like, you know,
fingers.
it's 5 fingers, you know.
If you really hungry, you can attack your 10 finger.
yeah. So after a delicious first meal, I turned in for the night and prepared for tomorrow's adventures.
It's Ardak,
Yeah, Artak and yeah.
Ayalam.
Ayalam.
Ayalam is the eagle.
Yes.
What about the horse?
No, now it's atunci not me.
No.
It's just a crazy horse.
Crazy horse?
Yeah. But we don't name horses.
Alright, so
Yeah.
crazy horse,
Yeah.
Ayalam, and Ardak the eagle hunter.
So maybe a few lines here about just, we finalized preparations, blah, 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 and we were off for our first Mongolian adventure. Maybe something about like with our first day coming to a close, we headed back to Ardux and prepared for our next adventure, a bit of ice fishing. Maybe something like that. With the first day of something, what did we say? Something about catching our first fish. We spent the better part of the afternoon searching for fish in the frozen river. However, before we could get our first fish, the mood shifted as the wind started picking up dramatically and noticeably. I'll let the video tell the stories. Maybe something like that. Something to keep it short and sweet and then just no dialogue. Okay. So yeah, tomorrow we'll clip up these shots, make it tighter. There's a few other things. Yes, there's some audio stuff we need to correct. But yeah, no big rush to get to them. What else was noticeable to me listening to this? I mean, overall, I'm really happy with where we are. I just got to start working through the dialogue at the same time. So I was writing a few notes as we played this. Story is tight, though. I'm very happy with the pacing. So even if this video ends up becoming about, like, let's say 18 to 20 minutes, I think pacing is fine. I think there's a good mix of, I don't want to speak too much in the video. I have to find the right balance of hearing my voiceover give some context, but then letting other moments just breathe freely without hearing from me. Letting the soundtrack do its job, let the video moments do its job. So yeah, all of that. Yeah, I felt like overall watching start to finish, it's good balance. It's been going up and down in terms of the energy levels in a way that we can control. So I think hopefully if I am going to be an effective storyteller, I need the ability to control energy of the viewers. So we can do that with the audio, we can do that with the story and everything in between, and I think we're doing a decent job. So then that means tomorrow, as we wrap up chapter 6, is that right? Chapter 6. We still have a continuation of chapter 6, which includes the minivan, or sorry, the van being stuck in the snow that we still need to include. And that will just be a bit more lighthearted. And I will include a bit more voiceover here as I kind of talk about, well, that was crazy about the snowstorm, and then foreshadow for the fact that we're not done yet, we're not out of the woods, it's about to pick up even more, and they're about to see it in our next adventures, which is the clips in pink. So then essentially we'll fade to black as we mimic another day going by. And with this new day, we can see we're going back out into the mountains for another foray. I think this time we were, yeah, I forget the reason. Maybe it's saying we're going eagle hunting, or we're just going back out into the mountains. But it's very short-lived, as we show that the snow started picking up. We'll have a few posing moments, so keep it still nice and lighthearted. But then at some point, as we show a bit of the landscape, show how everything, as you can see in this shot, everything has essentially turned into a winter wonderland. And then I want to be able to convey, yeah, as the wind picks up, so these probably come up a little bit later. And then we will be able to start showing the finale of this, or I guess the climax of that chapter, where as they're coming down the mountain, I also then am able to film them. So we'll have to do another job of like finding epic, dramatic music that fits the mood, because probably we can't repurpose the one we have in the trailer. And then just some final, and then maybe just a softer, I'm not sure yet, but we'll need one more soundtrack for the scenes from the farm and seeing the farm life as they're surviving the storm. IVXP, thank you very much for the follow. Thank you on Twitch. All right, we're one follower closer to hitting our affiliate goal. So thank you very much for that. Hopefully you're finding this interesting. We are coming to a close slowly, bit by bit. But we made some good progress today. We almost finished the chapter, okay? We didn't finish the chapter, so that I feel bummed to not be able to say we did a single chapter here. But it's a juicy chapter, okay? It has a lot of moving parts, and there were some struggles in terms of getting the audio, getting the right soundtrack, getting the right mood nailed down. And we did nail that. We did get it proper. So I'm very hopeful as I see the progress we've made. Now, but with all of that said, I'm trying to think about where we are. In my timer, in my deadline, we currently have 1 day, 23 hours, and 32 minutes. So basically today's a Thursday, my time tomorrow, so we have Friday, and then the deadline is essentially end of day Saturday. This is an arbitrary deadline. I set it upon myself. There is no punishment for not meeting it. But it was one to just make sure I continue to feel the pressure to make progress. I have a feeling I might extend it by 1 day at least. So then we have Friday and Saturday. We have 2 more chapters to go. 2.5 more chapters to go. I want to hopefully get 1 chapter done per day, but then I want at least 1 full day where we're not worried about the chapters. They're all locked in. We're just focusing on the script. And then I need 1 more day after that maybe just to work on color grading, making sure everything has a consistent look and feel. So similar to how we were able to nail down the trailer. So all of the trailer footage, we applied the same kind of look and feel to it in terms of the color grading, a bit more like a monochrome style. So we have to do that for all of the video of this episode. So I want to maybe dedicate a full day just on that exercise, as well as I said we got a day for the scripting. So really that gives us 4 days that I want to be able to feel comfortable that we're ready to hit the publish button on the video. So yeah, that's my current thought is instead of having 2 days left in our deadline, I might bump it up by 2 more days. I apologize, Adora. I think I overpromised to you. I think I told you, yeah, for sure, we're ahead of schedule. Today we went a little bit behind schedule. So yeah. But I also had a good learning today. While we did go behind on schedule, it was for the right reasons. As I mentioned, I think the video quality has improved dramatically just from something as simple as changing the soundtrack in a key moment. So I do not want to rush, especially with right now I'm very proud of this video. And so what's the harm in spending more solid days to make sure every aspect of this video is of the best quality? It would be a shame if I spent all this time, made such an epic trailer, we spent good time just kind of telling the story, and then be like, oh crap, we got 2 more days, I got to rush through the remaining chapters. So anyways, I'm justifying to nobody of why I should extend my own self-imposed deadline. But yeah, I hope for those of you who've tuned in at different points, whether it was today or throughout the 12-day journey of me as a live streamer, I do hope you can, hopefully you've enjoyed all of it. But then also, I hope that you can see progress throughout all of it as well. If you especially jump into day 1, 2, 3, and 4, whatever it is, to see that we had nothing really locked in, even the trailer. We didn't finish the trailer until I think like day 8 or 9. So yeah, and every day that we edited, the trailer looked different each time. I don't know when we actually even identified the soundtrack initially. So yeah, basically there's been a lot of crazy progress throughout, and I hope it's a progress that if you do watch it start to finish, it does feel like you're in the midst of watching us create something together and creating art at the end of the day. I do have some thoughts that after we're finished with the Mongolia series, even after the first episode, I wonder if I might want to try to make a YouTube video just around the behind the scenes. So even just kind of recapping like, hey, this was my, I spent 2 weeks testing out being a live streamer as well as making this video, and I might want to even make a video about the behind the scenes. So like a little bit of an inception. But then just giving a recap of what it's been like as a live streamer, reflections, the good and the bad. That could be a fun video as well. So just food for thought. There's a lot of good content we'll work through. And like I said, this is still episode 1. We got maybe 2 more episodes to go in terms of my story in Mongolia. Oh, anyways. And yeah, thanks, Adora. I know, all good, all good. Hopefully you've been enjoying the progress though, man. And I think the pace has been alright. We did get through like 2 chapters yesterday, so it's okay if we don't get through a full chapter today. Yeah, today's been really fun. Also, I think there's been more people tuning in across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. So I think at some points I saw as much as maybe 15 people in total. So that's kind of cool. That's cool progress for me. And we also had a milestone. Sora celebrated her birthday with us. So, that was a nice moment to think that someone is wanting to watch this on their birthday. So I appreciate that. And I appreciate everyone else who's popped in and out. There's some good side conversations that I've also been enjoying. Adora, you said trying to get it done while I have some free time. Oh wait, sorry, I missed the first one. You said, yeah, I've been doing my website redesign. Hells yeah. Yeah, the website you showed me, I mean, it's already in a really good spot, so I am interested to see what changes you're trying to make. But with all of that, guys, it is 9:30 my time. I did not edit photos, but like I said, I think we've kind of ended all the potential photos. Like a lot of it will be repeats at this point. But I think what I'll do is I'm gonna take 3. It's like what I did for my thumbnail today. We're gonna look at the parts that we edited in terms of the video, and I'm just gonna take a still photo on some of the cool looking moments. So like, you know, any moment like this, I might go ahead and create a still photo here, and then this will become our new thumbnail images that we'll use for tomorrow's video. So yes, while we're not editing photos anymore, we're kind of almost like locked in 100% of our time just finishing up the video. But each thumbnail you see, it will hopefully still look slightly different. So okay, well, thank you guys. Did we actually do a YouTube short today? Oh wait, yeah, we were kind of productive, weren't we? One second. I think we did work on a quick video. Again, not my best work, but just to be able to publish. So I do want to publish this tonight on my YouTube and as an Instagram story. But this was the very, very quick video we worked on that will be my YouTube short. Yikes, that's loud. Very, very simple clip. Nothing special. I just took one of the horse galloping shots and we just kind of cut it up into a smaller segment. We were working with that soundtrack anyway, so then boom. Now I should be able to export this, post it as a YouTube short, and that way we're being consistent with publishing content every day, ideally. But yeah. Alright guys, thank you very much. It's been a very wonderful day. Day 12, we're 2 more days away from being able to say I survived 2 weeks of being a live streamer. And then eventually it'll be 1 month, and then who knows how far we take it. Thank you guys. Thank you from my cats. We'll show them real quick. Kimbap. Yeah, you recognize your name. He's saying leave me alone.